2-0. It's going to be first right in front of him. And look at that. Out of nowhere, they punish. Allow goes up onto heaven. Yoshi has the Seekers. And who let the dogs out? And who let Yoshi?
Such an unorthodox Japanese team. Now with the Russians, with the coaching from Fantasy.
अरे clickbait नहीं guys, वो गलती से change नहीं हुआ, गलती से mistake हो गया, change कर दिया.
Those were some of the best moments that happened just last weekend. And while many of these teams haven't faced off until Ascension, you can bet that these coaches of these final teams have definitely been studying each other on their gameplay weaknesses, gaps, and strength. Quack, can you explain why you picked those 3 words just now? And you know, as we look at these brackets here.
Yeah, you know, I kind of feel
What's
like
up,
coming
guys?
into Ascension Pacific, we expected a lot of teams to show up, and then
Will do more.
some other teams kind of showed us that they were capable of a lot more instead, because you have, of course, one team esports kind of having a great performance, and then some of them kind of getting knocked out, 𝘼𝐺 as well. But here it is, here we are, we have the final ones, and they've taken their spot up into playoffs.
That's right. I mean, the winner of these are going to be facing off against Naus and Bleed. Let's talk about Scars and Fancy United.
Yeah.
Esports. Teams heading up today. Let's talk about
देखने
Fancy.
वाला है
Tell
ना?
us a bit about Fancy, Will.
Yeah, I mean,
मैं भी
Fancy,
देख ही रहा हूँ,
again,
Watchparty कर रहा हूँ.
as is the nature of Ascension, especially here in Ascension Pacific, a lot of teams
साथ
it
में
was
देखेगा.
hard to gauge exactly where they were coming from, right? Just because you're isolated in your own region,
Just started a
because
rank
you're the
game.
strongest team, what does that mean internationally? Fancy, well, they came
Late
in
आए पोपा पूरे
strong,
2
and they
मिनट
said,
लेट.
well,
तुमको तो
one
मालूम
thing's
ही है,
for
मैं
sure is
5
that
मिनट
we
लेट
have
आता हूँ. 2
some
मिनट
fancy
लेट मतलब
ideas
3
about
मिनट
how
जल्दी आ गया ना मैं.
they played. And they wowed a lot of people, because the more you look
हाँ
at
यार,
it,
तुम
whether you like it or not, there was a lot of logic behind it. And they were able to support it enough, obviously, to make it into the top 6 to
Game
go
तो live
on
नहीं
in
हुआ
the
है ना.
knockout stage.
Yeah, they've been really fun to watch. I think
Show
this
match
is
कब है
without
पता
a
नहीं. Show
doubt.
match
They
कब
have
है रे?
really
इसमें होने वाला
vibrant
था
agent
ना.
compositions, really creative
क्या?
executes. Let's look at their roster lineup here. Yes, I
9
can
तारीख को है.
IGLing here. And
Finals
you know,
के दिन.
he's also been really impressive, like getting kills and frags the way that he's been getting as an
और एक
IGL.
टीम में
Vic's
T-Bone
a
रहेगा ना.
huge fan of all these Yoru, Gecko compositions, but the way the team really functions is off of players like 𝑁izzy and 𝘼𝐽𝑚, perhaps �ＪIN, especially as the sort of like secondary duelist at times. But yes, I can to lead them all in the charge to victory, because of course they have their sort of, you know, whimsical, unorthodox compositions, and they have a lot of great ideas behind them. But sometimes, or oftentimes, you'll have 𝑁izzy, maybe �ＪIN, just getting the entry frag and then kind of dying and then kind of
Finals के दिन
filtering
है
and
AD
faltering
jungler.
off. That's when you
match.
need players like Yes I Can to step in and follow
क्या
up through
लगता
all
है?
of
मेरे
these
को लग
big
रहा है
ideas.
2-0
Yeah,
Scars.
absolutely. I mean, you look at this team, and it's definitely, you need that second line of entry or defense, right? They rely on that a lot, and they're also there to support players like 𝑁izzy. So, you know, when it's left to his own devices, yes, we see players like Yes I Can frag out, but it's not so much that this team is winning off of pure fragging power, but it's much more of these mini tactics that they have, right? I wouldn't say full-on like set plays.
मेरे को feeling आ रहा है 2-0 Scars देने वाला है token.
How do we clear this one corner?
और event भी जीत के जाएगा Scars.
To get that first kill, get that, maybe you die, but then there's 𝘼𝐍𝐿𝐻 and Yes I Can to trade afterwards, and this is the power that comes in. And on top of that, as we keep mentioning, you have some neat ideas and compositions, which a lot of your opponents aren't used to playing against. Then the mind games start to double up and really go in your favor for Fancy United.
Precisely. I mean, we're seeing some of these highlights right now, but one of those I can really remember was the one
भाई
that
last
they played
3
against
दिन में
BONKERS.
मैंने इतने games देख लिए ना
They had that
hacker.
Gecko composition, but
DRX का
it's those minor tactics that allow them
पेपर के
to maybe
सामने
get
grand
the site.
finals.
But how do you play after
उसके
that?
बाद
That's the big
DRX के
question, right? You
4
might be able to
series
throw
जो
your
हम लोग
wingman in
खेले
and use your
टोक्यो
𝑁izzy to get a
पे,
little
चारों
bit of
series
space,
सब
but
देख
then
लिया
you
है.
need something extra to
कोई
secure
game
close
2
play
बार देख लिया है.
after getting the spike plant.
अभी
And
ये
that
भी
wasn't
देख
so
लिया.
much present against Boom. You started to see a little bit more of it when they played against one team in their final match of group stage, but I hope that they're going to bring us a lot more here now that we're in playoffs.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Great ideas, but it's really about that adaptability and the follow-through in the finish. Now, they'll be facing up against Scars. Masters just
Lotus तो पर वो खेलते ही नहीं ना बेचारे और पेपर्स के बाद 2 ban थे तो
Valorant fan base over there. And you know what? Japanese teams tend to be very methodical, pace style, but Scars is just built diff.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the most different
हाँ पर
team that
वर्मा बैने रहे उन लोग ने
we've seen on an
मर के
international
थोड़ा
stage,
प्रिपेयर
right?
किया
It's
रहेगा
always been,
कुछ
like you said, methodical, and if we want to be straightforward, very slow.
ओपा कैसे
right?
हो
They always wait
थोड़ा बेटर हो अभी
until they
तबीयत में
have
आवाज में
guaranteed
लग रहा रहेगा
information.
तुम
If
लोग
they don't,
को
they're like, okay, well, now we're down 38
सब
seconds, so we
काफी
have
बेटर
to
है
go.
अभी
And then Scars comes in and says, well, why not just get the frag first? Why not just literally enter
It's so
frag?
simple.
Yeah, don't just enter into the site, which is silly. Well, we just have an entry fragger, right? And if you go in and get the kill, well, now the site is open. So this is a very contrasting playstyle to what we just talked about with Fantasy United, where, okay, even if you don't have setup, Scars has the pure mechanical power, the pure frag power
तो
to open
something
things up
by
to carry on the game.
They really do.
दोनों बार
And
something
that's
मैंने
kind
दिया
of
है
your
उनको
favorite thing about this team. In their group, you know, it's a really tough group. It's a group of death, and you got Bleed in that one as well. But Scars really shows that they know how to play around these problems or situations. And it often starts with players like Crystal or Jemkin, because they are capable of playing duelist, and they are so capable of looking for those entry frags, like Will mentioned. And that's just the thing. You know,
भाई पेपर एक्स का मैं अभी
these
गेम देख
guys
के
are
और
kind of
ज्यादा
like a little bit unorthodox.
टोक्यो
They
का
love to go for these
जो
fun,
सिगरेट के साथ
slightly,
खेला उन लोगों ने
aggressive compositions.
देख
Sometimes
लोगों को
with
लग रहा है हाँ
duelist.
स्टैंड इन का ऐसे पर उन लोग का जो बर्स्ट कॉल्स थे ना जो एग्जीक्यूट्स भाई बहुत मस्त एग्जीक्यूट करके उन लोग राउंड निकाले भाई
It's the duelist kind of going
DRX पे वीडियो आने वाली है क्या यस ब्रो
ब्रो
मेरे हिसाब से क्या प्रॉब्लम्स थी DRX से BBB का वीडियो आएगा
They just rely on that one duelist guy to break everything apart.
Yeah, that's right.
नहीं आज मेरा स्क्रिप्ट होएगा कल करण स्क्रिप्ट फाइनल करेगा समझ ले 10th को शूट करूंगा 14-15 तक आएगी दो वीडियो निकाले 2-3 वीडियो अलग-अलग टीम के ऊपर
Pearl. Look at Paper X comp. You were talking about like they also
कुछ
have a bit of a
मेरे को उन लोग का बेटर लगा विद गेको का जो गेम
Now
प्ले
let's
था
talk about key players that we want to look at. You named Crystal, but Jemkin is also I think a player that we want to talk about.
Mind भी मस्त खेले रे
Well, on the side of Scars, like you said, of course we want to talk about Jemkin, just the pure fragging power. But then we want to
Your expectation from G and LGK obviously bro, they have to win the event.
Stylistic difference, right? Fantasy United Esports.
देखो वो इवेंट जीतेंगे तो तुम्हारा भाई यूएस जाएगा ना मैच देखने
Off of those kills that, you know, other players like Nizzy and Jin are getting. And, you know, of course, we could have picked 𝐼𝐍𝐿 as well, but yes, I can also being the captain of 𝐼𝐍𝐿. We thought this really highlighted, okay, your 𝐼𝐍𝐿, your KDA is even higher than Jemkin, because not only are you getting assists, you're getting kills off of that, right? You're also there to trade. Meanwhile, on the side of Jemkin, that KDA is impressive because a lot of that is purely just the kills he's getting on his own. And it's not so much an assist-based team. If you look at the stats, I mean, the assist numbers are overall very low for Scars, whereas Fancy is very, very stacked on the assist side.
Yes, it's kind of like opposites in a way. And that's what makes this match so interesting as well, because, of course, Jemkin, you can expect him to win out in a lot of these opening duels, these
पैसिफिक में लोअर ब्रैकेट्स है पर फर्स्ट राउंड के बाद फर्स्ट राउंड हार गए तो बाहर जीत गए तो फिर डबल एलिमिनेशन है
duels on the defense, you're maybe going for retakes, and that's something where I think Scars may be lacking a little bit in that department. It's a little bit tougher.
नहीं अब तक नहीं अब तक गड़बड़ी चालू है
I think, you know, Fancy is also a really strong team with yes I can and all
आज
these
छवि दीदी का
capabilities,
आउटफिट इतना अच्छा
especially
नहीं
when he
लगा
plays
गाइस मेरे
on
को
these
बाकी सब
more
दिन मस्त
reserved
मस्त
agents,
रहता है
right? The Astra, for example.
आज ओके है
Now, we were talking a bit backstage earlier about our map pick predictions and vetoes, and you made a really interesting point.
Yeah, something that I felt we could notice during the group stages was that Scars was one of the teams that actually seemed confident enough that they would prefer banning what might be their opponent's strong maps, right? Yes, they did have certain kind of go-to bans, but when needed, right, they would just say, okay, well, let's ban out the opponent's strong ones, because worst case, we have the fragging power to beat them out. So there's some overlap between these two teams. I wouldn't be surprised if Scars bans out something like the Split or the Fracture.
I think with that, I think it might be safe to say, prediction-wise, we might be perhaps on the same page here.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's going to be Scars. And look, in the earlier rounds,
earlier
days, I thought Fancy could be very well one of the final 3 teams with their very unusual comps. But again, they just can't seem to have that follow-through. Why are you guys choosing Scars?
Well, for me, of course, you know, it's that fragging power. Jemkin has the highest rating out of everyone throughout group stage. He's got one of the highest first kills, 41 overall. And if you just look at some of the adaptability statistics, you know, 4v5 conversion rate, Scars has 34, Fancy has 30. I feel like Fancy, if their game plan doesn't quite work out, they can't quite adapt around these issues. So I go with Scars.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, this one kind of broke my heart because I love the ideas that Fancy brings. I think they have good logic behind it, but I'm with Quack here, right? When push comes to shove, when you're put in danger, the fragging power is just a little bit stronger on Scars.
Yeah, so I think for Fancy to, take this home, they're really gonna have to have fixed that today, especially against a very consistent team like Scars. Now, I think we're getting ready to go. I can hear the music kind of revving up here in the stadium right now. I'm very excited for this. If Scars continues to be aggressive and getting an early info, I think
बॉन्कर्स को देखना है भाई. बॉन्कर्स का कोई भी गेम देखने आता कुछ ना कुछ इशू हो जाता है. एक भी बॉन्कर्स का गेम नहीं देखा है मैंने अब तक. फर्स्ट डे तो रात तक चल गया, वो नहीं देखा. ओजी बॉन्कर्स में मेरा नेट नहीं चल रहा था बरोबर, बंद करना पड़ा.
मेरे को लग रहा है बॉन्कर्स जीत सकती है बूम के सामने.
हाँ हाँ, डेफिनेटली जीत सकती है. वो गेम 2-1 जाएगा मेरे को लग रहा है.
बूम सरप्राइजिंगली इतना स्ट्रांग नहीं लगा मेरे को. उनके थे अच्छे मैचेस, देयर इज नो डिनाइंग दैट, बट ऐसा इन जनरल बोल रहा हूँ मैं. अपार्ट फ्रॉम फेमस बाकी लोग इतने मेरे को वो नहीं लगे.
लैंड नर्व्स का बात है रे मेन तो.
One lesson I learned from this is like we gave them too much respect.
Well done by Fancy United against your crown. Meta không tồn tại trong lối chơi của chúng tôi. Thì với vòng playoff này, tính kỷ luật và lối chơi đồng nhất sẽ là chìa khóa giúp team mình. Fancy United make a statement.
Sobrang hirap nung simula. Pero eventually naging okay naman.
Now is the time. In Ascension, we needed to beat our pressure. We almost every day fighting.
All of us together face nervous, but I know that as long as we keep going and stick together as a team, we should overcome it. Kita itu tim yang terbentuk dari kalah. Jadi kita datang sini sekarang mau menang. Mình muốn thấy những trận chiến đẫm máu, những yếu tố bất ngờ.
For this one, think smarter and win this tournament.
I think in playoff we can show more our performance or aim.
We're gonna go bonk in the server.
We're gonna go bonk in the server.
Gue yakin banget preparation kita dan mentality kita.
It's a single elimination. We don't have second chance to bounce back.
Nasa sa inyo yung pressure, wala sa amin.
Let's see what you got.
We're here for match one's map draft. Since Scars is the highest seed, they got side select. They have selected B side. First ban goes to Fan.
Chat में कोई कुछ बोल क्यों नहीं रहा, सो रहे मैच देख रहे सब शायद.
Fan Fracture. And then first pick Fancy. Pick Split. Side selection Scars. Pick Attack. And then
Oh भाई.
Pick Bind. Side select Fancy. Pick Defense. And now second round of bans. I have Ascent, Haven, Pearl remaining. Fancy your ban. Ban Pearl. And then final two map select, Scars, Ascent or Haven. Ban Haven, play Ascent.
चालू नहीं हुआ ना अभी तक भाविन.
हाँ वीटो हुआ जस्ट. सब
लोटस
फुल स्क्रीन
फ्रैक्चर
में
हट गया. स्प्लिट बाइन.
Alright, gonna review really quickly. Lotus
बाइन भाई रोल प्ले में आओ ना. रोल प्ले मतलब
attack. Bind
क्या
pick,
चीज करो.
Defense. Ban Pearl, Ban Haven, final map, Ascent, Defense and Fancy. Alright, let's look.
मैप्स तो है अच्छे फैंसी के लिए.
Actually.
अभी अलग स्टेज है ना, हाँ अभी बड़ा ये Whom are you supporting? Scars, bro. I think they will win. आज ही मेरी गाड़ी बन के आई, हैकर इतना अच्छा लग रहा था, अभी गाड़ी लेके आया मैं। 50,000 का फटका इंश्योरेंस को नसीब से
तो कवर होएगा ना।
हाँ वही इंश्योरेंस ने भर दिया, मैंने सिर्फ 1,000 रुपये भरा। सिमेट्री नहीं है उनके खड़े होने के पोजीशनिंग में। क्या हो गया ऐसा, गाड़ी को ट्रक वाले ने ठोक दिया पीछे से, पूरा बम्पर उखाड़ के गया। ओजी का मैच लाओ ना, ओजी कहाँ से लाओ भाई? इजी ब्रो आ जाओ, टीएस ब्रो। हेलो आयुष, इजी ब्रो, पीसी ले लो ब्रो। इस कार्स का कोच तो बच्चा लगता है।
लगता है।
Presenting the first series of BCT Ascension playoffs, the teams are facing off each other for the very first time. Scars from Japan and Fancy United from Vietnam.
मैं कल से आऊँगा भाविन भाई, फिर 5 man every day.
This is a brutal system where each team only gets one shot to ascend. Now we finally saw the map picks. Will, what do you make of them?
Honestly, from the map picks and bans, I think Scars is one step ahead, right? I think they got the type of draft they wanted. They ban out the Fracture, which Fancy brought out this new composition with the Phoenix during the group stage. Scars says, we don't want to deal with that. We haven't really had to play against a style like that. Let's get rid of it, and then let's bring them on to Bind in map 2, which they haven't played here in Ascension, and even when they were playing in Challengers, it didn't look that fantastic.
Yeah, that's the one that's going to be really tricky, but I will say this, all right? Fancy United, they have played Split twice throughout the group stage, and so far their record has been rather clean. They haven't lost Split so far, and maybe this is where they want to stake their chances on.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that also because this is the map where 𝑘𝐈𝐍𝐊𝐒 actually plays that hard lurk with the Cypher, right? Now, the question is that lurk only works if you stay alive, but if someone like, again, Jemkin shows up in a 1v1 and beats you, suddenly you're playing a 4v5 and no information on the other side of the map. So I start to question it a bit, and like you said, Victoria, again, one shot, right, to take your place, one shot to try to get to the very end and claim your spot in BCT Pacific. This is a very brutal weekend.
That's right. I mean, one factor that we haven't discussed yet is the mental factor. A lot of these teams are on the international stage for the very first time, and you know, if their mental is not in the right place, and we've seen these teams choke before.
Yeah, and then that's just the thing. It's big stakes, it's big pressure on all of these teams too. I mean, it's slightly different for both of them. Fancy, they are the only Vietnamese representative. If they can make a spot, they can claim a spot in Pacific, that would be huge. Meanwhile, for Scars, you know, they just want to join their Japanese brethren who are already in there. But of course, my God, you know, you were talking about the lurk. If Scars doesn't have a Sentinel that can watch their flank, they might be in trouble here, Will.
But why need a Sentinel when you can just push out and take control of the map, right?
True.
You got the double duelists, and this is where they sometimes shine even better, because it's like, okay, well, worst case, even if Jemkin goes down, we still have Crystal on the Raze, who has just as good fragging power. Now, on the other side, we got to mention 𝑘𝐈𝐍𝐿𝐒. He actually has the highest average kill per round throughout this entire tournament.
The
only player to barely go over 1.0. So clearly, even when left to his own devices, he can do it. And whenever he's playing the Cypher, he gets good control, he wins good duels. The question is can he stand the potential pressure that Scars brings out? And again, like you said, Victoria, not only is this, you know, the first time for a lot of these players, but they also just changed
thread account
so
open kiya kya?
that might be out the window into once again.
Yeah, that's right. What do you make of this, Quack?
I don't feel like they are experienced enough to kind of know how to temper their, emotions and know how to play around this. But that's the thing, it's so many fans watching around you. You saw that opening sequence. It's so cool. It's so dope. You've got the teleporter. You've got the VCT Spark logo on the ground. And I don't know if you noticed, the stage is actually shaped kind of like a spike, the triangle.
Yeah, this stage is incredible. I mean, I don't know how to say this. I don't think I'm biased, but Pacific definitely has some of the best stages out there at VCT. And now we have a very full crowd right now. It's a full house. Thailand loves Valorant. What do you guys make of the fancy comp? Is it as fancy as they normally do?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's that crazy, right? This is relatively similar to what you see in terms of style. But again, it's my eyes.
चला चालू करा रे बड़बड़ हो गया अभी बस.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to find out. We're gonna go into map 1 split. We got Scars versus Fancy. We have our casters fresh from Japan, Paper Thin and 𝘍𝐿𝐼𝐍𝐿𝐿. Please take it away.
LCQ watch party करोगे? देखो permission मिलेगा तो करूँगा.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are here in Bangkok, Thailand, and we are more than
जितना
happy
तुम
to
लोग
guide
like
you guys to the
subscribe
action in this
करोगे,
opening
जितना
match
number बढ़ाओगे,
in the
उतना
playoffs.
permission
Fancy
मिलने का ज़्यादा
United,
chances होता
representatives
है.
of Vietnam looking to do what they haven't been able to do. This is our first time that we're really getting to see this region have representation. Scars, though, vying for that third slot in Pacific for Japan.
Yeah, this is a really exciting matchup. A very disciplined team in Fancy, a team that really likes to play together. They have good coordination versus this tremendous firepower that Scars brings to the table. So this is going to be a really exciting match. I can't wait to see how FTY is going to try to deal with this incredible play that we often see, particularly from Jemkin. And it's gonna be really interesting here on Split with the double duelist.
It is, and this is a map that we got to see very recently from the side of Scars as well, being able to help, win on that to knock out D plus Kia and whatnot.
We know
they are terrifying on this map. But how much study have you been able to do during the off days from the side of Fancy? Have you come up with anything new to show us to try to catch Scars off guard? Because you're mentioning Jemkin, I'm sure he's going to be mentioned plenty of times as we go throughout this series. He has been such a pivotal part of this squad in their success to get to this point.
Yeah, and so this is going to be really interesting for Fancy because they were doing a really good job holding angles on their defender side. If Scars is going to be starting on the attack, so a lot of pressure is going to be on them. The other thing you got to be watching out for is some of these lurks that come out from Scars. They really like to get active on the map. Alan and Yoraneko are very keen to start kind of pushing space, putting some pressure. So I really liked what the desk was talking about with Nizzy, with this Cypher. He's going to have to be really key with his awareness, with his trap wires. Those trap wires are going to be really, really important here, I think, as this series goes on. How well aware is Scars going to be of their positioning? Because Fancy really does a good job playing off that information, playing off their contact. Their protocols are really good. Their mid-rounding, I think, is really good for Fancy. Sometimes their post-plant kind of gets them in trouble. But again, what I'm most concerned about is these opening duels with Jemkin. He has been absolutely insane. 1v1s, he's so quick, he's so fast.
Score prediction.
He gets a kill, he'll dash out. He's really problematic to deal with in that situation. 𝘼𝐍𝐿𝐼𝐍𝐿𝐿. 3-man stack here in the mid. So definitely already a very different look here for Fancy on this opening round. A lot of times they like to use their Cypher utility on the extremities of the map. Instead,
Fancy की
Scars into the center, trying to see if they can maybe catch
Scars,
put some pressure in the mid
जो हारा
right now. You can see Scars is just
कुछ तो
probing,
करना
looking
पड़ेगा.
to set up
वो
that
अपन
opening
chat से
pick. A lot of
पूछेंगे.
times you're going to see Jemkin and Crystal working together as that explosive duo.
I saw the dart going out. Got the spot.
Chat वाले लोगों को वड़ा पाव खिलाते हैं. 10 लोगों को वड़ा पाव 100 रुपए.
Scouting over towards vent where there is a double stack at the moment.
20 रुपए का चल 200 रुपए भाई.
Just waiting. Dog as well goes in, does clear out the trap wire. 4-man stack up now from Fancy over here towards mid, which does allow for an easier entry path. Now over onto the B site. They get themselves through a little bit of damage. Going to be found. So Torneko taken low already by that decay.
Nice रे Jemkin भाई. खत्म करो रे.
And all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, it is just Jin left to his own devices. A frenzy, close range. Alan not ready for it. Will get taken down. That's the first step, but needs the ace clutch if they want to be walking away with this pistol round victory. Nade's just going to go ahead and try to clear the bottom of the rope, swing onto the corner, does get the dink, but Jemkin gets the kill. A 3K there for the start. Jet player on the side of Scars as they take the first pistol.
Yeah, this is a really good job here by Scars, being patient, making sure that they're kind of identifying as much as they can the positionings here, and then just let Jemkin do what he does best, take these duels. Another interesting kind of point of difference in the comps here that I really want to highlight is the way that Fancy likes to play is sort of double controller. They're pretty much running Viper on every map, along with another controller.
पर अभी स्कार्स ने अच्छा किया देख ना मिड पे डॉग यूज करा है और बी पे सेम टाइम बर्स्ट किया जैसे ही दिखा उन लोग मिड फाइट कर रहे हैं स्कार्स रेडी है ब्रीच प्ले के लिए
do a ton of damage, and that's again a point of concern here for Fancy is dealing with Jemkin. How are you going to keep him at bay? What are you going to do with this utility? Because what I'm seeing already from Scars is they're being pretty aware some of the Cypher setups. Another one of the trap bars they like to do, Fancy, is right in the mid across the box.
Oh, so you're talking about traps, they're looking to trap in.
भाग गया भाई भाग
go ahead, cut tail. Start dipping back. Still, though, has a long sight line to try to clear as they get ready to swing the corner. Granted, it's just going to be pistols in hand. We'll get a little bit of damage. Offer some back as Jin will get tagged down to 83. But now the spike is going to be retrieved, picked up. He gets ready to get ushered into the garage. They know that there's this massive rotation around the back. It's all about finding the Cypher, and Crystal misses him. Dizzy will be able to find one. Comes away with that elimination before getting taken down himself. Torneko in the meantime, holding it down. Nearly got the collapse, but he's got the quick. Little kill going off that hip
पर
fire.
गलत बंदे ने मारा मतलब ओमन का अल्ट नहीं चाहिए
Does get lost, but Scars start very strongly here, 2-0.
I like the idea here from Fancy. I mean, really kind of put some pressure onto the back line of Scars here, even forced them to be pretty quick and adaptive with grabbing the spike as well. But Torneko has been really good with that Marshall on these anti-eco rounds. Love to see it from Scars. Let's see what now that we have the full buy.
ये लोग का भी स्टोरी बहुत इंसेन है समझ रहा है ये लोग को काउंट ही नहीं किया था किसी ये लोग क्वालीफाई हुए
स्कार्स ना
सबको लगा था हाइट होगी
some kind of mid pressure, giving up some space to try to play a reactive, potentially like crunch play.
अरे मैंने सुपर चैट किया आया नहीं 200 भी गए आपको या तो पैसे वापस आ जाएंगे या तो सुपर चैट आ जाएगा ऐसा तो होगा नहीं
to sort of force Scars into that position, but Jemkin
क्या कैमरा लगाया भाई
get involved.
Okay, Cam will spot, but a quick dash and an updraft. Jemkin gets himself out of there before the corner can get swung by Dizzy.
मुंह पे लगा के बैठा है.
Just gonna stay tucked away once more as Jemkin looks like he wants to try his luck a second time. Needs to identify where that Cam was at. Doesn't quite have the read that it was just off that right hand side box.
Yes.
Oh, Cam rolling forward again. Cam, he's searching for it. He has no idea where it is. Where the hell am I getting tagged from? They're still looking. The whole group effort.
Finally, right.
Credit behind the players. Flash in though. Full blind across on the Nizzy. He drops onto the loop.
Jemkin भाई सुधारने वाले इसको भी. अरे Jemkin भाई too strong बोलते रही.
Now the site opened up 6-0 right now.
भले Cam नहीं समझ में आ रहा है shooting है उसकी.
Slow rotate still going to be coming through. One through the attacker spawn, the other through mid. It's now arriving at vent. Need everybody in position and get ready to strike. Push up into the smoke though. Yoshi ready for the challenge. Finds 𝐼𝐍𝐊𝐒. And now in a 2v4, given the economic situation you find yourself in, I think it would be wise to back away. Joe swinging out, no, will end up losing the rifle. It's going to be a 3-0 start with the bonus convert coming in for the side of Scars.
Well, it's huge now for Scars on this attacker side, and maybe you could argue that with the way that these compositions are set up, that the attacker side should be pretty good for Scars in general, but I also would argue then on the other side of the coin that I think with the way Fancy plays this map, that their defender side should be pretty strong. But Nizzy here doing a good job getting some information, but this time around, there wasn't that usual reaction that I see from Fancy when I've been watching them so far in this tournament, where they get a lot of information like that. There's a lot of telltale utility that's coming through up towards Heaven of B.
Hello,
they don't really get there in time. The reinforcements don't come. They're really trying to funnel Scars to the other side of the map, but Scars just completely confident to keep pushing B.
Stack again. You see that flash coming through. You see the fault line as well. Torneko getting a very good idea that this is going to be a rush.
Same हो गया ना hacker bro. Mid पे लोग आए spot करके.
When it's just one player out in the open, takes him down. Sheriff shots will clear out that Trailblazer, but Spike now once again going to be planted here on the B site.
Yeah.
Question is, what can they come away with on the side of Fancy to get themselves some kills?
Mid पे नहीं मतलब जितना भी proactivity है सभी को rounds में दिखा रहे हैं
some more damage.
Byron में बैठे
हैं.
क्योंकि बायरन में आगे जाने को गुर्दा चाहिए ना और तो पहले ही डाउन है तो वो गुर्दा कम होता रहता है
He nearly finds the second elimination, but Torneko will be able to stand strong at the end of it all. Puts him down 4-0 now.
ये लोग को इरादा बनाना पड़ेगा कि भाई
as we get ready to go into what is very much a must-win round for the side of Fancy. calling a timeout.
नहीं मैं वही बोलूँ 7 थैंक यू क्वालिटी का बात आने के लिए भाई देखा ही नहीं मैंने टेरिटरी नहीं है
I guess ये लोग वही करने वाले हैं Cypher को ये तो देख लिया
identified that Scars is willing to leave that spike in Ramen and they're trying to put pressure on it, trying to see if they can capitalize and catch Scars a little bit off guard, but Scars doing a really good job with their reactive play. Yoshi doing a nice job from Sewers, kind of keeping that push at bay, and then they're able to stabilize, identify the open space over into B, and shift their weight over in that direction. So yeah, I mean, already Fancy here, I think, you know, feeling that pressure, that firepower that we were talking about at the beginning from Scars.
Sure. And I mean, you know, it was very back and forth for them in their group. You take a look at the other, Group B, leading up into the playoffs. You say, wow, stacked top to bottom. You know, just tough competition all the way across the board. We knew that this was going to be a challenge, but we still want to see them be able to answer back here. Finally get this first win on the board, because this is a significantly larger venue than they were playing in the group stage. It's a lot more fancy, a lot more pressure, and this is a bit of a fight for these guys.
तेरा बात सही है पर स्टार्स वाले भी ऐसे नहीं खेल रहे हैं ना उन लोग सब जगह इन्फो ले रहे हैं ये मेरे को पुराना ऐसे जी का याद दिला रहा है हम लोग सब जगह इन्फो ले मैं कल हम लोग के पुराने गेम्स देख रहा था कितना डिसिप्लिन खेलते थे और अभी रिसेंट के गेम्स
and for their region. And on the other side, Scars, I mean, you know, a lackluster performance from the Japanese teams in Pacific, trying to add some more firepower, some more prestige to that extremely, you know, popular region, as we saw in Tokyo Masters.
अरे और उन लोग को टीपी करके डिफेंस पे भी मारा था वही गेम में उन्होंने
वो मेरे को लगता है तुम लोग का बेस्ट फाइंड गेम था मैं तेरे को आगे पहले
ramp again. This triple stack pressure here from the side of Fancy. It feels like it's being read time and time again by Scars. They've just not been paying much attention towards the aim whatsoever. Yes, I can though. Looking to hold down the site. Does find Jemkin delivering him his second death. And that is about as good of a start as you could hope to around here for the side of Fancy United. So,
and this is almost the identical setup to round 3 that Fancy was running. But this time around, yes, I can able to win a very important first kill duel. He's been a phenomenal fragging IGL for the side of Fancy.
Off-screen, gets the pick there on a Crystal. That's going to be both the duelists now dealt with, so that entry power very much limited.
भाई ये yes I can 20 HP में 3 को उड़ा रहा है भाई.
Yoshi dead, leaving Alan all on his lonesome here on the A site. Even with that triple stack early over towards A, did not matter. Yes, I can living up to the name. Holds down B to help get themselves on the board for the very first time.
Value भी नहीं है Alan now क्योंकि फिर ऐसा लगे तेरा setup work हो गया ये थोड़ी logic है.
Already going to be cash counter after this round, so no real concerns about losing out on the weapon.
30 seconds left.
Obviously, an ult charge over to Jin would be unideal, but Jin I don't think is going to be ready for this backstab maneuver coming through right now.
Actually, ये लोग भी double duel जा सकते हैं पता है?
It's just great economically, you know, get himself some more ult.
निजी भी तो duelist खेलता ही है.
One away.
One away, exactly. So you might as well just kind of go in there and see what he can get done. So this is still, even though Scars loses the round,
एक और kill भी इसको मिल गया तो भी काफी.
Standing tall there with Nizzy. Good reactions towards B main. Time about to tick down.
They're playing away from it.
But honestly,
so maybe we won't actually suffer the death here.
Trap है ना, basically loud
right before the timer goes down.
ये कॉम के सामने
third kill found there by Alan. Fancy
neon
themselves on the board, but it's not without
work कर सकता है.
issue.
तो पता वो पुराना गैम्बिट का
कॉम के अगेंस्ट काउंटर कॉम थोड़ी खेलेगा पूरा टाइम.
काउंटर कॉम का नहीं, बट हाँ तेरा मैं बात एग्री करता हूँ, बट ये मैप पे पता नहीं नियॉन इतना अंडर अप्रिशिएट क्यों हो गया
here just mechanically from Fancy. Maybe they just needed that time out to kind of take a breath, frankly, kind of just reset.
कंफर्ट लेवल के ऊपर भी आता लोग बहुत लोग जेट प्रेफर करते हैं rather than neon या तो रेस.
With that spike already set up outside,
I think Raze is like solid
for the side of Scars.
Even though Boombot का value भी थोड़ा कम है, but वो भी उतना enough है वो.
फिर भी nade ult satchel
on the side of Fancy.
Crystal doing crystal things. The attack off on the Raze. Let's see if he comes up with any value. 2 members to try to choose from there. Over at Venice, yep, some nice early damage found on the Jemkin, healing immediately going to be coming through from Yoshi just to keep him topped up. Which is back to 100.
Man after your own heart here, 𝐼𝐽𝐿𝐼. the
Very true.
Arre.
Swings out, but Izzy finds the headshot just through the corner. Meanwhile, back over on A, now going to be broken open, Jin getting taken down. Quick rotations, and your ult going to be invested as well. Wants to be able to spot them all out. Jemkin realizing this, knows that he can't play out into the open just in case there is somebody.
Jin भाई के पास नेड था क्या?
Plant comes through. A 4v4, the Trailblazer leading the charge. Yes, I can. Spotting one, gets the headshot, Jem can take it down. The triple push now coming through the ramp, and right as Yoshi looks away, he ends up getting caught. Swing onto the corner, Allen good for two, but yes, I can. He'll be the finisher with yet another triple. Fancy will now go ahead and get their second round win.
Big stuff here from Fancy, and they don't even have to invest the Cosmic Divide. I like the plant spot here from Scars, kind of anticipating that they could the Cosmic
do some mild trolling.
Just a little bit. He was already done. It was fine. Yes, I can. Just trying to keep the spirits high there, but having another huge round, Nizzy with another good opener there, just catching a glimpse.
And that looked predictive.
Yes.
An absolutely monumental pick up there, putting Crystal down. As Yoshi nearly getting himself just out of line of sight, but quick picks coming through.
योशी भाई कंफ्यूज हो गए. फाइट करता हूँ फिर सोचा हेवन सिटी से भी ओपन.
On the board, still cash to work through, so they haven't broken the economy yet, but getting rid of that AWP purchase
certainly did help. Cypher में इतना flustered क्यों थे मेरे को समझा नहीं. Scale कर लेता एक तरफ किधर तो.
Up over the top, I don't think they're going to be able to get the read on this one.
Confusion.
हाय भाई.
Hold down for two, looks for the third, can't quite get it.
काउंटर पोजी बोलते ये प्ले देख के आया रहेंगे.
Suddenly, just like that 4v2 remaining. Pick of the litter as far as these spike sites are concerned. Scars where they want to go. Seems like they're just going to naturally drift over.
So जैसे ही stars देखे रहेंगे उसको लगा रहेगा.
A great read here by the side of Scars, anticipating some kind of aggression down mid with that showstopper. Gotten a read on maybe a previous set play that Fancy had tried off the back of it. Tornado's position just so good there. Like you said, this is very plant here.
अभी 2 राउंड जीते थे ना और नेक्स्ट राउंड के पैसे के
better safe than sorry here to invest a pit, and you're likely going to get another one. You know, you might as well use it now.
वो लोग पेशेंटली खेल रहे हैं ना स्कार्स वाले. ऐसा नहीं कि गाय गड़बड़ी कुछ.
Sure. When you're in this 2v4, granted, yeah, yes I can has been having
कौन-कौन है भाई?
so far, but that is so much respect being shown to pop that pit right now. So I still probably walk away as Fancy.
Exclamation call type करो. अभी के लिए हैकर है पर और लोग आएंगे तो नाम में ऐड होते जाएंगे. आपकी सुविधा के लिए हम सब करते हैं हमारे mods.
Just, you know, the last couple of rounds have gone against them. You might as well be better safe than sorry. Get that ult cycling back online, but you're right. It definitely, I think, plays a little bit into the mental aspect here as well. And Crystal is going hunting here. Nizzy not looking in that direction.
Cleared.
There we go.
Trying to spam the door, ram through the wall. Nizzy will be able to hold strong. Finds that kill and not enough time to try to play off the back of the flash. So Scars will get themselves up to 5 now. Still plenty of ultimates to work with here for the side of Fancy.
Hacker का Insta name, hacker भाई बताओ.
Back into their favor, but
Vikrant double underscore
in such a cheeky spot.
Vikrant double underscore.
People play there and it took the third guy to really clear him out. It's fantastic read that there is going to be that.
Hacker के पास भी नीचे 2-2 है.
And you would kind of expect now, Fancy, with a lot of these ults online, when you kind of push out with the showstopper not working, to play a little bit more post-plant-ish, try and kind of settle back, see if they can anticipate some of these movements from Scars, see if they can use that Rolling Thunder either, again, post-plant or to disrupt the plant itself. Yes, I can. A lot of pressure. Good for him, potentially.
Oh,
अरे yes I can तो भाई 5 HP कुछ भी उड़ाया जा.
Crystal now. Looking to nade, but he's already shifted away. But oh, he strafes
right
into the spray through the box. Crystal with just a great sense of where he was going to reposition. Knowing that that nade wasn't getting the kill. Suspected he's going to be the backside of the pillar.
क्या लगता है पोपोरो जी कौन जीतेगा?
मैं तो अभी कुछ देखा भी नहीं है. तो खाली नाइस कुछ बोला था इसलिए बोला very well played.
Something to note here, Fisio as well, only one away
just copying you
from that Viper's pit. So if he can find a kill,
monkey do
could make this retake even more powerful potentially for Fancy. Now, maybe a double push. Scars here, Crystal, a lot of pressure on him.
They're gonna hold the line, and he's just gonna find both of them. Nizzy just absolutely evaporate.
Crystal bhai uda lala.
Tried to dissuade anybody from playing up on the site.
Fancier killing a half decent comp
sends it towards heaven. Does it get the kill?
Yeah,
Logic भी बहुत अच्छा था वो लोग. Noting him, do they try to give it? Looks like they are. He swings out, and the ace will be confirmed. The Scars get themselves up now 6-2.
Nice little reaction there by Crystal down in the camp when he got that rocket to land. Even he was a little bit surprised by that. But I'm a little bit surprised by the way that Fancy
you know that it is going
started
to
to
work,
play
but
this round
it
after
didn't work
getting this opening pick. Yes, I can. Okay, he tries to maneuver around Crystal.
नहीं मेरे को ऐसा नहीं पसंद है. इससे अच्छा तो 3 लोग का stack रख दो. Hey, if you have taken the gamble, take the gamble.
and they decide to get aggressive instead and run right into one of those powerful duelists for Scars, in this case Crystal.
But I think
5 kills brings him to 6 to 5.
Feel like वो stun से सब थोड़ी stun होने वाले, एक कोई stun होएगा
You can see it's all smiles here in the Scars camp, and Fancy calling their second time out, burning them all here in this first half to try to right the ship.
And again, I mean, it's the side of the map that, you think you maybe can do a little bit more damage here as Fancy, seeing that's why you're investing the second time out. You're expecting that this side needs to go better right now, because maybe they don't have as much confidence in their attacker side, but we'll see.
क्या deadlock?
ना खास नहीं है. Decent है.
What do you think?
Really just Scars' world, and yeah, we've seen a couple good rounds, and a lot of it's been on the back of Yes I Can, getting those opening picks. In this case, he did get it again, but this time a quick response from Crystal. Kind of expect that rotation angle from Yes I Can and catch him through the box. Yeah, Scars just really on top of their game right now. Can Fancy find an answer here, a bounce back. Again, I'd like to see them play a little bit more defensive, a little bit more on their side of the map. Try to use these big ults, because they've been sitting on this cosmic divide for forever.
I don't think that they're going to do that. You see the stack happening right now outside of A. It seems like it's being a rush play.
Why not coaching team? नहीं करना है bro.
Yep, it is.
Maybe उसको trigger centric बना सकते
हैं.
There's a parting gift of the guiding light as Yoshi and Alan completely disengaged back across the opposite side of the map.
Oh, bro, nothing great about it, bro.
This Cypher now
No,
scouted.
watch.
Busy at back of sight.
Their
not quite connecting onto him. Cypher
like,
buys him a little bit of extra
great part
space.
is not how they are ready to react. Like, okay, let's say even if Scars went B, right? So the one thing I like the most is the Viper Molly and where it comes from.
Jumkin gets taken out.
See, bro, I don't like against a team who's already playing slow defaultish against you. I don't like doing anything off the rip.
Like, I understand. I haven't seen the past 7 rounds to be able to say, okay, well, if it's a good threat reactivity or not. But the idea that they came in with, that you want to do this, was a good idea. Like, it's a good set play.
Catches two, but Yoshi striking from behind, finds him. Showstopper at the ready, knows that he's up towards heaven. Plays back around the corner, now drops down here onto the low ground. Does he get the sense of this one? Sends it, doesn't get the kill. The hold on, the half hold, the sprint now coming forward. Here's the footsteps, and he's just going to be able to stick this one.
Balls of steel
will be able to get themselves a third round win. They won't carry any weapons forward.
Makes it now.
But they are at least able to find victory off the back of the timeout.
Well, pros don't fake, and this is a scrappy round for the side of Fancy. They're able to get through this. I like the idea of investing the pit in the middle. I don't mind the early
Does Indian org do what reviews properly? Why do they make a lot of macro mistakes? See, I will tell you one thing. A lot of the people don't do what reviews properly. Indian का बात नहीं है. In general, बहुत लोग नहीं कर पाते.
Instead, it's the full commit, but still the money.
ऐसा नहीं है कि लोग करते नहीं है. They keep learning.
And the operator was carried forward by Yoshi as well. Had that recovery right at the end, and Crystal puts it to quick use. An opening kill, half the smoke's now gone. Not having Yes I Can. I mean, pretty much been the losing champion on the opposite side.
Turret जैसा बैठा है. Turret भी नहीं बस sonic sensor.
Ready बैठे हैं भाई. वो stun ले रहा है, ये नेड करके उड़ा रहा था. जिंगा लाला.
Trapwire does get cleared out there over towards Mail. Just before that, Trapwire got cleared out. Cam still set up, but Crystal's just bouncing his way forward into the site. Still decayed down a little bit low. Opposite swinger on the opposite side. This right now. Not watching for this one. It's a sense of it, but it comes swinging through Crystal. Good for the shot. Nizzy dead. Now just Jin all on his lonesome and gets distracted a bit by the paint shells. Jimkin swings off.
ये लोग का फैंसी का सेटअप मेरे को बहुत डम ही लग रहा है.
अरे उन लोग का बनाया हुआ है, जो है वही करेंगे और ये उड़ाए जा रहे हैं. देख के आए इन लोग.
questionable breach का position
का
कुछ value नहीं निकल रहा. ये लोग change भी नहीं कर रहे.
कॉल है कि ट्रैप ब्रेक हुआ या ये हुआ तो स्टन करके मारेंगे. ये लोग रेड करके ये करेंगे.
They send 3 to the site, they send 2 lurkers. Now one of them's dealt with by the side of Fancy, and the other one didn't come into play, Alan, but I love the way that they're starting to throw these different looks now post-plant at Fancy. Don't give them the opportunity for another clutch round like we saw from Jin earlier.
Yeah.
पर से SI कैन 2-3 राउंड मारा तो ड्यूलिस्ट लगता है, पर जब नहीं मारता है तब कंट्रोलर पहला मर जाता है तो बहुत बुरा हो जाता है.
With this four-man stack outside of B, gets the spot on the one. Fault line coming through, covering fire, trying to get offered up here by this operator. Nate goes out, swing in. Paranoia timing from Tornado is absolutely gorgeous, and then able to find Jin. Is he taken down as well to boot? Bhuvan rushing forward. Visio just wants to clear it, but they've got line of sight. Okay, out of nowhere. Why is he hitting him with the RKO here off the back of the Sheriff shots? The double headshot, but still has so much to deal with. Grabs the gun, sends the flash, just trying to hold the spike. Bounce up into the air, reads the flank, thinks he confirms the kill. He looks away, but Yoshi still stands at 13 HP. And who knows, maybe if he gets that one, perhaps it becomes possible. But it just
पूरा मैप घूम रहा है चला अच्छा ना ऑफ लेके पिक कर रहा है आराम से.
Now it's 8 confirmed on the attacking side for Scars.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt here by 𝐼𝐍𝐊𝐒, but again, this is a great response from Scars to this aggression that Fancy continues to show on these eco rounds. Everybody's in place. Tornado, like you said, great paranoia, and then they also have the gravity well and the paint shells to follow up to really make sure that Crystal can get out of there safely.
Oh dear.
Oh my word.
ये round fast किया खत्म.
What needs to be said? The double blast pack up the ramp, and Crystal just finds him completely helpless. Now on for his second ace of this map. And he's basically staring face to face there against Nizzy. Will back off as the cam comes in, suspecting that he had been spotted. And how far does he want to push to try to get this second ace? Poison Orb comes up, Jemkin looking to push.
9-3 goals.
Not sure if they saw him.
Not
maybe
happening
a shoulder of Nizzy.
आप बड़ा बॉल खिला रहे हो 10 लोगों को.
The time is dwindling. And hope right now seemingly lost. Jemkin will go for the challenge, gets the headshot. The ace not on the cards, but Crystal will still get a 4K at the end as we go ahead and lock in a 9-3 half.
A commanding half from Scars.
LAN, हाँ bro, LAN
just a lot of what you expect out of them. Just tremendous firepower, good reactions here. Once again, this setup here from Tornado with another beautiful paranoia. Catches two, sets up the double. And then anticipating, again, these deep plant locations, they're ready for the Cosmic Divide or whatever is going to be thrown at them, but yes, I can, never even used it. It never came through once. He sat on that ult the entire time, and that just shows you Fancy was just having a hard time getting into any kind of ability to try for these retakes.
I mean, the thing that we were talking about a bit, that the desk was very much setting up was how is
Attack
this
pick किया है ना भाई Scars ने.
Can they control the aggression from Scars with this double duelist? And frankly, the answer is widely been no. The trap wires cleared out at every twist and turn, whether it's the Trailblazers going through, whether it's just the
Scars has lost only 2 maps during the group stage. वो भी दोनों bleed को ही हारे हैं.
Effectively either circumnavigate or just completely plow through that site for utility to get themselves on the site. And when it comes down to the fragging, Fancy just has not been there to match.
There's been a couple rounds, yeah, sure, where yes, I can, Nizzy and some others stood up, Jin as well. But that was it. It took some pretty heroic plays for them to keep themselves in any of the rounds. So they need to see if they can find some aggression themselves here, start setting themselves up for some of these kind of disciplined attacks that I think they like to do is where they really like to stagger these smokes. Again, they kind of
Agent Crystal का AGL हाँ.
if they're attacking B, for example, come through B main, a lot of times
नहीं वो करेगा रे क्योंकि वो लोग सेटअप तोड़ रहे हैं. प्रॉब्लम ये है, समझ रहा है. वो लोग को मालूम है ये फैंसी वाले सेटअप पे ही खेलते हैं.
Yes. To kind of give yourself kind of isolated fights, one at a time. Dissect it, get the plant down, set it for post plants. My concern for Fancy is sometimes in their post plants, their crossfires and some of their protocols start to break down. And against
Tornado 10 fire 16 assist.
Here today.
Jemkin started the half. Crystal finished it. Now eyes go over towards Jin to see if he can have a similar level of impact here on this attack. Trapwire setup, as we see a late flank. For now, just a couple shots going to be sent through the smoke. Trailblazer will spot one. Maybe going to be sent down. Crystal anticipating some more forward pressure here. His flash goes through. Looks like he is going to be able to back that one, but Jin shuts him down. Takes a bit of damage. There goes Blast packing forward, trying to clear the site. We see Yoshi. He's swung over. He's got himself situated in the smoke over towards screens. Allen now dropping onto the low ground. I think he's been spotted. Yeah, they certainly have been. Very much overestimating just how deep that nebula was.
चल रखा है.
Taken out. Jin now on for a second kill.
Huge. Huge for Fancy.
पैर दिख रहे ना.
Can they hold the line? Flash in, not finding much, and it looks like they absolutely will be able to. Jemkin would have to come away with an ace. Double face down here on the ramp. We'll be able to get one, but yes, I can. We'll be able to finish him off. A pistol round pick up here, tied at 1-1 in that regard. Fancy start the half off right.
Yeah, big pistol round win. Something that has been plagging Fancy at times in this event. It's been those pistol rounds. So this one here, when they most
oh भाई full blind उड़ा दिया बेचारे को.
Completely blind.
ये लोग के दो बंदे जैपनीज है. योशी फिलिपिनो है और दो रशियन. ये लोग इनके टीम में क्वालिफाई भी कैसे हुए खेलने के लिए एलिजिबिलिटी.
पता नहीं. Keep track of the players of Scars.
कोई तो एक रहेगा जापानीज dual citizen रहेगा.
हाँ वही मेरे को भी लगता है. कौन है वो मिस्ट्री है.
योशी रहेगा मेरे हिसाब से.
कैट में किसी को पता है. योशी तो फिलिपिनो है.
And again, they have
तो
so
पहले
many
फिलीपींस
smokes
में
here.
खेलता था. तो एक हाँ बट वो एक साल से है जापान.
Push up. Crystal noted, dealt with. Jin putting himself yet another kill here in this half. Spray through, widely suspecting that it's going to be somebody else lurking up into that position. Good counter spray.
पोपा जी मराठी गाने सुनते हो क्या? मैंने थोड़े ही सुने रे, 2-3 गाने ही सुने हैं महाराष्ट्र.
Okay, looks like they're not going to be taking their chances. They're not going to be taking risks. And I like this from Fancy.
Yeah.
You break down this site. You suspect that the rotations have come through. They want to be able to play these 3 remaining players together on the side of Scars. Go over to B. You now have a pretty good idea that it's going to be empty.
Exactly. This is just that great mid-rounding, that great shot calling.
सही है या गलत है पता नहीं. Information है.
नहीं nice job kind of understanding the situation.
हाँ मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ ना तेरे को योशी मेरे को भी लगा है. पर मैं बोल रहा हूँ in general ज्ञान सबके पास है. ये शायद सही हो सकता है. Recommend करो एक दो मराठी गाने तो अपन सुनेंगे.
And then they can set up for the plant. Just kind of lock it down. Nizzy going to be watching into mid. You do have Allen going to challenge him a little bit.
He'll be well set up to go ahead and find this kill. Looks like he is just going to go ahead and back away, though. We'll allow him to get crept up just a little bit closer, so even if they just want to die to the spike, it's very much at their disposal. Yoshi's still going to fall as Physio finds that elimination. The Sheriff now swinging out from Ali. Jemkin hasn't really been able to fire a shot. It seems like it's going to finish that way as a flawless comes through. Fancy picking up the first 2 here in the second half. But can they get the bonus, much like we saw from Scars? They can do that. Run back, the comeback, it's looking a hell of a lot more likely.
Yeah, exactly. I just love the patience here, the discipline, the crossfires. When Fancy's at their best, it's when they're working together like this. Everyone kind of knows their role, what angle they need to be watching. They do a wonderful job holding down the line. And if, again, for me, a big part of Fancy on the stacker side, if they can keep those protocols together, they can stay in those crossfires. A really good shot here to do some damage to Scars to really make this a map.
मराठी वेविंग स्मैक सुना है. हाँ ये सुना है मैंने.
In the second half for Scars, fault line at the ready. Shots coming across, but Tailwind is at.
वो तो गाली वाला गाना है ना.
45 HP remaining here from the side of Jemkin. Well, Yoshi is quite far away. He wants to rotate over, try to get some healing.
Oh,
it's going to take him a while, but a great swing out, Jin. Finding that kill right here in mid.
चलो ये फैंसी भी आराम से खेल रही है. उनको भी नहीं मालूम है क्या करने का है. Too much fun.
Jemkin on the right side of the map, but does he rotate back over towards B? It looks like the answer is going to be yes. Meanwhile, all of Fancy stacked up in A main. Flash in, gets the confirmation. Cyber Cage coming through, suspecting that the cross is going to be there, but he's just a little bit too late on that spray to try to find any kind of punish. Oh, Jemkin finding one. Now going to be full blind. Do they read that he's back? Flower pot. The answer is yeah. Dizzy spotting.
भाई इन लोगों को समझ नहीं रहा क्या पैर दिख रहे हैं.
Yoshi will be able to come away with 2 before he gets taken down. Still the man advantage here from the side of Fancy as the plant comes in.
30 seconds.
Paint Shells zoning to a nickel back, stops him from peeking out of the window. Crystal now. Paint Shells of his own, but as he tries to swing through, Jin takes his head off.
क्या है?
No duelist खेलते हैं वो लोग. Chamber, no duelist chamber, Viper, Omen और double shatter है.
Gets the instant headshot, swings the corner, spots one, but the counter swing is good.
उसमें से Gecko है, दूसरा मेरे
Out
को
from
याद नहीं
behind the back of the screen, and Fancy will get it done.
Well, it's definitely starting to look like Fancy was in the right to take both of their timeouts in that first half. Those attacker side has been very, very clean.
ये लोग क्योंकि पर्ल में को याद है पर्ल और माइंड दोनों पे लोग से ड्राफ्ट रन
as a unit, covering for each other. A big win there by Crystal out in the open. Jin just swung a little too wide. Crosshair was just a bit off.
मैं उल्टा बोल रहा है. Big win by
Fox better than Jin. That's BM. He's not playing this tournament.
Yeah, come on, man.
He's already in Pacific. Like gotta knock Jin down like that, man. Well, Jin's been having a significantly better second half, so perhaps that sign will get rewritten by the end of it. Just say Jin's good.
Jin is playing very well.
We don't have to tear anybody down and pick somebody up.
That's right. Honestly, Fancy's playing great now. Everybody's starting to really look dialed in. Now you've got that showstopper available here from Jin. May or may not use it this round since it is an eco for Scars. You're able to get some orbs in the hands of 𝘼𝐽𝐽, get closer to that Viper's pit. Only a couple away for him. So really here, Fancy taking their time, spreading the map, looking for any aggression from Scars. But Scars very different in their eco approaches than Fancy was on the other side of the coin. Patience, diligence.
Look at the read, though.
They do.
Rotate over from Yoshi. They are very much suspecting that this is going to be a B hit. 4 members now creeping up in the garage. Late alert from 𝐼𝐽𝐻. But is it going to be too late?
Breach के पास stun है.
Have to see as they get ready to strike. Stinger.
2
Stingers rather. In hand here.
Stinger वालों की हाथ में भाई.
अरे.
𝘼𝐽𝐻 finding one. He will get taken down. 𝘼𝐽𝐽 able to flush him out, but now still plenty of players out in front. As Alan will also find some value. The frenzy in range from Crystal gets the kill.
भाई
Gets
wall
taken
गिरा
down by
तो game
𝘼𝐽𝐻.
हो जाएगा आपका.
And now a 2v1. Jemkin. Yeah. The lurk will come through right as is necessary. It is not too early.
चलो भाई breach ult भी आ गया. अच्छा plan नहीं हुआ.
Fancy now bringing the gap to just 2 rounds. 4 consecutive here in the
plan
half.
कर देता तो ult भी आया.
Very much mirroring the start that we had seen from Scars. The question is, does this finally draw out a timeout from the Japanese squad?
Yeah, I'm pretty curious to see if now they want to kind of re-aggress. I mean, this is a good read here by the side of Crystal.
भाई लग रहा है मेरे को ही वड़ा पाव खिलाने पड़ेंगे.
I mean, they do a ton of damage now. The economy's still very strong.
Hey, come on,
Fancy,
Scars.
so not the end of the world. Crystal is going to be looking to grab that operator, and indeed, it is the timeout that you're talking
भाई
about.
कितने साल का भाई इनका कोच कोई बताओ मेरे को जरा.
Readjust here, maybe. You know, see, I mean, any aggression that Jemkin has tried on this side has been dealt with very nicely. They have their utility set up to be ready for those pushes out of garage or things like that from the side of Fancy. So far, they've been able to keep him pretty well in check on this half and really have had their run of the map so far.
See if they're going to be able to stabilize off the back of this. Obviously, the round win, if they can get it, puts them in double digits. Just 3 then steps away from being able to take this map. See if it's been good enough, though, because both teams have so far just looked very, very strong when it comes down to this attacking side, but it's been lacking on the defense. Very similar to what we were seeing when Scars was taking on D+. See if that's just going to continue to be a trend as we go throughout the rest of this and, you know, even deeper into the series with Bind on the horizon.
20-year-old
finally going to be able to get their footing on both sides. But out of the timeout, op in hand, Crystal is able to put that to relatively good use on the attacking side. Now he's got those defensive sightlines to work with, but no one is going to be giving him the time of day right now, at least not in this round, as we see everybody clustered up here at A.
And a confirm there from Yoshi, one away from his Seekers. A lot of ults, but oh my god, Jemkin.
The showstopper now. Let loose instantly, sends it up towards heaven. Damage not going to be found, goes a little bit too deep. 1 for 1, the site taken. The plant now coming through.
Hey, open plant करने कैसे दे रहे?
Right out in front, a risky position to take there for Jin, even with the smokes to cover. Nade from Crystal didn't find the punish. Widely, everybody's stuck. They get the little notification. They know that there is a flanker. As they can around the back. Now, not really able to offer up too much help here to the rest of his team, aside from these Nebulous stars that he already has placed there onto the site. Flash down, 𝘼𝐻𝐻 looking to dissuade. Shorty out from Crystal, though, swings the corner, finds 𝑁izzy, scopes in, gets Jin. And now suddenly it's just Yes I Can, all on his lonesome. Ping's coming down. They read where he's at. Well, they certainly know now. 𝘼𝐻𝐻 looking to hold this stick. Swing out, this up shot again going wide, but he just hasn't been able to get any contact onto the Omen. He'll hold it for the defuse. The kill comes in, and Yes I Can just has to back away into the corner and hold on to his gun. Scars will finally stop the win streak After giving up 4 consecutive rounds, they get that win. They take themselves now up to double digits.
This is a beautiful retake from Scars. The patience here. Yeah, Jemkin gets one, is instantly traded there at the very beginning. And after that, you can see that, post plants here from the side of Fancy are well identified. Yoshi doing a great job. Suspecting that Yes I Can is going to be back there by Sewers, using first that Trailblazer, and then a flash to confirm.
Nice
here from Crystal. That operator able to be avoided at the beginning of the round for Fancy previously. This time connecting, doing some big damage. But Crystal, great on that retake with that operator in the previous round. Love what I'm seeing from Scars, being a little more disciplined here.
On with the judge. Swing and Jin gets him in the head.
Allen भाई सो गए.
Allen just completely shut down. Seeker's now going to be let loose by Yoshi, just trying to spot. There's going to be any kind of a super aggressive plays coming through. Seeker's in mid, however, just going to be cleared out.
ये लोग वाइपर स्मोक को कुछ इज्जत देते नहीं. अपने इधर वाइपर स्मोक देखा पब्लिक खड़े हो जाती है कि अभी फ्यूल डाउन होएगा तब जाएंगे हम लोग.
With a quick call
उधर फ्यूल डाउन होता है, दूसरा उनका एस्ट्रा या वुमन स्पोर्ट्स कर देता है. वो करता है फिर फ्यूल.
Perfectly lined up, the showstopper not going to be able to find the elimination. But the paint shells will further hold him back. 𝐼𝐍𝐊 completely denied entry. In the meantime, the lurk forward into the A site coming through. 𝐼𝐍𝐊 sounding the alarm, letting them know that it's cleared. It's going to be a 2v3 to defend this spike as it gets ready to get planted. Neural Depth now going to be used as well, just to make sure that 𝐼𝐍𝐊's going to be fine getting this spike over. He still has that rolling thunder. We'll see if it comes into play.
Still have a paranoia for Tornado. So a little bit of utility here for this retake for Scars. Crystal.
तेरे को पता है कि तेरे टीम में साइफर है, ठीक है, जो ए लड़की है. पोटेंशियली तेरा वाइपर को तू बी पे यूज करा रहा है. अग्रीड. ठीक है, अगर वाइपर को बी पे यूज करा रहा है, वाइपर का वॉल डाल रहा है, तेरा काम है नहीं स्मोक भी डाले. ये तेरा उनका विजन डिनाई कर सकता है. विजन भी डिनाई.
वाइपर का स्मोक बोल रहा है ना, जो उधर बीच में आता है.
और तू बी लेना भी चाहता है. फिर it was just a matter of time कि कोई वॉल से स्विंग करके मार देगा. अगर वो एक भी मारता तो भी उसके लिए विन भी नहीं सिनेरियो था. उसने 2 मार और इधर देखा
अब ये निजी गया है लोडू ब्रीच हेल्थ में अंदर, पड़ी नहीं है, वो गया है.
Gets Scars along with some
Yoshi basically
phenomenal work on the Filipino but from Crystal. 23 and 10 here for Crystal. Having an absolutely phenomenal map.
का नाम तो Japanese ही लग
रहा है. Have enough to buy. Should they drop this one? It's not going to be kicked back onto a big detriment, but the flash goes in, but they are prepared for that one and caught Jin from behind, so no full flash found whatsoever, and Jemkin gets punished. Monstrous pick now. Pit going to be used to try to go ahead and isolate Heaven and keep that under control of Fancy. They don't want to play within this one, but Tornado out in front, tries to spray, get some damage across, but it's going to be 𝐼𝐍𝐊 standing strong, finding himself a triple. Crystal now just has to hightail it away or creep his way out to hold on to that operator. Do not have the cash for another one going into the next round. Just has to allow this spike to detonate. Fancy will be able to persevere, deny Scars from getting this up to that point.
And I'm a little bit surprised to see this sort of flash peek play. I think Jemkin has been getting away with it a lot this tournament, where he's able to do a hit and run. He gets one kill and he pieces out, but you know, with Fancy, a lot of the time on their attacker side, they're going to play together as a unit. Usually 4, sometimes 5 in this case, strong. And that flash not really able to fully connect with everybody on the side of Fancy, causes Jemkin to go down, and that is just W key forward for Fancy. Get in there, use that Viper's Pit to confirm control of A Heaven.
ये आपके साथ कौन है? एक्सक्लेमेशन कॉल लिखो, आ जाएगा नाम.
From 𝐼𝐍𝐊's perspective,
मतलब मैं बता सकता हूँ.
Pretty nasty triple kill in there. And gets him 3 away from another rolling thunder. Yes I Can, 1 away from the cosmic divide. So
exclamation कौन मेरे call CALL.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
It's punching their way through. We need more of that. 3 more to tie it up. And Scars have been able to keep them at an arm's length this entire time. Another round win here for the side of Fancy. That breaks the economy down and should allow them to get up towards 10. We'll see if they can get the win. For now, Pit right off the rip.
Bhavin
Allen
bro,
just setting that up in mid. Wants to make that completely unassailable.
And these A hits had been kind of strong, so a lean that direction for Scars early. But Fancy over towards the B side. Now they're shifting quickly as Scars. They're doing a pretty good job reading this early pressure so far.
Couple shots out, forces them back out of the garage, at least for the moment.
चलो एमेन पे क्रिस्टल भाई ने ऑप लगाई है.
Mid still such a tough position to try to break through.
इधर से तो ये राउंड ट्रेड ही जीता सकती है Fancy को. There is no way they can lose this round.
To add some confusion into the mix.
Ultimate से ना
with Crystal in this far forward of a
ऊपर से वो
position,
Jimkin के पास blades है.
attacker's side, watching for anybody pushing up out of sewers. They're not really able to sell this.
Breach time भी waste करते हैं. उसको कुछ output भी नहीं आया है.
Holding the angle, playing it patiently.
चलो ये राउंड तो हो गया है.
क्या यार?
The fly connects into the spider's web.
इधर से तो trades और
Now you know they're all in B.
There is no other way out.
That takes down Jin so very low. 21 HP remaining. Gets himself situated here in the back sight. Paint Shell's going to be let loose. Almost caught with util in hand. Swings back, but Yoshi counter swings out. Finishes the job, getting the headshot. Yes, I can. A quick flick over to the side. Manages to find a third, but Allen.
Oh, yes, I can. Almost round घुमा दिया था भाई.
Cleaning up too with Scars get themselves to map point.
This is just a beautiful round from Scars. The way that they read the rotations of Fancy is brilliant. And especially with Crystal holding that angle, taking that space, knowing that when Nizzy's on his own like that, everybody else is on the other side of the map. And immediately, that's Toroneko starting to just spray into B main.
भाई इसके पास भी एक ही लास्ट बुलेट थी.
From Allen with that judge able to come in and save the day for Scars in the end. But everybody, it's all about the read there from Scars. They're doing a wonderful job here after those timeouts, getting themselves stabilized, putting Fancy now in a position where they could drop map 1.
Nizzy waiting for this aggression to come through. Here's the cam. Yoshi at the top of the ramp. Look to play alongside this op if necessary.
Got that cosmic divide for Fancy here, so I'd like to see them put this to good use. Very powerful.
Patient है भाई क्रिस्टल
really,
बहुत.
again, you can potentially
अच्छी बात है.
use that toxic screen over onto B. Try and draw some attention here over towards A. It's Nizzy over there with his utility, but with him just on his own, with no other utility on the side of A, that allows Scars here to start leaning back towards B. They're again, it's the lack of other utility, the other presence on the other side of the map that is allowing Scars to do what I thought was a pretty good job. They're shifting their weight back towards A.
And they have a decent rate, at least as far as the lurk is concerned, but
yes,
a bit too late to try to get the catch unless Yoshi can be the one to come up with it. Blast packs forward. Jin completely blinded up by the paranoia. Still, again, gets himself situated to backside. The boom bot once more going to be let loose. Jemkin can clear that. The paint shell's going to be good to land over towards Toroneko. Jemkin, the one tap, manages to find Jin. Paint shells eventually do catch the enemy Omen to take him out of the equation. The man advantage now going to be there for the side of Fancy as the plant comes through. Rotation still being inched over here. Crystal, the paint shells at the ready, but again, the operator, not the most ideal weapon when you're trying to retake these sites. Nebula goes up. Dissipates it. Creeping in.
Oh, short.
Flick. Crystal finds Nizzy. Now gets a second. He'll take it out. Gets like Ken. He's the big hero. He finds the second. That's Jordy in his hands. Jumps down. Finds him. But it cannot.
ये भाई ऐसा ही क्या नहीं राउंड निकाल के दे रहा है इनको.
To try to finish the round.
Guys, 13-10 की तरफ जा रहा है स्कोर.
What a shot from Crystal.
Yeah, please, that was beautiful. But I'll watch this replay and then I'll give some thoughts. But I just good stuff here from Fancy, and that's just absolutely everything you want out of an opper right there. And another follow-up, knowing he's on low health, switches over to the shorty. But it's again, yes I can, with some of these big multi-kill rounds where he's able to keep Fancy alive, keep him in it. But Scars kind of second-guessed themselves here. I thought they did a really good job reading this round with only the presence of the Cypher utility and over the over for Jemkin.
Okay, a quick start. Showstopper is out, but Yoshi just domes him from backside behind the screens. The flash is through. Doesn't confirm the kill, but Alex.
इधर ही खत्म. चलो, I was the winner. हैकर भाई अभी आप लोगों को 10 वड़ा पाव खिलाएंगे. कितने 500 लोग हैं ना. हैकर 5000 वड़ा पाव, मतलब only 10,000 रुपीस का सुपर चैट.
इतना?
a phenomenal performance here.
तेरा बैंक अकाउंट भी बोल देगा सर इतनी आपकी लाइक ये दे
magnificent rounds.
नहीं 10 वड़ा पाव का पैसा एक जन को देंगे अपन 200 रुपए का.
Didn't need to in the first half on the attacker side. They were just so far ahead. He never needed to resort to using it in an eco round. Finally, they get put on an eco Blade Storm and just does absolutely incredible.
Hell of a blink and you miss it. Way to round out that first map, but it seems like Scars.
हाँ चल वो ही कर दे. ओए 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 एक ही बात है. 5 membership guys चलो बड़ा पाव से अच्छा तो वही.
Their own map pick. Pressure now very much on the side of Fancy. It's a fantastic rally back given how things had started in that first half. They made it close. They made a great effort to push it back over against Scars, but can't get it done in the end.
Yeah, it's a really
देखो गाइस मेंबरशिप जीतने के लिए आपको कुछ नहीं करना है, बस हैकर भाई को एक अच्छा सा सब्सक्राइब कर दो. MDL हैकर
मेरा YouTube चैनल दे दे बस.
वही है ना MDL हैकर तेरा YouTube चैनल है ना.
हाँ
शायद अरे शर्म कर ले.
नहीं
मेडल हैकर गाइस मेडल हैकर को सब्सक्राइब कर दो. लिंक दे दो. हाँ लिंक डाल देना हैकर उधर चैट में.
They are so fun to watch when they're on.
I mean, we're talking about how
we're
going to keep talking about Jeff.
प्यार दो भाई अपने हैकर भाई को.
He had a great start and obviously some good moments there as well with that blade storm at the end, but it was the critical show through and through from that second half.
Thank you hacker for becoming a member.
All the way into the very end. Him with that raise, with that op in hand.
बहुत महंगा पड़ा रे prediction.
Devastating. That's something that could also again come up here on Bind depending on what Scars want to put together. But seeing that jet raise, that's something that very well could come through for the team. So. A lot of pressure now on the Vietnamese squad to try to answer back and pick up their opponent's map pick. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. But first, we got something special for you guys. We got Komodo standing by with a telestration.
क्या gift का है ना option?
From that first map split.
मेरे को अभी C perks
आ रहा है सीधा. Yes, we have the first breakdown show here.
अरे super chat वो पैसे वाले icon पे click कर membership gifting.
Offers as well. Too many maps, too many rounds rather to choose from. But I have gone ahead and picked the round number 3, the bonus round to come through from Scars, and we'll start off with a little bit of a focus first on the setup of the actual round. So in toward the mini map, we can see here. Remember, being a bonus round, that the weaker weaponry is going to be on the side of Scars, and they need to come out with something a little bit cool to try and catch Fancy United off guard. So we'll start off by
नहीं तो दो ये वाला कर देना rather than 5.
Sky over towards the A side of the map for them. You have Toroneko sitting over towards Garage.
मैं समझा कौन सा वाला आ रहा है, वो सेकंड वाला आ रहा है ना.
59
and the other two duelists going towards a bit of.
चलो गाइस हैकर भाई 30 रुपए वाला वड़ा पाव खिलाएंगे तो 2 मेंबरशिप
for the very beginning of the round, and this is going to be very crucial because what I want to highlight.
दो लोगों का भला होने वाला है जिसका हो रहा है. पहले तो वो चालू कर लो, क्या बोलते हैं, मेंबरशिप गिफ्टिंग अलाउड.
Go ahead and start the round here.
YouTube.
And what you'll have noticed is the Viper wall already being up towards A. We'll see a guiding light highlighted over on the minimap, but the poison orb that we'll see thrown right there is going to be very pivotal to keep Fancy United invested over towards the A side of the map and allow complete control of mid to come
Ash
through from
65.
So as I go for a bit of a pause at the moment on the round, you will already see that now.
Hey Miss Himmer, yes I remember you. How are you?
From the sky over towards mid, and it does shift the Viper to just keep that utility going up and down again to keep the players of Fancy United over at the A side of the map. And just on this one, we will see that Crystal can sneak his way in towards the fence, and Gem King can start to get a little bit of information up towards the mailroom and push a little bit further beyond, being very aware that there is going to be a camera setup looking for it. And just on that as well,
thank you hacker for gifting 2 memberships. Jen, तूने कभी किया है? Yeah, universe. Sorry, I forgot yesterday.
So it plays a lot of time. It buys a lot of time for
Jen
to try and get the kill. The breach utility goes through a combination with the Astro Star as well, but it didn't net any
वही दिक्कत है, इन लोग तोड़े जा रहे set strats को भाई, attack difference.
A stalemate on this 5 versus 5, no kills yet found. Trailblazer in towards the tower, and this is where you still again have that Viper utility going up and down over at the A side of the map. Again, Gem King's going to be tagged up by the camera.
तो एक TDM खेल लेते हैं, बड़बड़ होने वाला है बहुत अभी. एक सेकंड आया, वॉशरूम क्या? हैक ये जैन तेरे को टीडीएम कैसा लगा? नो फक
भाविन भाई
हाँ
जरा मेंबर गिफ्टिंग वाला 59 वाला ऑप्शन रख दो,
अरे
ज्यादा लोग को बहुत
मैं नहीं चूज कर सकता, वो
ये
खुद ही।
अपने आप आता है
हाँ
यूट्यूब
हाँ
से।
मैंने कभी किया ही नहीं है कुछ चूज
ए
उसमें।
भाविन आज मैं चाहता हूँ तू ओनली अब खेले रे भाविन।
ओनली अब क्या है?
गेम मेरे
अच्छा अभी ये वॉच
प्लीज
पार्टी के
खेल ले।
स्ट्रीम पे तो नहीं खेल सकता, बाद
हाँ
में
वो
खेल सकता।
हाँ एक पर बिल्कुल स्ट्रीम पे खेलना वो।
अच्छा
हाँ
ओके
और किधर भी नहीं खेलेगा, स्ट्रीम पे खेलेगा, ठीक है?
ठीक है देखता हूँ।
एक तेरे लिए मस्त कंटेंट दे रहा हूँ मैं।
चलेगा, लेट्स सी। पब्लिक को देखने का अकाउंट है क्या
भाई
उसमें?
तेरा मूवमेंट गार्ड देखना
अच्छा
है पब्लिक को।
अच्छा उसमें मूवमेंट का है क्या?
हाँ मूवमेंट गार्ड देखना है तेरे को।
एक सेकंड में आया, वॉशरूम में गया।
क्या है ये ओनली अब क्या है भाई जैन?
तो तेरे को एक ये केस पता है ना 1.
हाँ हाँ हाँ
ऊपर से बहुत से बहुत ऊपर जाना पड़ेगा विदाउट एनी चेक, और बहुत लंबा रास्ता है।
मूवमेंट गेम है इन शॉर्ट।
हाँ इन शॉर्ट तू बिना शॉर्टकट लेके बेड है के बाउंस करता है। इतना लंबा है ऊपर।
देखता और
पेज क्विट कर देता लगे में।
आ रहा है क्या कोई टीडीएम खेल ले?
कुछ भी बोल भाविन, अगर स्कार्स नहीं भी जीतती है ना तो डेटोनेशन फोकस मी को उठा लेना चाहिए भाई लोग को।
हाँ उठा तो लेना चाहिए। हैकर ब्रो आपको भी उठा लेना चाहिए डेटोनेशन फोकस में।
भाई हम सबको उठा लेना चाहिए, जयंत को भी ले लेना चाहिए।
जयंत के लिए तो लाइन लगी हुई है ऑलरेडी, सॉरी।
ले लेना चाहिए।
जयंत बता भाई, लोग पूछ रहे हैं कौन से ऑर्ग में जाएगा। मैं बोला 7 सीज जा रहा है, लोग मानने को तैयार ही नहीं है।
जयंत 7 समुंदर पार जाएगा ऐसा मेरे को भी नहीं लग रहा है।
अरे एक ही आउटसाइडर अलाउड है पैसिफिक में। हाँ तो फिर वो लोग एक किसी को रिटेन करेंगे ना, एक ही रशियन को रखेंगे आई गेस। रेना बहुत फन है भाई। क्या भाई पर्क्स क्या है भाई 150 रुपए वाले में और इसमें?
सब लिखा है उधर देखना।
पढ़ना पड़ेगा जाके। मंथली टॉक शो ऑन डिस्कॉर्ड, आ जाओ जरा टॉक शो करते हैं भाविन ब्रो।
तेरे साथ तो डेली होता है। एक आउटसाइडर तो फिर जी कैसे? एक आउटसाइडर से इसका मतलब है एशिया के बाहर, नॉट पैसिफिक के बाहर। जुल्म कस्बा कौन सा मैप है भाई?
अरे बाइंड को बेसिकली छोटा कर दिया है।
अच्छा कस्बा, अच्छा ये तो खेला है शायद। इस पे ही तो टेंस के क्लिप्स है ना?
इसमें ही तो है वो रेना का उसका अबव रैम्पेज जाता है।
होस्ट से खेलेंगे गेम लाइव नहीं हुआ है ना अब तक
नहीं
बकबक कर रहे हैं
A little bit flustered. They had a game plan, but it didn't work out. And Coach 𝘍𝐽𝐿 has called 2 timeouts in the first half. That's something that you don't want to have too often. But after those timeouts, they actually start to regroup themselves.
Loosen up.
अगर अपने इधर किसी को हो रहा रहता तो क्राउड बैक हो जाता था 100%.
One day.
ये बारिश
मुंबई में ही सबसे ज्यादा बारिश है आज
अरे
हेलो है कि नहीं है
वो भी आती
भाई रेना दिए जा रहा है
समझ रहे हैं और ये लोगों ने पैसा ऐसा नहीं रखा
फील दे अरे रेना तेरी माँ
10 seconds until stage change.
Wonderful kill.
Stage 2.
Satchel out. See ya. Free for me.
हील रहता है इधर तूने केको को मारा है
पता नहीं था
टेपर है टेपर वो शेरिफ फ्लेक्स करते रहते हैं
धीरे
Satchel out. Satchel out.
भाई ये रेना कैंप कर रहा है भाई
One down.
भाई हार रहे भाई हम लोग
बैच की तारीख में स्पीकर से डिक्लेयर हो गए भाविन
क्या आज की तारीख में
स्पीकर इज मच बेटर देन स्पेक्टर
हाँ अरे चोदू रेना
Reloading. My ult. Ready.
क्या यूज कर रहा हूँ
तो लग रहा है और आउटलाइन से
Got one. Not ready yet. Gone, buddy out.
New stage
Grenade.
That was nice. We need more. At the same time, you have
Boom. Satchel out.
The fun begins.
भाई मेरे लौंडे मार क्यों नहीं रहे क्या कैम कर रहे हैं लोग देखो अरे अभी भी कैंप कर रहे हैं
Get out of my way! I hope Fancy is able to bring
अरे भाई ये गेम
Satchel out. Out! Get out of here. Free for me.
अरे बुलेट्स खत्म हो गए
Fancy
Yes, they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but this is their game. This is their chance to take their place in Ascension Pacific, because if they're out, that is it. There's no more chance for Vietnam for this year.
Yeah, you're right? We got to wait another full year for that potential chance here, and you got to imagine for the players that starts to maybe get into your head. But
बेशरम लौंडे अपने
this is actually the moment to not think about that.
Yes.
Just play the game that you prepared.
Have fun.
I like that they brought the Sky in, right? That makes that
Like
control a little bit more reliable. Now they can focus back on showers as well.
Yeah, exactly. I'm expecting to see some brilliant Sky plays here with Wukong stepping in, and you know what? Yeah, there's nothing left to lose at this point besides everything. So just go all out, Fancy. And I want them to have a much better game because that last map was not the strong showing. So let's see how it goes. We're going to go into map 2. Bind. We got Fancy United versus Scars from Japan. We're going to go over to our caster's favorite fan, 𝘍𝐼𝐍𝐿𝐼𝐽𝐿. Please take it away.
हैकर शकी इतना भी नहीं होने का भी
Yeah. Well, everything to play for now here for the side of Fancy United. They are on their last leg. Need to win here on Bind. Need to extend this over to Ascent if they want to stay in the tournament. Otherwise, as the desk was saying, that's it. That's the season over and done with.
It's going to be really interesting. I mean, a pretty similar comp to what we just saw on Split here. Now on to Bind, a very different looking Bind than what we saw from the last time out. So I'm going to be really keen on some of these big, comp differences that we're seeing. The Cypher once again from 𝑁𝑖ZY. Are they going to be able, is Scars going to be able to do a good job of keeping track of his utility, doing a good job of dealing with it this time around? You have the Omen again, so those paranoias going to be very indicative potentially of kind of the intentions of Fancy. Are they going to be able to keep this Reyna in check is the real question, because to me, what really was impressing me with Scars on that previous map was their ability to react to the aggression of Fancy, their ability to have these protocols to back each other up, particularly Yoroneko on that Omen. Now he's going to shift over to the Viper, of course, but they were doing a really good job of making sure that anytime there was pressure from the side of Fancy, there was instant reaction with their own utility to kind of keep it in check. And another thing for Fancy that started to break down towards the end of that map for me that I'm a little bit concerned about for them is they started giving some of those isolated duels like they were talking about on the desk to Crystal with that op, and yet he's just walking all over the map with it, doing a great job with it, of course, but you don't want to give those opportunities to the side of Scars.
And now he's right back in on that race once again. 𝘍𝐼𝐍𝐿 shifting over off the Jet onto the Reyna. Still plenty of WK Gaming that can come through from there, but this is it for Fancy United. Need to win on this map, extend this into a 3-mapper, otherwise Scars are going to be moving forward tomorrow to play against 𝐻ellrangeR Esports and keep the dream alive of becoming the first team to ascend up into the Pacific League. Let's see if they can get it done with a 2-0 cleanly like the desk is anticipating, or if Fancy can trouble them along the way.
And it'll be Scars starting out on the attacker side all throughout these, if we go to a third map, all throughout 3 maps potentially. But I mean, again, I got to keep my eyes on 𝘍𝐼𝐍𝐿. He absolutely popped off against BONKERS the one time that Bind was played here for Scars in this event.
Viper,
again,
Omen.
we haven't seen Fancy on Bind just yet, so that does give them some advantage to kind of maybe set up some traps, maybe set up some unique plays here. Those Cypher utility as we had, we had some reads from Scars where they were really able to identify it. Is that going to be as easy for them here early? Flash to
बीच में ऐसा एक टाइम था न्यूटन हर मैप पे ऑलमोस्ट सेम कॉम्प रन कर रहा था
outside of B, but there's no heavy investment here with that spike back
paper X
from the side of
कर रहे हैं, बस Arbor के जगह पे Viper डाल दिए
onto Wukong at the back of B. So that information may be a little misleading that there could be somebody in hookah when in fact they're a little bit further back and just waiting to play off this Cypher utility.
I believe they just found the cam. No dart coming through, so eyes now down. Just the jiggle peek continuing here from Wukong. Wants to go ahead and check here in the footsteps over towards Garden. Cage comes up as well. Push out Nizzy. Able to find Jimkin. Takes him down nice and early. Spam across.
Oh भाई निजी भाई तो निकल के fight. Oh भाई.
Pistoling out with that Ghost Yoshi in such a bad spot. Sends out the pop flash. Doesn't swing off the back of it, but the right click will not connect. And a flawless pistol round is one hell of a way to kick things off here on your opponent's map. Pick a bind.
I love to see this. The way Nizzy reacts instantly with that Cyber Cage absolutely shuts down this push here. A great flash from Wukong as well. The go key had already been pressed. The spot from Nizzy with that trap wire as well allows him to get the first. Doing a phenomenal job on the follow-ups. And then the reaction through the teleporter there cuts Yoshi off. Very well handled here by Fancy, and already we're seeing the impact of that Cypher. Gonna, again, a big, I think, piece of the puzzle for Fancy here. Not something you see all the time on this map these days, but absolutely doing a great job to start. And same trap wire placement. It's gonna catch again.
Same exact setup. Nizzy though, waiting. Spamming out there with that Vandal. Does take a little bit of damage in reply, but turns around, finds Yoshi. Getting the headshot. So far, it's just one player gone. Wukong on the floor. Blast pack pushes him back. The double face around the corner. They get one across. Allen will be able to find him. Put the Vandal down, but that can be
recovered. बोले निजी भाई को तो मार के ही रहेंगे हम.
चाहे
जो हो जाए.
Go ahead and get themselves a 2-0 start.
Yeah, and you can see here Scars' reaction this time around is to bait the utility a little bit this time, and then just push at Nizzy. Just W key right at him. And they do eventually do enough pressure and enough damage to take him down. But of course, with the heavy firepower that Fancy's able to bring into this round, they are going to be able to clean it up in the end. But a little bit of an adjustment there from Scars does net them a few kills. So let's see what the change is going to look like here.
Very important person डालो
उसके. They're going to be able to keep Fancy from finding a bonus. This time, Trapwire still at the front door of B, but now one back by Tube. A flash to check. Camera is going to go up in that top left location outside of B main. This time Wukong playing up underneath Hookah, but you got Crystal up in there.
It's quick clears, time and time again. Lear shut down instantly. Crystal swinging out, finds one. Yoshi gets another.
भाई एक ही चीज बार-बार करेगा, पागल हो गया क्या?
Quickly opened up. Quick TPs across. Two players now outside of Hookah, getting ready to press forward.
हाँ, वही elbow से swing कर रहा है और उधर से fight ले रहा है. एक ही same बार-बार.
ट्यूबर एल्बो से एटलीस्ट बेटर था इसके पहले के तरह. वेवर तो नीचे बैठा था विंडो के.
Fisio pushing up. Suspects that there's going to be one back over towards elbow. Crystal just staying tucked. Now we'll advance forward back out into the site.
Darlo save actually
still
sahi rahega.
Team Dink across. Yes, I can, as well as Yoshi, both down to a sliver. 10v6 in the HP pools. But running out of time now is Fancy. Yes, I can will be able to find Yoshi. Bringing it back now, a 3v2, the man advantage in their hands, but the time has just dwindled. Completely lost out on that one. So they will still be able to claim all of the guns on the side of Scars, so they do not get away unscathed. The round win will be confirmed. No bonus conversion here for the side of Fancy, but no cash in the reserves here for Scars.
I like the way Scars plays the beginning part of this round, getting a player up into Hookah there, able to deal with Wukong pretty quickly with that cheeky position he tries to take underneath the window. And then, Fancy does a really good job here towards the end, kind of dissecting these post plants. They're really aware that Crystal is going to want to push into that smoke that's down by the alley, and they're able to, like you said, drop all the guns. Yeah, they don't get the round, but still, clearly Fancy has a pretty good idea of what Scars is trying to accomplish post-plant, and they're doing a good job dissecting it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the best results you can hope for in a bonus that you're losing.
Yes.
Take everything out of them to stop them from being able to build up their econ, which is what they so desperately want to do on the side of Scars. So now it's going to take a couple additional rounds if they want to be able to build it up. Now they turn the sights over towards A for the first time. Bite, very nicely done. Gets the read, and as he gets flushed over to the side, Jimkin's good for the headshot. As he now gone, the plant coming in. Pretty bump looking to try to disrupt it, and he will. Fisio striking at the perfect time. The spike not planted. Crystal holding with the judge. Paint shells to further delay. They have grabbed the spike, and they're going to go ahead and take that TP.
Jin bhai.
Jin's so close. It was a huge opening kill for Scars. They got the neural theft down, but then Fisio unaccounted for in showers.
Brutal shutdown. Spike, however, still going to be planted.
Spike planted.
A 4v3 for the retake. Fancy certainly favored here. Crystal trying to hold close, put that judge still to use.
So कौन नजर आ इधर?
Just waiting. Hearing the footsteps, Allen clears the first one. He wants to swing off the back of this, finds it. Oh no, spots the other. The judge doesn't do it fast enough. Paranoia does come across. Yoshi still able to get the kill, but does he have the read? They now know where each other are.
Oh, bhai, Yoshi, bhai.
Takes the challenge and comes out on top. One man left standing, still no econ build up here for the side of Scars, but they've helped break down the cash reserves of Fancy as they tie it at 2-2.
And a great mid-round recovery by Scars after that devastating double kill from 𝘼𝐽𝐿 to peace out, get over to B. And yeah, Jin was hot on their heels. It's a great play, catching him right in the plant. Jemkin there just not able to react. And Crystal there, a little bit of a
panic.
A little bit of a panic. Trying to maybe, I think, go for the gun grab. Didn't maybe expect another player there, but this is what makes Scars difficult. They changed their post plan here where they all just flood into the back of the alley and just completely smother Fancy out of their attempt at that retake. This is something Scars love to do. They love to push angles on post plants. It makes them really challenging. They're able to get a lot of isolated duels like that or put opponents in bad positions because of the way that they like to get aggressive.
Camera cleared out.
There.
Suspecting the trap wire, pinging it, just couldn't quite get it through the wall. He's got a very good idea now of how 𝘼𝐻𝐼 likes to play this setup. Sheriff in hand, swings out wide enough just to be able to clear the trap wire. Still not enough though for Fancy to start shifting. Spike getting picked up, will start moving over towards B site though.
And 𝘼𝐻𝐼's other trap wire set up, I think, potentially for a blast pack entry from Hookah. It's not going to be the direction right now that Scars is leaning. They are going for a full-on long B push off the back of these Seekers.
Made to go ahead and try to shove somebody back. Orbital strike, even thrown down. Will be able to help get the catch on the Wukong. Crystal gets the finishing shot.
भाई क्या है ये फैंसी का भाई डिसाइड किया तो ऐसे ही खेलेगा थोड़ी होता है
ये तो वापस सेम वैसे ही हो रहा है जैसे स्पीड में हो रहा था
हां बस यही सेटअप बना के आया तो उस पे ही खेलेंगे ऐसा हो गया
Dark going to be removed. 4v5, the lesser weaponry here. Try to get the retake. Everything's going to come down to 𝘼𝐻𝐼 with that headshot over in elbow. But for now, Jemkin finds one, pops that Empress. 𝘼𝐻𝐼 is good for it, takes out Yoshi. But the time continues to tick. Yes, I can. Gets Tora and Echo. The neural theft, however, going to be committed, but it's far too late. The rest of his teammates have now fallen. His shoulder's been spotted. Crystal will finish him off. 3 members left standing. Now as Scars get their 3rd round win, they take the lead.
This is a good start to the round here for Scars, able to clear that opening trap wire, kind of identify that the front part of the site is going to be open, able to then invest that orbital strike to take space and get a kill on the back of the Seekers as well. So the combo there of 2 big ultimates give them the time and space they need to get in here, get the job done. And yeah, like you said, the neural theft there comes in a bit late from the side of 𝘼𝐻𝐼. And hey, look who it is. A couple of our Paper X boys, Sleepy and Alex, cheer from the cloud. Although Sleepy will be parting ways with Paper X.
Uh-oh. Showstopper, dueling rockets, but it's going to be Jin. Manages to stay afloat. And Crystal taken down. Meanwhile, the rest of the team starting to rush up towards B. A bit of a change up now in the setup here for the Cypher. The Cam in a different position. Cage already going to be used. Molly in the back sight to try to zone him back. Tripwire taken out by the Trailblazer itself. The rotations, however, have begun. They're getting themselves in a position to go ahead and get a very swift retake on this site.
I must wait a moment.
Is he just playing this one out as patiently as he can? Plant down on top of the tube. Address part of it, I should say. Pit now going to be invested. 𝘼𝐻𝐼 finds one. Allen, however, answers back in response. Takes out the enemy Cypher, and it's going to be a counter pit on the opposite side. Things are about to get messy. Jemkin lurking forward still. Holds on to 2 charges. Has the dismisses, but with no HP. This still makes it so damn difficult to try to pilot. Wukong, however, falling. Allen finds that kill, now gets flushed out. Jin finding that one. Torneko turns, finds him. Yes, I can now. Is alive. The push forward. Pit dropped. Jemkin, not sure which way to look. Gets taken out. They'll get onto the spike, and they will keep us neck and neck. 3-3 as Fancy take the round.
Just a beautiful retake here from Fancy. The opening aggression through A, identifying that a lot of the attention here for the side of Scars is towards B. And they're able to get some space early round, win the missile duel outside of Showers by the teleporter. And then they have the counter Viper's pit. You know, I don't necessarily... I thought maybe they'd put the pit right on the site itself, but again, Scars likes to get aggressive. They on these post plants. They like to try to cut you off, maybe at a little bit of unexpected angles. but that gives the opportunity for Fancy to counter with a Viper's Pit of their own. Now the long light up here from Toroneko. It's a little bit of a shorter buy.
Oh, light up over the top, but Jin just mows down 3 here. One after the other, falling to the enemy raise. Still maintains his high ground. Yoshi creeping across the opposite side, does not get noted. But this round is over.
Round jitna clean रहेगा उतना ही लोग के लिए advantage.
Do not want to allow for Scars to have the lead, even by a single round. Allen creeps up just to go ahead and receive some healing. They'll see what damage they can deal. As they might just look to double face here down short. Jin could very well find himself an ace. Flash is into the box, doesn't find it. Counter spray nearly clips him in the head.
Love the way that Yoshi kind of understood that that flash didn't catch anybody. Immediately spammed through that box, knowing that the angle could be held by Jin, and didn't connect, but still good awareness from the side of Scars in that moment. And another great round here from Fancy. Jin just kind of expecting maybe a fast push, able to get up on top of that truck, unfettered,
30 seconds left,
unbothered. So Allen gonna take a consolation prize here. 𝘼𝐽𝑚 not really able to do much about this. I was kind of curious how aggressive Fancy might want to get a few players with enough cash so they could potentially get aggressive if they wanted to try to take guns away, and they are going to now start pushing the pace.
Yeah, they spotted them both there. Heard the gunfire with the Trailblazer. Flash out to try to dissuade the chase. More seconds to try to survive here from the side of Scars, and given the positioning, I don't think that they're going to get punished. Should be okay. As it just gets tucked up against the wall. So 2 rifles going to be handed or carried over into the next round.
Wings का शो मैच है क्या? आज नहीं है.
Minor lead once more, now at 4-3. Take a look at how this all began. Such a quick clear on the Lear, and Jin just makes it look easy.
Just nasty stuff. You know, just immediately start spraying on the back of that utility, anticipating a push from the side of Scars, and doing a great job getting that spray right where it needs to be. Now, not too many ults to speak of. Allen a couple away from the orbital strike. Yeah, you've got the TP from Yes I Can. Wukong playing pretty aggressive. Cypher switching over Showers control, attempting to be taken here. 𝘼𝐽𝑚 pushed way up. It's a potential duel with Jemkin coming up. The flash here is the other members of Scars trying to get their way in towards B, but
okay, back over at Showers.
Yep.
Jemkin pushing forward. Spots one. Makes Nizzy hightail it. Tucked away in the back. The crates. Shell clear forward. Paranoia across. They're going to try to exit. Oh, that blast packet disrupts him. On the swing, Wukong can find no value. Crystal shuts him down with a couple of classic shots to the head. But now it looks like they're thinking about going for the TP play. Bubant around the back.
भाई योशी भाई भाग के उड़ा दिया भाई जिन को.
Gets that elimination. For now, just cuts out. TP across. The spike now going to get ushered over towards A.
Just Nizzy over here right now. Yes, I can. Trying to hightail it over. Nizzy just seeing if anybody's going to push past, but with those smokes here, be able to come through. But okay, Nizzy's going to get aggressive.
Well, he's down to the opening. We'll allow for that spike plant to come through. Wait, yes, I can really get in a position to try to fight off of his information. Trade him out. The camp is going to be spotted. Creep forward, the double stack here. Yes, I can covering fire. As he drops down off of heaven, finds one. Not going to be over into the corner. Ends up falling, and now the swing out comes through. Scars will not allow for Fancy to stretch the lead. They'll tie it up once more now at 4-4.
I like it, I like it.
Playing great recovery here. And Jemkin out on his own, able to win a big duel against 𝘼𝐽𝑚. And that's a ton of information and space that he's able to create off the back of this. Suspecting some kind of lurk there and able to use that dismiss to avoid the follow-up from Nizzy. And that's huge there, because that allows a safe rotation. Good awareness from Scars and Yoshi there on the lurk from Jin. Scars with some really good adjustments in that round. Really good read of where Fancy wanted to be on the map. And again, so much of that comes off the beginning of that round from Jemkin. And a good trade up into the hall, that blast pack allowing to get that first kill as well for Scars. So
it's just brutal for Wukong.
It is. It's tough to come in here, man, like that.
Yeah. Seems like we might just have a timeout. We'll wait for confirmation. keep our fingers crossed that that's the case, and then we don't have any kind of issues there on the stage.
Technical pause.
So a little
Guys,
bit of pause. You guys get to enjoy the 𝘼𝐽𝐽 and Paper Thin podcast.
Technical pause.
We still got plenty to talk about with the game, so we don't have to get into the movie talk quite just yet. But neck and neck, I mean, this has been a much better showing. What we wanted to see here from Fancy United, right from the outset, firing back, picking up, and taking the lead in regard to the pistols, actually.
Yeah.
As they now have a 2-1.
No, I really like the way that they're showing a lot of different looks, round-around adaptations are good. Both teams are making good adaptations, frankly. But Fancy, you know, with this Cypher, it is causing some problems. It has given them some really big rounds. But with the way Jemkin lurked on that previous one, able to find some huge value. Of course, the hero,
our savior
of Pacific, is Alex. yeah.
Slapping the desk.
Thank you, Sleepy. No desk here for Alex to destroy just yet. Maybe if we get him up on the analyst desk.
Perhaps. Well, hopefully we'll be getting back into the action here momentarily. See players moving mice, so that's always a good sign, and looks like we are ready to go. Some minor hiccup, but we can continue onward. And so far, we're talking about the run back here from Fancy looking strong off the rip. Jin having a much better beginning to this map compared to what we saw from him on Split. Speaking of which,
two ops here, 𝘼𝐽𝐽. One on Crystal, one on Nizzy.
Definitely a big change up here as Nizzy's going to be positioned up over here at Heaven. Staring over, spots one, tries to go for the flick shot, not going to be able to connect that one. Now they know that there's an op here situated. The smokes completely obfuscating everything though. Now has to just pull away, wait for the teammates to go ahead and get into a flank position, which right now they are. Flash around the back, they'll confirm it, but Jin just instantly domes Yoshi. Paint shells sent now towards Lamps. Allen not ready for Jin to be as close as he was, ends up falling. The round is falling apart here for Scars. The hold down Tornado desperately trying to get that spray. Won't be able to find a damn thing. Jemkin's gone, and that's Crystal now just inching away as quietly as he can, holding on to the operator dearly. The chase will come through to jump across. The shot not connecting, double blast pack. Crystal puts some distance between he and the opponents, but still is getting surrounded. But the timer ticks down just fast enough for him to get away, hold on to the gun. But it's Fancy who again do not allow for Scars to retake a lead.
And this is just beautiful stuff here from Fancy, really utilizing this Cypher very nicely. Even though the trap wires don't really come into play, he's able to hold up there, kind of bait Scars into taking this site, and that is just a full-on push through short from the rest of Fancy. Then they're able to use that toxic screen to cut off Lamps. And then Allen is left in a really bad spot there. Not sure if somebody's going to be coming from Shower or the other side. And he has to kind of try to keep his head on a swivel to try to cover both those angles. Not able to do so. And then they just start flooding through. A beautiful round. Beautiful. Love the way that this is drawn up from the side of Fancy. It's really, really smart stuff there. A really kind of unique play that you'll almost see nowhere else in the world with the way that they handled that round, with the way they set that round up. That one could be a good one for Komodo.
क्या चल रहा है क्या हुआ राउंड में भाई?
Watching from the green room, I'm sure. Scars for now forces the first timeout. A very different story from what we saw on Split, where it was Fancy United in desperation having to use both timeouts in that first half. And they're feeling the pressure. They want to be able to close out this half with the lead. See if that is going to be the case. But for now, Fancy just having
बीच में एक गेम तक खेल लेंगे.
Just these flanks. The spike's coming through, and they already have two people pushing up short, getting ready to swing around from behind. And Scars is not necessarily reading how much pressure they're actually under. You saw Allen not paying attention to that push after losing out on Yoshi. Thinks that he's got a little bit more time. Can go ahead, watch over towards back sight. And
whenever
all of
I
a sudden,
come online,
Jin's
I
right
see
up
you
on
playing
him.
in a 5-stack. I don't know with who.
And that's what makes that toxic screen that they use there so beautiful, because it makes it so hard for Allen to know where the hell he's got to look. And now you've got the showstopper here for the side of Jin. Orbital strike.
वो जोशी का अगर वो क्लच नहीं निकलता भाभी तो ये ऑलमोस्ट वन साइडेड डिफेंस ही रहता था
पर अभी भी पर प्रॉब्लम ये है ना, अगर मेरे को लग रहा है अगर 6-7 राउंड भी निकाल दे स्कार्स ने 6 भी निकाल दे तो भी काफी है.
Surely he doesn't. Okay. He's just gonna
what
swing
if he just bangs this wall?
I mean, it would be nasty, but Crystal's showing that he doesn't have that kind of game sense. Instead, it's just going to be the pain shelter trying to get back sight. Takes out that trap wire. The swing coming through. Shot going to go wide, but there's the TPs. GP out. Manages to stay safe. The showstopper now drawn out. But Alan covering fire. Will be able to get the punish and stop that rocket from getting let loose. But now, they're frazzled. Not sure where to go. So they're going to start drifting their way back over towards A, but Fancy, for the time being, have the right read. They're already counter-rotating
Fancy
here.
looking a step ahead on this map.
Wukong getting in a position to try and reinforce 𝐼𝐽𝐿𝐻𝐿.
That pinch play was so beautiful from the side of Fancy. Let's see if they can convert.
It's the second clear now used. They realize they have no presence in showers at the start of the round, and that this can be a position, but covering fire, it's not there, but somehow Torneko still manages to win out the fight. Shot across, yes I can. Catches Jumpkin in the head. Knows the Torneko's just around the corner, but the pit still comes in. He manages to stay safe for now. 3 players left. 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐻𝐿 now just arriving, but Wukong's gone. The operator is still in this Cypher's hands. Pushes into the smoke. Torneko instantly latches onto his head. Yes I can. Likely to just drift over, grab the operator, and hightail it the hell out of here. See if he's going to even do that. Pit gets dropped, and seems like he thinks it's still a bit too risky to try to go for it. Will just back away. They do have cash. They can afford another one. The spike will go off, and
Scars के बाद जितने स्पॉन्सर है उतने तो हार्डली कोई फ्रेंचाइज टीम के होंगे भाई. बाकी डेटोनेशन फोकस के स्पॉन्सर देखो भाई.
Yeah, again, just great ideas from Fancy, but it's one
जर्सी पे खाली जगह बची नहीं है उनके पास.
That sends the round into a spiral because it gives Torneko the ult. He was 2 away, got the plant, got the kill, gets the Viper's pit, and then the round changes. Yeah, I love the trap play at the beginning. A good reaction with the orbital strike. And then a big step up from, I believe it was Alan on the back of his orbital strike to make sure that showstopper from Jin wasn't able to do any damage there. Very much helping Scars out in that round for sure, but again, Fancy is just beautiful ideas. And now you can see why they, you know,
आप चाहते ही नहीं हो भाविन भाई जीवन में पैसा छापे. खेलते वक्त तो हमने छापे नहीं. कभी पैसे के लिए खेले नहीं.
Crystal back at it, and already space being taken through short A by Fancy.
I've got your trail.
Checks forward, is wary about that quick pop on the teleporter once again, but now it's going to be Crystal looking over for Jin. Gets tucked away. The teleport comes in. He's going to be spotted. Yoshi finding one back over to the side. Wukong now going to be taken down. Crystal wins out the fight against both. And that's just 𝘼𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿 and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐽𝐿𝐻 now.
Crystal बोला हो गया तेरा बस हो गया.
𝘼𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿 is already in such a command position.
TP.
He can do nothing else but die. The swing gets you nearly finding Jumpkin, but a flawless comes through as Scars will take the lead. 6 rounds locked in here on the attacking side. Last round and a half. Will it be a 7-5, or will we keep it neck and neck with a 6-6?
And this is a great adjustment here from Scars on that previous round. They put
दोनों भाई सैलरी रिवील कर दिए स्ट्रीम पे मजे में. भाई सबको पता ही है फ्रेंचाइज प्लेयर्स की मिनिमम सैलरी कितनी है.
I don't think that toxic screen was up. I'm not sure if it was or not. We didn't get to see, but I don't think it was ever up. I just don't think he checked the angle. And that gives Crystal that minor adjustment to backpedal. Put himself back towards the market. Find that huge double kill. And now Fancy trying to see if they can catch somebody putting pressure here, but Scars not falling for it.
A really good idea of where he's at, but Yoshi off screen catches the double push down to be long. The collat to instantly give them such a monstrous advantage here in the last round of the half. 𝘼𝐻𝐿𝐻 desperately setting out that dart, trying to find something. Jin with a lurk forward will be able to get Yoshi.
क्या ही कर सकता है अभी.
Brings it back now to a 4v3, but still a detriment that they have to try to work through. But one that works beautifully as 𝘼𝐻𝐿𝐻 finds the pick, playing off the strap.
निजी के setup mindfuck.
Getting the reveal. Remembers trying to hold as the second ping comes through. Wukong swinging the corner, spots Torneko on the jump across. The flash in around the corner, the double push coming in. Jin catches him from the flank. Alan now gone. It's all on Crystal. He's got an operator. They get themselves in onto this spike. Held to half. The Cyber Cage comes up and Jin will spray through. We will be tied up 6-6. Fantasy says you are not getting away from us. Not quite yet.
Oh, this is just a beautiful round from
𝘼𝐻𝐿𝐻
in particular with that Cypher. Finally, those trap wires that he had been planting in between the boxes in the truck get some value. What a shot from Yoshi.
But it didn't matter.
Did not. Fancy just doing a great job.
Cyber
Cyber cages having huge value here for Fancy there. And again, it's that extra layer of smoke that Fancy likes to play with in this round that gives them the ability to really secure and isolate those last couple of kills. Just beautiful stuff. I got to give 𝘼𝐻𝑖 a ton of credit. Love the way he played a couple of those rounds in that app. Really threw Scars for a loop. Who's next?
𝘼𝐻𝑖 का मेरे को पिस्टल और लास्ट राउंड ही अच्छा लगा.
Today it's just going to be completely cypher pills.
I kind of wondered if coming into this map if he might try it because we saw it on Pearl, right? But you know, maybe they tried to take a page out of old Forsaken's book, but not to be. Frankly, I love what I'm seeing from Fancy. I love what I'm seeing from both teams. There's been phenomenal adjustments round to round. Every time, it's like somebody makes a move and there's a counter move from the other side, and minor adjustments here and there. You know, Scars trying to deal with these quick lurks, these fast rotates from the side of Fancy, and sometimes working, sometimes not, because Fancy is so unpredictable sometimes, and they do such a good job of getting information off the back of 𝘼𝐻𝑖's utility that they're able to make really good mid-round adjustments, mid-round calls, and find great timings.
I mean, it's been night and day.
ये लोग अपना ही
As
करते
far as the
हैं.
value off the cypher is concerned here, between Split now here in the bind. 𝘼𝐻𝑖 very much involved. But Jin as well, seemingly treating that first map as a bit of a warm-up, finds himself at 16-6-0. He doesn't believe in assists.
Bleed deserves that shot. Why? Why does Bleed deserve this spot?
If I shoot at you, you're dead or I am.
And why does any other team not deserve it?
From Fancy.
I mean, that's a big jiggle right there from Alan. Getting a lot of information, spotting a lot of players. The paranoia will help chip him back. He gets a little bit of damage across. Wukong going for maximum assist. Has the heals there to go ahead.
मैं तो Scars पे देख के काफी impressed हुआ. मतलब shooting wise भी और दोनों लोग. हाँ दोनों ही. मेरा वही बोल रहा था कि सिर्फ shooting नहीं है, tactically भी स्मार्ट भी है players कुछ.
More like complete लगते हैं मेरे को. ऐसा नहीं है कि एक ऐसा किसी का एक का वजन उठा के चल रहे लोग.
Could just be a shift walk, honestly, all the way back over towards B.
Well, they might just wrap back in through short A here. Kind of see what they want to do.
और टेक्निकलिटी पे देखेगा तो ये लोग का टीम is a mixture टीम समझ रहे हैं.
Yeah, they're planted. They're not moving
until Japanese और 2 Russian.
Something gives them more indication.
Complicated रहेगा.
Yoshi sending one of his flashes even into their own spawn to check. Really not sure.
They are above this.
Player of Fancy unaccounted for.
I mean, is this just a check behind and then a shift back to A? It looks like that's going to be the answer. Just want to make sure that there isn't going to be that flank lurking right around the corner, waiting for that spike tap to come through. With Ghosts in hand, though, this is still a very winnable position for the side of Fancy, despite Yes I Can having only 10 health.
Only classics, yeah, for Scars.
Smoke comes down. The plant now in with 9 seconds left. 𝘼𝐻𝑖 taking the forward position, needs to win out the fight. Gets that thing across, and Yoshi can just run and
Yoshi तो भागते मार दिया.
Picking up the ghost, picking up the pistol round win to tie it up at 2-2.
Let's go 𝘼𝐻𝑖!
Scars the lead once more.
Yeah, Scars here backpedaling off this aggression early from Fancy, understanding that they were going to be at a numbers disadvantage, trying to play back behind these boxes. Let the Reyna do Reyna things. Dismiss all over the place. Never able to get a Devour to come through, taken down before any other utility. He's able to really kind of snowball those rounds. You see that all the time in these pistol rounds with Reynas, where they can just heal their way through the round. Makes Reyna one of the most difficult agents to go against in pistols. Hey, Tosh.
The force up. A big risk to be taken here from the side of Fancy, but they want to try to catch Scars off guard, so they go ahead, they buy all the way down. 2 Stingers, the rest Spectres, but Alan finds first blood, and now he's got confirmation that they at least bought a couple of weapons. The Molly trying to buy some space, a bike goes out, they'll push across the toxic screen, but up here on Heaven is Crystal. Spots one, guns him down.
I think Ganda force था.
The paint shells, the beautiful timing to force 𝘼𝐻𝑖 back. Yes I Can will be able to find one, but Yoshi quickly trades it out. Boombot getting the spot. 𝘼𝐻𝑖 with 32 HP and a dream will fall. That's going to be the Vandal now.
अच्छा 𝘼𝐻𝑖 ने Vandal खरीदा था
Scars move up by 2.
उठाया उसने.
The gamble doesn't pay off here for Fancy. It's just, again, the Scars plays this a lot like you're going to see Paper X kind of play this, not quite exactly the same comp, but very similar comp Of course, you have a Harbor in there for Paper X, but immediately it's a fallback. They want to play behind these boxes. You want to give Reyna an opportunity to use those dismisses to cause disruption. And the timing and the understanding by Crystal here, so smart, doing such a good job here today on this raise. Immediately with that paint shells, like you mentioned, to keep Nizzy at bay, isolate these fights, and just stalwart, not thwarted at all, and great gunplay, as we expected from Scars coming into this match. So Sheriff's abound.
Sheriff light shield खेल सकते थे,
close to the neural theft
economic damage का देख सकते थे, समझ रहे? Rather than
potentially coming from Yoshi, couple away.
इतना close चल रहा है round, और फिर कैसा होता था मालूम है? अगर बोनस राउंड ये लोग जीते भी तो ठीक है, तो सामने लोग का इकोनॉमी तो लोगों ने डैमेज कर ही दिया होगा। अगर बोनस हारते भी, अगर ऐसे हारते कि तीन गन गिरा दिया या कुछ किया ऐसा, तो भी इकोनॉमी टाइट रहता था, तो फिर स्कोर डिफरेंस इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता। स्विंग राउंड आएगा तो फेवर पे जाएगा।
Still far cry from having the kill. Meantime, Torneko jiggling on the corner. Trailblazers are going to be clear.
Light shield वाला logic भी सही है.
The bite to go ahead and try and delay.
If not 5 Sheriff.
Ubot and Nate are available from Jin, so he can clear out Hookah, which right now does have a double stack. Jimkin looking to reinforce the position.
30 seconds.
Going to start working their way forward. It's going to be a 4K. They will not allow for the Thrifty to come through. Scars now moving up by 3. Another buy can come in from the side of Fancy. But again, it feels like they're running out of time. They're running out of options.
Just beautiful. I mean, the blast goes past him, able to readjust, and Wukong steps in and has a couple targets to look at. The backup had arrived. It's something to cheer about for sure if you're a Scars fan. Huge play from Torneko, locking it down for Scars.
इको फ्रैगर हाँ अभी वो लोग आए तो मारेगा ना क्या बोलेगा नहीं नहीं इको है तो नहीं मारता वाइपर देखो वाइपर मारे इको फ्रैगर की तो प्रॉब्लम है जब वही जेट मारता है 4-4 किलो वाओ क्या मारा बेशर्म लोग यार तुम
I like the idea. I mean, again, I like a lot of what Fancy is bringing to Bind here today. I love their defender side. I love the way they played it. I love that they go. I honestly like the idea that they go for that unexpected force buy on round 2. Frankly, that caught me off guard. I wasn't, really thinking about it. And that pressure, certainly you can feel it.
अभी वो फोर्स बाय की वजह से सेकंड राउंड फोर्स बाय की वजह से अभी चौथे राउंड तक ये लोग का बोनस ही चल रहा है
in that moment, but again, Scars just so stalwart, so
अगर
good
अब
with
ये
their
लोगों ने
gunplay,
क्लीन राउंड नहीं निकाला
so willing to peel back off of this early aggression from Fancy.
9-7
Again, something that I've been talking about a lot here for Fancy is they like to play as a unit on their attacker side. They're a very kind of 4 or 5 players at a time. Maybe Nizzy's out on his own on the Cypher, kind of lurking around the map a little bit. But Scars has done a good job reacting to and adjusting to that, understanding that when the pressure comes from Fancy, they can fall back a little bit.
Duelist is like batsman. IGL is like umpire. कुछ value नहीं है. भले decision वो देता हो.
Crystal start locking players out. Couple Bulldogs, Spectre for the side of Scars. Now that buy comes through for Fancy. Can they put it to good use? Can they keep themselves in this map?
Looking to up the pace a little bit here. The blade learned from Nizzy. Full flash connecting onto Jin. Has to just stay tucked for a moment, but as he goes ahead and blinks, he sees Torneko swinging out in front of him. Finds that kill. And a lack of awareness there from the Scars Viper. He's taken down nice and early. Now the neural theft going to be invested as Nizzy arrives to the site. Trailblazer spots Jin holding forward. The rest of the team completely scouted. And Jin finds back-to-back headshots to get himself a 3rd elimination. And that sends the 2 duelists packing back to spawn. Hightailing it as fast as they possibly can. And in a must-round win, Fancy looked to do it in flawless fashion.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here from Fancy. Again, catching Torneko off guard, something that I've been crediting Scars for earlier. Was a good job kind of backing off, backpedaling off the pressure, but this time Fancy able to find the timing, get ahead of everything. Just really, really nice stuff from them. Trap wire on the other side could potentially be played off of
पैसा तो है तो पैसा भी दोनों टीम के पास आ जाएगा 2-2 बाय राउंड का पर जो जीतेंगे ना
yes
अभी जो अगर नेक्स्ट 2 राउंड फैंसी जीत गया स्कार्स पे तो चल फिर भी ऑप्शन है, पर अगर स्कार्स जीत गया नेक्स्ट 2 राउंड फिर तो
But at least अभी ये reset round नहीं है लोग का, वो एक चीज अच्छा है। इसने इधर
Jin goes for the entry with Tornado seemingly hearing the blast packs, just not reading that he was going to be right there alongside the tube. Ends up falling, and that's just the sight broken open and everything falls apart there from Scars.
And now some reinforcements on the B side of the map, but right now it looks like a bit of an A-lane for the side of Fancy. Looking for some aggression out of Showers. Jemkin, with that Reyna, can be a real nuisance in that space, but he's also pushing back as Scars is not too sure what to expect here. Sure, you've got Fountain somewhat under control, but yes, I think kind of expecting a push out, but Crystal with that op, likely, I think, to just hold this angle until there's some kind of presence towards the other side of the map. Flash to check Showers. Nobody home for the side of Fancy. Let's see if they're going to shift their weight over towards the B side. Certainly looks that way.
He's got the Seekers, he's going to go ahead and use them now. Just going to be heading their way across, trying to chase through the link. Won't get cleared out, but holding on the angle. Crystal, not good for it. 𝐼𝐽𝐻 takes his head off, puts that up right on the ground. And with that pick, they're more than happy to drift away over towards the A site. Scars, however, getting a sense of this. They full send their 4 players. But Jemkin is now the front line. If he can come away with a kill, even up the numbers, be good for him. But as the paranoia crashes across, he sends out the Leers and just looks to disconnect. The swing on the corner, Jin finds the kill, still going to be stunned up. Swings back through Tornado, going to be good for 1. Up close and personal is yes I can! And he finds Wukong, gets the cleanup.
Hey, Bhavin, 2 round clean
Fancy now, touching distance, 1 more round to get us tied once more.
A huge punch back from Fancy. 𝐼𝐽𝐻 just comes from an unexpected angle. Just not able to react in time is Crystal. Normally, he's been quite good with that operator here so far today, but this time around, sneaks right underneath him. Crystal expecting a different direction, and Jin here, a lot of utility exchanged, able to get the better of it, and yes, I can. Certainly living
yes, I can. बहुत मटके मारते कभी-कभी ऐसा लगता है.
Now things start to get a little bit more precarious for Scars if they fall.
अभी around Scars जीतना चाहिए, थोड़ा game balance हो जाएगा और मजा आएगा देखने में.
Bank account is huge. Jin with a showstopper. Paranoia.
Not hitting. Jin gonna be taken down. Jemkin takes it. Smith drops out the back side. Yes, I can. TPing forward is this red. Swings out, and no, it is not. Jemkin fallen. Allen gone. Yoshi with a pop flash.
अरे भाई blind में उड़ा दिया.
But it only gets 1.
अच्छा नहीं Fisio blind नहीं था शायद.
2v3 as the rotation comes through, the pit having to be abandoned. Nade up over the top. Crystal trying to find something, but it's nowhere close to the plant spot. Doesn't get the damage he's looking for. As everybody from the side of Fancy now just disconnects off the site. Gets himself situated here in Garden. Again, peeking around the back. Continue to rotate, swing himself up into Hookah to give them that punishing crossfire.
Initiator, controller, Toolish.
Boombot out. 𝐼𝐽𝐻 getting a read, but Crystal getting the blind headshot. Brings it now to parity.
Sentinel
to be sure they're running out of time. Out the window. Yes, I can tag down low. But running out of time here. Crystal just wants to try to get guns out of
spike
the
पे
hands,
smoke करके corner से diffuse try कर सकता था और recover दे सकता था.
Once more.
I'm a little bit surprised that Scars went for this retake.
अब ये लोग के लिए बहुत advantageous हो गए Fancy के लिए.
Yeah, a little bit. So I thought maybe they might just grab that because they threw that poison cloud down right on top of that Vandal. I thought they might just grab that.
मेरे को ये इन लोग का वाइपर वॉल नहीं पसंद आ रहा है ये.
अच्छा
अच्छा अटैक का है क्या? मेरे को लगा डिफेंस का है. अटैक का अच्छा है हाँ.
So stalwart for the side of Fancy. They're having a wonderful half, and look at those ultimates.
Yeah.
Just about everything other than the neural theft. And a timeout has to be taken here by Scars, who are short on cash, but we've seen that they can do a good job with those lower buys. Of course, we saw it in the very last round of Split. No Blade Storm, of course, but still, Jemkin not finding a ton of damage with this Reyna. So far, a bit of a quiet day for them. So credit where credit's due to Fancy. They've done a great job shutting down that stellar duelist who has been just
आज जमकिन भाई उतने क्रिस्प नहीं लग रहे वैसे नहीं तो दो को टैप टैप करके सुला देते हैं आज
having a whale of a time continues to find kill after kill in these rounds just put up such solid numbers to be such a solid entry figure here for the team in this attacking half. It's been absolutely instrumental for them to now be in this position and force out the second and final timeout here on bind from Scars. But so far, they've been good about converting rounds off the back of timeouts. With this bind, it does feel a bit similar to what we saw them with ending that first map. Can they get the round win to once again regain the lead with a couple of Buckies and a hero rifle?
And Crystal's one away from the showstopper, so who knows? A Bucky kill into a showstopper?
Oh, the swing out.
Arey.
Down to 56 with some unhealable damage, but it's not the kill that they would so desperately want, and that's the rifle now stranded away from the rest of the players.
I've got your trail.
Yoshi does have that Phantom Esper. As Crystal just zoned into the corner, completely blinded. Nade, however, will find Nizzy. Showstopper is available now to try to flush this out. He's going to use it. Jumping forward, sends it in the corner.
Oh my!
Jin Wukong dead.
चुटिया वो खुद का टीममेट का स्पीड से मरा वो.
In the confusion. But now they've got the two remaining players zoned back here into the shower. No tap on the spike quite just yet. 3 players strong. This is possible, but they have to get on this soon. Time starting to dwindle. The swing out. Allen moves his way forward. Yes, I can. Sprays down for 2. Looks for the third. Will get it. Damn close, but Fancy will be able to go ahead and take the lead. Now 10-9. Staying afloat, staying alive in this series.
Love the way Fancy draws up this round. You can use that Viper's Pit to secure that southeastern corner of the A site. And then the Odin to spam through the wall as well. A smart play here from Crystal to eat the Seekers, to not reveal the presence of that Bucky. Gets the showstopper, gets a big double, gives some hope to Scars in the round. But then it's yes I can. Just so many impactful rounds here in the last couple. A little bit of showers pressure being shown once again.
Flash into the corner, not going to be spotting anything. Jemkin trying to play around that one. It's a swing out. He's going to be covered one. Oh boy. Basically the final frame before he would have died. Gets that dismiss off.
That's what you need from Jemkin.
It was so close, the game almost didn't know what the hell to do with his animation. But he gets out. It's a very necessary beginning to the round here for Scars as they look to tie it up 10-10. That Emperor's still going to be pocketed as Allen spotting a few here. Out short on the jiggle peak. Looks to drop the smoke. We'll go ahead and send it down onto the box. The rest of the team now creeping over, getting ready to attack into hookah, where Torneko is waiting patiently with a bite in hand.
Got this orbital strike for Allen to make things all the more difficult now for Fancy. Torneko able to avoid any damage. Gonna try to shift in this corner. He flirted with this last time. Instead, he's gonna send a bite. Let's see if Fancy's gonna be able to read this.
Well, Trailblazer will make it all the more readable. Push in though, he just rushes past it. He dodged the dog, now finds yes I can. Swing on the corner, looks for the shutdown. 𝐼𝐽𝐿 wins out of the fight. Behind the box, however, is Yoshi. Finds one, 𝐼𝐽𝐿 gets himself a second. Orbital strike, dropping in. He's got nowhere to go, can't get him to cover. The spike now going to be stranded with 10 seconds remaining. Nizzy out of the sight, he could get the plant, but he's going to be surrounded. Swing in, Jemkin, good for the kill, and we are tied up once more.
Just beautiful awareness here from Torneko. Once he's isolated, he just pushes space, completely catches Fancy off guard. Again, the big opener. This is what you need from Jemkin. If Scars is going to come through to take this map, take this 2-0. But Torneko, Yoshi there to back him up instantly. And a beautiful timing on that orbital strike from Allen, waiting for the player to get out of hookah before he commits to it. I think a lot of players would think, well, why not just send it into hookah right away? Well, by that time, you know, the players from your opponent might have already gotten out of that window and gotten away from it. Instead, he catches them with that, knowing that time, knowing that pressure that they're going to be under to get that plant down, catches the player out in the open. Beautiful stuff from Scars, and timeout from Fancy. Last one for them. No more remaining. This is it. Got to find a way to see if they can get 3 more rounds. Push this into Ascent. See if they can continue a dream run.
आधे से ज़्यादा लोग एकदम बच्चे लगते हैं रे.
Either coach going to be able to pump the brakes from here on out as both teams seek to get themselves to 13, but just given the back and forth nature of this one, it feels like we're destined to go to overtime. We'll have to just wait and see though, as the coaches' mics will get turned off and give their final words to these squads.
I'm reminded now of an overtime on Vine, 2021 LCQ. Was it North Epshon in Full Sense?
Oh.
Or North Epshon and it was a Thai team for sure, but another Japanese team.
That's some very
deep.
Some pretty long ones.
That was a long time ago. It feels like maybe we're destined for some kind of long duel here on Bind, similar to that.
Well, Yoshi rushing out to grab the orb. That is going to give him the Seekers now. They have that alongside the Empress as far as ults are concerned. Showstopper for Jin, though. Could be monstrous to try to get fancy this lead once more. TP into the elbow, opposite side of the wall. It does get canceled. Yoshi trying to keep himself covered and out of sight. So far has worked a treat. Jin continuing to push, sends a Showstopper out. Not going to be able to find a kill. Yoshi going to be good for one on the site before he gets taken down by 𝑁izzy, and that's going to be the neural depth now invested once more. Getting the full reveal and painting the picture that, yep, they're all back in spawn.
Jin
wants the challenge, swing on the corner, but Jemkin takes his head off. The Leer forward quickly dealt with a bite. Buys some time alongside the poison orb.
एक flash है, nade है, दो smoke है.
Volley into the back corner.
अरे केज के थ्रू जाना चाहिए.
Pop flash to try to further delay. Jemkin goes rushing up. We're still not pumped. He still wants to try to hold on to this one, but they get themselves forward. They buy themselves enough space to actually get onto the spike as the half hold starts to come through. 𝑍𝐶 finds one. Jemkin going to be taken down. The double swing out from elbow. They managed to find Alan. Torneko now gone.
Hacker bro, ये आपने जब बोला है ना.
It's held to half. He's going to try to get back onto this one. With a swing in, 𝑁izzy will get the finish. Fancy United will move up 11-10.
Just another fast hit here from Fancy that catches Scars.
Guys, hacker curse is real.
In a really difficult position. Have the Seekers in hand and an ops to push behind tubes like this. Love that our observers showed us that replay.
ये Jemkin को ये करने का जरूरत नहीं था.
Moment in this round. It took the only ult out of the hands of Scars, and Yoshi just felt the pressure, able to get a trade, and then the retake there, able to be handled very nicely with a very low amount of utility for Fancy. They just had the flashes really left from Wukong. They're able to get those crossfires and hold it down.
Single satchel white swing करने वाला कर रहे हैं. One flash, raise,
2 ults to none. The judge has to be revealed nice and early. Paint shells as well, bouncing towards him. Drops out, and mind you, he does not have any armor. He's got to reaggress back in, but they get a sense of this, and 𝑍𝐶 just spams him through the box. The judge finds nothing. That leaves just Yoshi by himself here on the site, but not for long because it's a misread here. For seemingly the first time from the side of Scars, they double rotate, but okay, looks like they suss this out very quickly. They start doubling back.
Yeah, with how much space Yoshi was able to get there in hookah.
चलो अगर Jemkin भाई round निकालते हैं तो ही कुछ होगा.
For the side of Scars, that this is likely to be an A hit. Jemkin with that Vandal, the big threat for the side of Scars. And a commit towards U-Haul.
Push forward, classic in hand. Allen takes down Jin. Crystal in the meantime gonna fall. Allen picks up that Vandal, finds one. Jemkin managing to come away with a single kill, but 𝑍𝐶 just swings around behind him. Manages to find that kill. Now it's all on Yoshi. A judge now swapped out. Looks like there's one behind the box, but as far as 𝑁izzy's position goes, it's a complete and utter surprise. He does have the Seekers, but he doesn't want to have to use them. The camp not getting the tag. Seems like he starts sensing that he is going to be up in heaven. The tap, the swing, 𝑍𝐶 gets the kill. A 4K for him, as Fancy will take it to map point.
Just great stuff once again from
Fancy. Bro, Fancy जीत रहा है ये map.
Reaggress from Torneko. They learned their lesson from the last time in hookah. And even though it's a pretty decent read, and the overwhelming firepower, the presence of mind from 𝑍𝐶 to expect this position, able to punish Jemkin, who doesn't have anywhere else really to dismiss at that point, trying to hold that showers angle, worried about 𝑁izzy coming through there. 𝑁izzy's utility once again coming up big. Yoshi in check at the end of the round. That Cypher cam
well thought out. Judge वाला उसके बाद लोग ये hit किए. ट्रेड्स
in the
करके
way
राउंड
that they're
निकाल
able
दिया.
to keep Scars contained, keep the information game slightly ahead. Just checking an angle here to make sure Jemkin isn't
burst पे
lurking
burst
around,
किए
but
जा रहे हैं और
immediately
लोग मारे जा रहे हैं.
Full set over here through the showers. Not something that we've seen quite just yet. The molly and the spray does help get a little bit damage across, but no elimination is going to be found quite just yet. Paint shelter message from Crystal. Going to be good for one. Jin trying to tuck back, but Allen up close next to the spike does find him before
वापस
Physio
से
will
वही
down.
प्लांट और ये हो गया है.
Managed vantage is there. The Seeker's going to be let loose and will reveal they are all sitting right now inside of the showers. The fight to further delay. Jemkin tries to go creeping forward. The pit still holding strong though. Flash in. Not going to get the full blind. Crystal around the back looking for the backstab. Goes jumping forward, finds one. Knows that the other is going to be inside, and he gets the finish there. On the yes, I can. It's not over yet. Scars will take this up to 11.
So last round के टोरानिको का अल्ट आ गया अभी.
And just enough pressure at the point of attack and enough patience here from the side of Scars. Just that lurk from Crystal.
Hello,
So key in
Muffin.
this round.
How are you?
Oh my goodness. The grenade there as well. Allen doing a good job up on the point. And it's the ability to keep their utility in hand for the side of Scars. Keep that Seekers available. Sort of identify that position like you called out, 𝘍𝐽𝑜𝑠. Give them the opportunity to go for that rotate.
Wings back कब आ रहे? कई finals के दिन आएंगे.
Valuable ult for Fancy, who tried to close it out, try to dig into that well. Once again, Scars not fooled a second time around.
They drop the pit. Allen grabs the orb. Now the orbital strike is in his hands. Could be absolutely instrumental.
कभी तो कैमरा तोड़ना चाहिए. हुक्का के बाहर का फ्लैश भी यूज कर देगा.
Series of the playoffs.
And Crystal not far from the showstopper. Only 2 away.
For now, Fancy taking this nice and slow, not making any noise, just holding some angles, trying to see if there's going to be any forward aggression on either side of the map. As we can tell, that is not going to be the case whatsoever. Orb comes up, pin comes down, though. Scars suspecting that somebody might have gotten moved forward into that cubby here on short.
I mean, Scars just really trying to feel this map out, trying to identify as many of the positions of Scars as they can. They know there's 2 over on B. This looks like a commit towards A. Jin full on in towards 𝘍𝐽𝑜𝑠. Smokes up towards Heaven.
They claim it. Crystal waiting for the challenge to swing out. The flash goes in. He's full blinded. Jin takes advantage. Jemkin, however, up from Heaven. Gonna be good for one. Takes the dismiss out as it's a bloodbath here on the site. Allen gone the plant now, coming down with 20 seconds remaining. Yes, I can. At 23. Physio at 56. Jemkin sends the leer. Checks close. Nothing noted. The ult from Yes, I can. Thinking about it, but no. Drops back. Sends out a smoke first. Now looks to just re-peek in towards Lamps. Sees nothing. Now he doesn't see anything at all because Jemkin takes him down, leaving just Nizzy. The hold to Hap coming through. Jemkin trying to defend, and he will. The 3K comes in. The defuse will come across. Scars are not going down without a fight. They will extend this into OT and keep that 2-0 dream alive.
Just a phenomenal map here from both teams. Just love what you're seeing. Just, again, the adjustments, that orbital strike forces the positions out, does some damage. Those opening exchanges, Scars comes out just a bit ahead. The players from Fancy were dinged up. And Scars here, some fist bumps, some cheers, looking to see if maybe they can end this on a 2-0. Fancy looking to try
2-0. Stomp तो नहीं होने वाला था. 2-0 ऐसा मेरे को भी लगा था. Scars जीतेगा.
It's all Steven, and both halves were even, so this is going to be absolutely, I think, a barn burner of an overtime.
6-6 into a 6-6. Just how deep does this rabbit hole go? We're about to find out. The barriers have been opened up. Some flashes exchanged over here at B. Crystal again, just looking to open up hookah.
Very same setup, hacker.
Noted, but very much is remembering how things went on that attacking side. The quick TP's in from behind him, getting that punish.
Exactly. He's looking at it. He's worried that there could be somebody potentially lurking through. Spike going to be picked up As it looks like Scars
Taiyar
is going to be setting up. But look again, these fast.
But if change kar rahe,
he should be noted.
Scale kar rahe.
I think they know that he's rotating across. They're going to try to get the catch on him. He manages to get himself out by Fountain just fast enough to not get spotted.
But
Lear
उनका ये ज़्यादा
working inside the smoke. Crystal finds an opening kill.
जो पहले
भाई
करके आ रहे थे ना,
फिर भी मर गए ना भाई, ये 3 लोग रुक नहीं सकते क्या? फ्लैंक आ रहे लौंडे तो.
They're going to be noted. Great sense here. Not quite realizing how close he is, but Crystal has got the covering fire and he shuts Jin down. Yes, I can. Now the last man standing, the showstopper at the ready. He's been spotted. He's annihilated. Crystal gets the 4K. Scars taking the match point.
Crystal has been absolutely monstrous for Scars today on this raise.
Match point.
Such an impactful round here, and the timing just barely. Scars is able to get ahead of this work. Clear the side out.
निजी तो पागल है भाई, एक ही चीज रिंस एंड रिपीट करता रहता है.
The icing on the cake for Scars. Beautiful play, just absolutely beautiful stuff.
The best chance
again,
Scars
Fancy has these ideas, but it's just a step behind. A lot of times we had seen that Fancy was a step ahead of Scars. But this time around, not going to be the case, and an immediate timeout here forced out. As you get an extra timeout when you go into overtime. So let's see if Fancy can drag this overtime a little bit further for themselves, or if it is going to be Scars who are going to be taking a 2-0 victory here. What a map. This has just been absolutely awesome.
It has been, and it's been so back and forth, and we can only hope that that is going to continue. The coach here for Fancy United, we've seen his elation, we've seen his frustration in the coach cam. You have to imagine that right now this is a speech of all speeches to be giving your players, because everything rides on winning this next round to keep themselves in this map, in this series. See if it's going to be good enough to get it done.
Ooh. Pressure is on, no doubt about it. Their year on the line in this one round for Fancy United Esports. And Jin,
base clear,
and Yes I Can have had a wonderful map.
Okay, Jin, base clear.
Crystal, once again, just an absolutely unreal performance for Scars today. Keeping them ahead.
Hacker bro ही है.
So we go on to Scars on the defender's side.
Talking about how they love to play this death ball style. Everybody grouped up, 4 members strong now, looking to pressure here at Hookah. Tornado already making his exit. Jin goes jumping forward.
Videos edit नहीं हुए. एक बार
answering paint shells
हो जाएगा, edit
spray coming down to Jin, so very low, and Tornado with the crossfire catches him from behind.
अभी क्या, अभी घुसने का तरीका ही नहीं है.
Might just be the beginning of the end here for Fancy United.
क्यों जा रहा है Jin? मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया.
Yes, I can. Nizzy still alive, but that much more pressure now applied to them. For losing out on their raise that's been so important, especially on their attacking side.
And the utility dump tips things off here for Scars to get that opening kill. The Trailblazer in particular allows them to start setting their own utility. Flash to confirm as well.
Double settle. Nizzy already noted. They're just going to go ahead and try to square peg round hole this one here. Over onto the site. Somehow, yes, I can. Gonna be good for one, but yes,
भाई वो एक ही प्ले स्मोक के अंदर रिपीट किया जा रहा है, पर फिर भी लोग नहीं मार रहे उसको.
The 3K for him. They get themselves now into the advantage. 3v2 with Jemkin and Allen. Trying to bring this one back, trying to finish the series, finish the map.
The spike smoke भी नहीं है ना.
Noted here in Hookah.
Don't do anything.
Swings around the back.
Okay,
swing out. Yes, I can. Gets himself a 4th, and we will go deeper. 13-13. Fancy. Whatever the coach said, it certainly worked a treat.
Yes, what a beautiful idea here from Yes I Can to TP in there again. We've seen this before, where he's able to just find enough room to get underneath the unsuspecting noses of Scars. Crystal tries to push space to try to do something about it, and Yes I Can, just too fast, too on the money. And the IGLs just absolutely having phenomenal performances for both teams. Back and forth we go.
We're straight back into it. Seems like Yes I Can. Maybe anticipating some early aggression here at short, but nothing spotted. Doesn't let that Paranoia Ghost still has it in the back pocket as Crystal once again just looks to check forward and then turns his sights immediately towards the teleporter. They're so wary about that punish coming through. Fancy stay statuesque holding their positions, but do start creeping forward a little bit more. They back away right before they would have gotten caught out. Lear at the ready, it goes up and Crystal instantly domes Jin. Gets the better of him, yes I can now, trying to make his exit. He's over to the side, 𝘼𝘽𝐻 pushes forward, finding one, 𝘼𝐼𝐍𝐿𝐒 taken down. And once again, the man advantage going to be there for Fancy. Alan just decayed down low, 𝘼𝐿𝐻 not sure which way to look. Ends up getting caught out, leaving now just Yoshi and Alan all in their lonesome. Jump out of the window, clear onto the camera, but the dart still comes through. The rotation's now going to begin. Is 𝘼𝐿𝐻𝑖 not looking to take any unnecessary risks.
30 seconds left.
Heals committed before that spike gets planted, which means that Fancy are going to be in striking distance here.
Oh, the space is open.
The back. They're making their way through, but there's still not much time. They make the call. They say, okay, sprint it over towards A. Is this going to be enough? Can they get into positions, however, to still try to win this out? Because the deck is very much stacked against them all the same. 2 seconds to spare. The spike now getting planted. Fancy realizing that they've been duped.
पर फिर भी
no utility at all to speak up for Scars until that flash comes back online for Yoshi. He just used it to confirm that the site was open.
Flash around the back into the spawn just to try to check Yoshi. The tip of the spear right now in this moment. The wall drops. He snaps on the one. He looks for the other.
Yoshi अगर ये एक और मार देता तो हो गया था.
Keeps standing tall now, leaving Alan in 1v3. He hears the footsteps from 2. Waits for his moment. Swings out. Gets one. But now, stuck into a corner. Swings back in. Can't get it done.
Expected it.
And Fancy. They will get the round win. They will take the lead. And the map is once more in their hands.
Unbelievable stuff here. Scars trying to make the best of a bad situation. But the spray's just a little bit off on the follow-ups. If either one of those second kills had come through for Scars, they might have been able to do that. But the early crunch here, the crossfires, not able to be dealt with. Yeah, the Lear and push combo from 𝘼𝐻𝐻 and Crystal was good.
अगर इसको मार देता तो round
over था. The follow-through is better for Fancy. Just unreal stuff. Now they're one away from pushing us to ascent, keeping their tournament lives alive.
हाँ वही बोल रहा हूँ ना, Allen अगर Yoshi को मारेगा तो भी round over था.
Yet another timeout.
क्या किया?
This is it. No more, now for real, no more timeouts left.
के मारने की जगह स्ट्रिप करते प्लेट चालू कर दिया तो उसका सेट ही नहीं हुआ है उस पे. मिस हो गया पूरा.
See if Scars can continue to extend this.
उधर किधर हुक्का के अंदर कितना ही वाइड स्विंग करता वैसे भी.
And end this map and extend this all the way over to Ascent.
Hey mama, hey mama.
We're talking about it before. It felt like we were destined, just given how neck and neck they were to get to overtime. So God knows how many more rounds we have ahead of us here for this map. But it has been delivering as Fancy continue to fight back. I mean, you think about it, that push coming through, Jin instantly shut down. The 4v5 conversions from the side of Fancy have been excellent. Even 3v5 conversions in some situations.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm just so impressed with Fancy in the way that they never really lose composure throughout this entire map. Every time Scars seems to have them on the ropes, they're able to punch back, they're able to stabilize, they're able to get back on their feet, continue to fight. Yeah, it's been on the back of some heroic plays by Yes I Can. As this map has run along.
Stream पे बोल रहा है क्या तू?
Fancy on the attacker side, Scars on the defender side. 𝘼𝐻𝐻 trying to take control of showers. Fancy not really interested, trying to use that Trailblazer to help him out, but Fancy had already decided to leave that area. Now you've got that 3-stack from the side of Scars. Flash is going to spot 𝘼𝐻𝐻, but everybody else in the hookah here.
Crystal is thinking about going for this peak. This could be everything. Swings out, finds one, now tries to disengage the flashback. Almost actually knocking Yoshi back in towards them. The paint shell's in, Jin finds the kill. And we're instantly even back up now at a 4v4.
सब सामान डाल दे रहे बेचारे स्काई के.
Crystal continuing to want to push the issue. He's thinking about it, but they're watching for it. And in fact,
reload की वजह से push नहीं किया उसने.
Smoke comes down though.
Don't garage,
Timing from Alan.
They're outside.
Try to keep him in a safe position here.
Crystal bhai.
Again. Oh, he's tucked up right against the edge of this one. The push in, finds one. Can he get away with more? And the answer's no. Now into a 3v3. 2 members left under the site. The wall going to be set up. Flash out through the smoke. Drop down out of the window.
Nice, Ray. Scars bolte.
𝘼𝐽𝐿 needs to be the one if they want to end this map right here. Sends down the cage. Shifts over, grabs the spike, but I don't think he's got the read. He spots one.
Close out.
With a third. We'll tie it up once again. 14-14.
Wait. I mean, these Scars players are so difficult to predict. You know, sometimes we see 𝘼𝐼𝐿 getting aggressive on the back of these angles, on the back of these smokes. And yeah, they're able to take Yoshi down. But then this time, Crystal with tons of patience, able to find another, and then they're just not quite ready for 𝘼𝐼𝐿 to be holding that angle. I'm gonna need that towel myself here. I'm getting a little bit sweaty after this.
Well, you're the one who decided to wear a turtleneck in Bangkok.
That's true. But it's like the AC was blasting in here earlier, but it's, you know, with how hot this map has been. Oh my God,
Crystal fighting one, but can he get away? Almost stripped it back into the smoke, but Wukong eventually finds him. Would have been the great escape. But not to be. Instead, it's just going to be both Razes dead right off the rip.
भाई ट्रिप रहेंगे मत खाना ट्रिप्स वापस
Let's see.
Looking to hold.
See, Scars doesn't want to push past these boxes and the truck.
Peek up over the top.
Yeah.
His head barely obfuscated by that smoke. He's just trying to see if he can get a pixel of that enemy Cypher. Nothing spotted yet, and now needs to be wary about the reinforcements arriving here onto the site. The bite pushes him out. He drifts back now into the showers. Wukong is in position to backstab here on shore. And watching for it here is Yoshi. 𝘼𝐿 also in a position where he could potentially counter swing, but no, 𝘼𝐿's going to be the first one to fall. Yoshi wins out on that fight. The pop flash coming through, but oh, he's not ready for the player on the right now. He's not ready for the one on the left.
Backside.
The cleanup comes in, the time dwindling down. It's low, but it's still going to be the defuse coming in for the side of Fancy once more, taking the lead, taking map point.
It looked pretty good for Scars. I thought they had a pretty good read on this. But then out in the open here, you can get the trade on the Razes. Oh, but they pushed that trap wire. I thought they were going to play completely behind that space. 𝘼𝐿 tries to get aggressive through his own poison cloud.
ऐसा भी नहीं कि double split पे खेल रहा है कुछ.
Then the round just starts to collapse. Wukong there on that long flank again. Fancy loves those long flanks. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But a lot of times they have been working. They've kind of identified that Scars doesn't always do the best job.
𝘼𝐿 with the rush forward. Does he need a bit of that friendly fire paranoia, but still is going to be fired as Alan is disconnected all the way out towards the spawn.
𝘼𝐿 550 likes to बचता है.
Here at backside,
लो जरा फटफट like
holding
दबाओ भाई. इतने सारे नए लोग आ रहे हैं chat.
Sees the elbow. It's not for him. 𝘼𝐿 holds down, finds one, goes for the devour, not the dismiss. Still keeps it even, but could have got out of there scot-free. Crystal though lurks up, finds yes I can, and brings them back into an advantage. They should have a very good idea about the positions of these last two players, and one of them is hard confirmed. Spike is in hand. Could TP across, but 𝘼𝐿 would be so late to join. 𝘼𝐿 in the meantime, pushing up, spots him, is spotted, tries to swap out weapons, manages to do so, but gets run down. Yoshi with the kill,
nice.
𝘼𝐿 with the finish.
Let's go, Scarzy!
15-15, it's not over yet.
OT पे, OT पे, OT पे, OT.
Absolutely, just phenomenal stuff from both teams.
सामने shower fight किया है, पीछे जा सकता है वो
deep into
shower
this map.
से. Yes, I can.
Oh boy.
सामने
I
खड़ा
mean,
है.
𝘼𝐿 here, like you said, had he gone for that dismiss, could have been a little bit of an easier one, but Crystal able to sneak back out of showers, able to get back into a position to set up a beautiful crossfire. And with Crystal watching,
𝘼𝐿, head of APAC, checking his threads perhaps.
Yes.
The new hotness. Right now, nothing's hotter than this matchup. It's again, Crystal, same setup. 𝘼𝐿's on the side. Look to the teleporter. Drift away.
नेट रेडी इसकर छोड़ देते हैं आपस.
I'd like to see them
वही सेम है, शॉट का भी सेम सेटअप, पर इन लोग ये बार शावर जा रहे.
Feels like they are kind of expecting some kind of pressure early.
Looks like right now they're going to go for
पर जिन वापस वो ऊपर बैठा है, रिस्क है फ्लैश के साथ वाला सेट जिसने 3K मारा था.
Pretty far back hold here from the side of 𝘼𝐽𝐿, so he can just disengage. Away from the moment. Tries to send out that bite. Now not at the ready. Gets knocked down 22 HP. 𝘼𝐽𝐿 goes for the entry.
फर्स्ट टाइम है ना जब वो लोग इधर आ रहे हैं शावर
हाँ, अच्छा एडजस्टमेंट किया है.
Yes, I can. He's been so very clutch for them here. Sends out the smoke. He's going to be noted. Allen swings the corner, finds that elimination. Wukong, good for one. He's going to get vulnerable.
Wukong भाई, और भी लोग हैं राउंड में.
He's on his lonesome here in a 1v3, and Allen has got himself an orbital strike, as well as the molly. And you'd have to suspect that even a miracle is not going to be good enough to get 𝘼𝐽𝐿 back into this round.
This should be a 0% chance here for 𝘼𝐽𝐿.
Everything they're playing with, he will be able to get one, but needs to get the tap onto the spike to try to force out some of this util nice and early. Instead, actually, no. Orbital just going to be used out in front. The bite comes sailing in from Toroneko, and yeah, there's just no hope, no chance in hell. Even if
time ही नहीं है ना, पर मॉली भी फेंक दिया.
He'll find one, and he wants to kill just for the sake of it. But there's nothing else to be done. 𝘼𝐽𝐿 will fall to the spike, and Scars will now once again get
stats तो अच्छे दिखाने हैं ना बाद में.
And it's the
क्या ही करेगा बेचारा वो टाइम में.
that breaks some of the crosshairs, breaks some of the sight lines. He's able to just barely find the timing to scoot out of showers with those blast backs. Send some confusion, create some crossfires, create some angles.
वो एक ही जगह देख के भागे जा रहे हैं पागल.
That's able to snowball this round into their favor to take control of that front of the site, get some of those big kills early, and lock things down. And Scars now 1 round away from taking this 2-0 victory.
ये 4 हुक्का आए जा रहे हैं, ये जिगल पिक किए जा रहा है.
I told you this felt like that 2021 LCQ game, dude.
वाह बे. जिन भाई, जिन भाई. अभी तो वो टीपी करने वाला भी नहीं है.
टीपी करने वाले को पकड़ लिया उसने.
Where do you go from here?
GG bro, it's over.
Can be nothing short of near perfect for the side of Fancy United if they're going to get this back. And now you can
start. On a different note, अभी next game में Scars को bind नहीं pick करना चाहिए.
Towards the B site here from Scars, so some space has been opened for this plant.
Yes.
For Wukong and 𝘼𝐽𝐿.
I think इसके पहले
𝘼𝐽𝐿 spike potentially. See if maybe he can
come in tournament में. Can push window. इतना नहीं खेला वो.
Into this round, 𝘼𝐽𝐿 just trying to buy time, trying to keep Scars planted.
Working his way forward, was ready for Toroneko in that position. Now 𝘼𝐽𝐿's right into his face, and 𝘼𝐽𝐿 swings to give him a bullet instead. The A site unoccupied. With 5 members for a retake, 𝘼𝐽𝐿 needs to go absolutely nuclear here. On this forward hold, the footsteps are coming closer and closer to him. Suddenly he's going to be out into the open. Now he's noted they absolutely saw him.
And if I'm not mistaken, Scars सबसे ज़्यादा fracture ही खेला है.
Finding nothing, he's got to swing out. But they are just continuing to flood forward. He drops down. Finishes the fight one for chicken. It's on Wukong. He's got 32 health in a dream.
ऐसे ठोक रहे हैं. 4 लोग बुलेट जो मार रहे हैं उसके छाती पे. चलो गाइस एक पक खेले फटाफट. जयंत क्या स्कोर है? तू जा रहा है सोने?
नहीं जा रहा हूँ.
जयंत किसके? अच्छा कोहली सान के साथ खेल रहा है.
What an absolutely wonderful map from both of these teams. Back and forth.
कोहली खेल रहा है next.
Both sides as even as it can get. Great adjustments through and through, but Scars just a little bit more left in the tank in the long run.
Can you flash off my
But man, oh man, I absolutely loved what I saw from Fancy United on this map.
Bye, I love. Bye.
आ रहा है क्या मोनो एक पक खेलने?
I think you flash and you peek, bro.
User disconnected from
हमारे
your
साथ ही मत आओ.
नीचे आजा.
मेरे को बोल रहा है किसको बोल रहा है? ये
किसको खेलने देना?
अरे can you flash? Just flash. Flash.
उसको ड्रैग करना बाहर. बेशर्म आदमी.
मेरे पास पर्म्स नहीं.
User was moved out of your channel.
माझ्याकडे पर्म्स नहीं आहे भावा.
मैं नहीं कर दिया.
Thank you Bhavin bhai. How was your day Bhavin bhai? क्या किया आपने लूट के आज?
अभी वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ और क्या ही किया अभी गाड़ी लेके आया अपनी जो रिपेयर हो गई
Oh नई गाड़ी Bhavin bhai
नहीं रिपेयर हो गई वो पुरानी
the A4 अच्छा you got the A4 repaired क्या ठीक है
बराबर A4 so cool
Bhavin bhai आपने मेरा Twitter clip reaction नहीं किया please वो stream पे करो फटाफट से
वो देख लिया नहीं
कैसा लगा
क्या जयंत हो गया क्या गेम तेरा
नहीं भाई
अच्छा
कॉमन मिड पुश करके टैप मार रहा
है
नहीं लगा वो क्लिप तेरे को
12-5 होते ही उनको ओमन का कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया मार दूंगा अभी मैं इनको
ओमन ब्रो
were you able to look at what I was able to send you last night properly
नहीं I will now
okay बता मुझे बाद में कि कुछ चेंज करने का क्या तो
हाँ बाबा ओनली आपका क्या सीन है मेरे को पता नहीं वो गेम है क्या
So it's basically a game
where confidence है भाई उनके ओमन में पता नहीं क्यों
where there is no checkpoints or anything and it's basically just one endless mission or something and it's super hard to finish basically
but you can finish it
yeah many people have finished it but it takes like hours and hours
तू सी
थोड़ा स्काई हो जाए भाविन भाई
स्काई सोच रहा था मैं
again also might be only
वो ले रहा है
हाँ actually if you play it on stream you'll break your headphones I'm pretty sure
let's go breach sky
सुना क्या
सुना
I dare you.
You'll break your headphones, your hairstyle will be ruined. Might lose a few strands of hair also.
It is that type of game.
हाँ full वैसा type का game. वो गेम ही लोगों को रुलाने बना है. पोपा आ जाओ जो गेम चालू हो रहा है पोपा.
There's a raise. I sense her laughter. To laugh again.
आ गए बारिश हो रही है मस्त वही देख रहा हूँ.
आजा भाविन भाई wake up to the scene recreate करते हैं ending वाला. बारिश में you and I.
Good.
Hello.
I'll watch your stream.
Hey, what's up, bro? Which, go there.
Yeah, I'll stun.
I flash.
If you're flashing there, I'll stun rubble then, in case they dash.
Yeah,
careful. Stealing sight.
Flash B. Dogging B. Concussing! Could be.
Okay, I'm jiggle peeking up.
Yeah, open feeder.
Clearing out!
Upper clear. I'll flash outside, he's flashing.
Flash out!
50 killjoy, both there.
17, right.
I got stun in 4. Nice.
I think that.
Fake.
Chill. I'm holding stun. If he taps, I can. I'm holding stairs.
Turret out.
Selip. May body.
Hey, अपनी public तो W.
Let's do this.
Kanya ba selip bo? Killjoy, selip.
MD, ba't ganyan mic mo in-game?
Ba?
Parang baka ng shit.
Anong buo ng...
Ay, flash. Ay, Dre, masok
Hit them
Discord.
fast, hit them hard.
Hindi nga ako maka-Discord. Busy ako.
Concussing.
Sky, A-Lab.
Bomb buddy out.
I'm rotating.
One more C. 2C.
No, they can get bulldog.
Maskin already. Planting.
Yeah, bulldog.
5 seconds not. Sacha lang pa right.
Blinding.
One flank from A.
Both there.
अरे थोड़ा जल्दी kill ले.
One more.
Okay.
Yeah, Sheriff, he can spam.
Shameful performance. That was fun.
Oh man, thank goodness you're on our side. Aye, great work, amigo.
Half by.
No buy.
Deconate. Deco flat. Come here, bitch. We fight 3.
Okay, let them come.
I flash if they open door.
I flash C.
I stun if they open door.
One outside it. I rotate.
Okay.
Yung card is...
Your alarm but is off.
Jet has the line, I'm rotating as well.
NC. In already.
मैं 𝘍𝐿𝐽
Side already. Still. Nothing super.
Can you come city with me? Come city. I'll stun this line.
Right there.
Stunning.
Forever.
Flashing.
Right there. Flash out. Blasting. Blinding.
Stay down.
I'm out. Uy, go.
You were a mistake. My ultimate is ready.
15 para ma-drop ka pa.
ये भी ठीक है.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it.
Left hand खेलो नहीं आता है बोला. I can stun see if they are coming in.
I think 𝘍𝐽, you play retake B. You can retake side. All good, bro.
Nabigas ba dito? Okay, dashing, jet. Bridge.
I'll show you.
They did not. No one fought A yet.
Concussing.
They flash against me.
Can you play retake?
I've got your trail. There. Turret destroyed. Bomb grenade caution here. Reloading.
No way.
Clearing out.
Enemy spotted. See.
Wait for me.
More side.
I can flash. Can you guys go close?
Yeah. Can ult now.
Flashing.
Right there. Flash out. That's not ready.
One more. Two bend. One more. Mount. Can save ba?
Fuck.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
I think Jet can play C with 𝘍𝐽𝑗. Me and Race can hold A next round.
Okay.
Yep.
Race, I'm letting them come tree. I'll stun if they open door and kill.
My ult's ready.
Two guys outside A.
I think it's fake. I think it's
They're waiting A. One flash here.
A.
Yep. 3-1.
Concussing!
One tree, one outside door. Spike outside door.
Shadows traveling.
planting.
Gun here.
Yep, gun. I'll open door.
170.
We have flash, he's on the right. You heard him.
Who's 170?
They think they're better than us. I can tell.
They're waiting here, huh?
I think they will 𝘍𝐽𝑗. I'll see. I'm playing C this round. Omen just paranoia early A. Let Race take it. Just smoke. Let them think we are fighting A. I'm holding ult at C. If they 𝘍𝐽𝑗 ult, I ult the entire mount. Okay. Be ready to fight.
Okay. I go flash and smoke. Need ka ba? Sirahin mo pinto. Flashing.
Be ready to fight if they ult, guys. Omen, be ready to smoke here. They're dogging.
Okay.
Okay. I'm ready to smoke.
Any?
Not yet ulting, huh?
Get out of my way!
Ulting now!
Okay, now. Ulted.
Blocking sight.
Forever!
Hey, stun me.
Four, all four.
Scatter.
Running, TP. Sorry.
आज ये स्विंग भी नहीं करते भाई अल्ट के बाद.
I thought you're gonna ult if
you're not being shot at, you're doing something
you guys said many, right? So I just ulted and
They out already. I thought you're gonna ult when the KG ulti. That's why I'm not calling.
I'll get.
Nice try.
Let's have some fun.
I got flash.
Grenade!
Flash it. At least 4.
Clearing out. Concussing.
One way. Door.
Weapon across.
You should run.
Open.
There.
They can destroy wall bang.
Blinding.
Enemy spotted A.
ko nasira.
Fire in the hole!
120 on Sky, 120 Sky. The planter low, planter 120. Backside last.
Going up.
Nice.
I need nothing to win. I feel the strain. Block it out, Omen.
Jet, you can op A. Race, come, let's fight C. Jet, you op A.
Need a drop. Thanks.
I think let's get up C.
Up C, up C.
I'm ready.
I got flash to the lay.
C.
Charlotte.
Oh, 4.
Bomb grenade out. I've got your trail.
Fight.
I'm blind.
They saw me. There's two backside, Race and Omen.
अरे ये Sky ult तो तोड़ दिया भाई, किल जो है.
Shadows traveling.
वो सी रश करे जा रहे, लोग मरे जा रहे.
Just swapping in the fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
Jet
क्या खेल रहे हैं बाविन? Only अब खेलना.
Hey, up C again. Fuck, they're forcing me.
Only up. खेलता हूँ जैन.
Alam din nila lalaban no eh.
अभी के लिए ये जहर पूरा कर ले.
One C.
There we go. Concussing. Too late.
Wait, we're flanking, guys. Wait.
40.
Raise minus 50.
Shoot her.
Nice kill.
Watching here.
There's a gun here.
Watching here.
Grab KJ ulti.
Wait, go see. KJ, I'm leaving it. No one here. Can you stay there?
Stay.
Planting C.
Planted for high.
What the fuck must there be?
Where?
Ooh, my ult's ready.
Oh.
I will take back what is mine.
I'm playing towards B, guys. If they rush C, I'll
Right
stun
there.
this line. If they're coming A, I can still stun
Right
A
there.
from here.
Turret out. We'll come back. I can feel it.
And they smoke stairs. At least two. Pushing. Dogging.
Enjoy turret B. I think he's stay. Enjoy.
I think 3A, 3A.
Bomb buddy out.
They're not pushing
Take
that.
care, alarm bot.
Pillow, you stay, bro. They can walk into C only. I think it's fake, guys.
Forever! Worthless. My ult's ready. Scatter.
See ba?
That's it.
I have ult. If they
Open
come.
T. Open TP.
A. A.
Run.
Popped.
2-3.
No time to plant. No time
No
to
time, no
plant.
time, no time.
No time.
Nice.
Oh, हीरो 1-8 पे बैठा है, गन बचा ले चुपचाप.
Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Brakes? Nowhere in sight.
स्टिक कर सकता था क्या? मैं भी वही सोच रहा था, पर शायद मर जाता.
Kasi ba? Paano ikaw? Oh, good.
Let's fly. Sentry. Enemy spotted C.
ये भाई का तो अलार्म बॉट डीएक्टिवेट ही.
Series.
Dropped.
Nice kill. Dogging. That's it.
Concussing.
Turret destroyed. Fire in the hole.
Guys, I'm flanking.
Colorful
both
kill.
flanking,
My
nice
ult's
kill.
ready. Here comes the party.
You can.
Sky 44. 44.
Shadows traveling.
Last round to use our creds and abilities. Don't waste your firepower.
Brave.
Gun here. Gun here.
Here.
I can drop shorty or pistol.
All good, bro.
Get out of my way.
Ko lang to.
Turret out. Party's over.
Ang gago mo, ang gago mo. Okay, there's 2. 3 at least.
I'm rotating towards A. Do you guys need rotations?
Dash inside.
Forever.
Enemy spotted A.
One more. Low,
Side,
sky.
last side.
100,
Minus 40.
100.
10 HP, 10
Oh, yeah,
HP.
1 HP.
Gun
He
out,
can go
gun out,
up.
Killjoy.
Killjoy, he can go up to CT. अरे चू.
Nice.
भाई बधीर है भाई.
Oh, fingers.
You guys wanna go see?
Yeah.
They'll expect us to.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay,
we can make noise here and then go see. I flash.
Right there.
Yeah, I flash.
Right there.
Omen just smoke.
Right there.
Careful.
Yeah.
Just careful on C. I think don't pick yet, but don't give info.
Might expect fake. I don't think so.
They won't. I don't think. Oh, think.
Cover going out.
They fight A. Come back. Just run C. Just run C.
Three guys fighting here.
Just go.
I stand elbow.
Reloading.
Can you guys fight city? Flashing city.
1 HP, Omen.
Guys fight. Arey bol raha hu mother chod.
Raise half HP.
Enemy spotted C.
Raise low.
What the fuck?
One down.
They can join. Do you have swarm? Can play long.
Wind.
Guys, just me force. Come see. They'll fight A again. We fight city, okay?
Right
I flash for you guys.
Target out. Let's make some chaos.
I stun early, okay? No stun for sight.
Tremor. Cover going out.
Reloading.
Shoot.
Flashing close.
Here.
Push.
Enemy spotted C.
Blinded, bro.
Wait, flashing waterfall.
Flash.
Kill Jello. 108.
No waterfall.
Blasting.
Punish.
I survived obliteration. I will survive.
Not bad, bro.
Okay, we play slow.
Hey, we win.
Yeah, we play slow. Let them take A. I stun late.
Right there.
Keep up.
Oh man, I stun B main, okay? If he's close.
Right there.
Stunning. I stun.
Just take B, I can take B, bro.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted C.
Sky C.
Sky C. So only Jet A then.
It's close.
One bundle. I'm blind.
Headshot.
Nice. You clear, I think?
Yeah, A clear.
Two here.
Kill JC.
Clear.
Tremor.
Planted for 3.
Spike planted.
55 children.
Close 3.
Guys, what are you?
Powers out.
One more. Ping.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Malid. It's off, it's off.
Going out.
Nice. Sticking.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
Can I fight this A? I dash.
I stun like this.
Right there.
So that if he dashes up close, he's stunned.
Don't have the spike.
Reloading. He's here.
I can ult.
Let me take orb.
Wait, 𝐿𝐽𝐿 ulti, bro.
Yeah.
They got ult.
If they're destroying, I can flash.
1-3.
They got ult.
Flashing.
One flash.
Shadows
Stairs.
Clearing out. Planted.
One drop.
Going out.
One stairs up.
You should run.
One drop.
कुछ कम्युनिकेशन हो जाए तो अच्छा लगेगा. मैं अपने अल्ट पे खेल लेता इससे अच्छा.
Nice, bye.
You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
Baby, yes, son.
Placing sentry.
Hey, we have a big shot.
Yeah.
Double.
Winnable.
I take her,
I'll stun B main.
Go.
Forever. Right there.
Reloading.
They opened door.
Vulnerable.
Let's fight C, guys. Let's fight C.
Vulnerable.
I'll flash jet.
Flash out.
Grounded.
I only have one smoke. I'll smoke waterfall.
Yeah. I'm ulting side.
One here. Oh, two.
I've got your trail.
Blinding.
They were ulted, Waterfall omen. 2 city.
Out.
क्या देखते रे ये क्या देखते रे.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest.
वो कैसे निकल के मार रहे भाई. Just keep taking it. Yeah.
Placing sentry. Get out of my way.
They're blinded. Also.
Oh, 142 range, vulnerable.
Flash out.
Go back now.
Easy.
Hey, go back.
He's dead.
140 on Sky as well.
Watch them run. I have the spike. Come on, get me in the line of fire.
Where चल करके इधर नहीं जाएगा।
Right there.
कौन सा रेस इधर जाके खड़ा रहता है रे?
Chill. Think default better, bro.
Let's go.
Fight A. Can you flash?
Yeah, flashing.
Blinding.
Don't need to blind. Alright, guys, go.
I got the spike.
One A-link.
Clearing out.
Rotating now.
Door.
Hey, please, what are you doing here?
They're pushing A,
Bro,
bro.
yes.
Reloading.
Spike down.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted.
Bro, एक exit तो देख ले, एक! भगवान से डरो लोगो, भगवान से डरो। खराब खेलते हैं भाई, इतना खराब। ये रेडिएंट है? चलो भाई, मैच चालू हो गया सही टाइम पे। एक मिनट आया गाइस, 2 मिनट में आया।
ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಲ್ಕೋ ಅವನೇನು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ
It's Valorant Champions Tour Ascension Pacific Match 2. We have two teams here. Both of them have maintained their rosters throughout the tournament. Boom and Bonkers. I mean, these two teams, we have high expectations of both of them.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the story for Boom is you've been this team that has always been at the cusp of entering the top tier, joining the best teams in the region around the world. Can you finally prove it when the system was made for you to be able to take that spot here in BCT Ascension? Meanwhile, for Bonkers, again, I mean, you just have to focus on the fact that they are that hope for Oceania, and they're continuing to burn brighter.
They continue to keep doing that, and it's always going to be tough, right? Because your opponents are only going to get more stronger. Your opponents are only going to be more difficult to face up against as you move on through this entire knockout stage. And that's the thing that I'm thinking about as well, because their next opponents are going to be Bleed Esports. First of all, that's going to be a bit of a rematch against Bonkers. And also for Boom, who, this was the team that knocked Bleed out last year at APEC LCQ.
Ah, yeah, that's a good point. So no matter who moves up, a little bit of a history there between the two. But now the part that's curious for me is, contrary to our first match, these two teams generally a bit more, static and meta in their picks, right? Nothing too crazy coming out from either of them. And then the map bans and picks as well, right? I mean, both of them seem to have these maps that they definitely always want to try to avoid. So they're kind of locked into that draft. So I'm curious if both of them feel happy about this draft or not, because after the initial bans, it was kind of hard to tell what the picks were going to be.
I mean, look at their faces. Well, I feel like they kind of both love this pick and ban for Boom Esports specifically, because they have a really strong Haven, but I'm told that Bonkers has a really strong one as well. We just haven't really gotten to see too much of that, except for the one match where they had that they had against Orangutan. But clearly, the one difference between these two right now are the controllers.
Yeah, I mean, Astra Omen, kind of a discussion as old as time itself on Haven, right? Usually the idea is that Astra a lot more self-sufficient on defense, especially on a site like C-Site, where you can kind of hold that back of site on your own and then provide support globally. Meanwhile, that Omen, I mean, you can go for, you know, some one-ways, especially when you're trying to get into A-Site or something like that, and also the Paranoia, both good for trap plays on defense and also as that extra initiation to try to get into sight when you're going on the entry. Now, we should note Boom Esports is going to be the one that's starting on defense, so curious to see if that's going to play a role here in terms of the difference of controllers.
Surely, but I do want to zoom in onto who is the one playing these roles, right? Because Severine is on the controller, the Omen for Boom Esports. Meanwhile, for Bonkers, it's going to be minimized still on the initiator role because Watt is their dedicated controller player. So there are some slight differences here, and it's also back to our head-to-head talking about how we're looking for that stability, that consistency. These IGLs need to step up and they need to kind of provide more impact rather than just calling for these teams, and also just to kind of provide that stability for their teammates, right? You need to be able to kind of chill out. Don't go too far, don't go too wild, especially when you're playing up against each other.
Yeah, let's also note just on the stats itself, right? Bonkers, all the reason to feel confident. They continue to win, have a clean record here on Haven in their last 7 games. Boom, they continue to have kind of these 50-50 win rates on a lot of these maps. So which one will show up today, who knows?
That is definitely the question. Again, the winner will ascend to face off 𝘼𝐻𝑍 tomorrow, and the loser, this is the end of the road for them. All these teams have fought so hard to get this very point here live in Bangkok. Now with that, we are ready to go into Haven, which is map 1, Bonkers pick. We've got our casters ready, 𝘼𝐽𝑍 and Paper Thin. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's time to get into our second series here of the day. And again, everything from here on out is elimination time. One of these squads will be going home. Is it going to be Boom Esports? Is it going to be Bonkers? We're about to find out.
I'm really excited about this matchup. I mean, Bonkers, you know, definitely showing the world that they are a force to be reckoned with, that OCE still very much in this thing for Valorant. Boom, on the other hand, I think a slight favorite for me, and a lot of people coming in here today, but I still pick Bonkers. I don't know, there's something about this team right now, in my mind, that they have this kind of like tenacity, this like willingness to pull themselves over the line. They've been really efficient, really smart throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, every single team obviously has something to prove. They have a region that they are representing, but for Bonkers, it's one that we haven't gotten to see a lot of with OCE, with Australia. 𝘼𝐻, of course, also giving a shout out to the UK.
Yeah.
But these guys have so much riding on their shoulders. They want to prove that they are a region to be reckoned with, that they are a team that can persevere, that can go ahead and break their way through, be the team that ascends all the way into the Pacific League. We know that they have that tenacity. Can they back it with gameplay? Because they have had their highs, but they've also had their lows.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, they were really impressive against D+ and Orangutan, but outside of that, it has been a little bit shaky for them. So the real question is can they muster that same sort of presence, especially against D+. Definitely a tougher opponent you would expect there, and they did a really, really good job keeping that team in check. It's, you know, they didn't even make it here, and Bonkers is the reason that D+ was kept out of the playoffs entirely.
Yeah. Now they're going up against yet another very veteran squad. You know, D+, they've had plenty of players. 𝘼𝐽𝑍, of course, one of those ones that's played at the top. Esperanza as well when he was on F4Q, having international experience. But there's also 3 players here from the side of Boom that have been to the biggest tournaments, that have been to champions. Think about BlazKing, Famous, Berserks. These are 3 players that were in that matchup versus 𝘼𝐽𝑍 when, you know, then 𝘼𝐽𝑍, now 𝑋𝐈𝐍𝐿 set the original land kill record of 38 on that map of Breeze. These guys were right there alongside him during that series, helping to win and take down 𝘼𝐽𝑍 on that map. So they also have plenty of LAN experience playing in front of crowds. Onus now very much on Bonkers to level up their performance, to show us their absolute peak, because we know that they've got it in them, but do we see it off the rip? We're about to find out as we go into their map pick of Haven.
And I mean, you can't help but root for the corgi getting bonked on the head with the bat.
Is it a corgi? I think it was a Shiba.
Is it a Shiba?
I think it's a Shiba.
I think you're right. It almost, the colors are similar, is all I can say. But I mean, look.
Dog's a dog.
Bhavan download पे लगा ना
At the end of the day.
True.
कितना बड़ा game है?
I'm with you on that. Absolutely.
पर buy
The
करना
dogs need
पड़ेगा
pets. That's a
कितने
for
का
sure.
है?
So Ghosts about
₹100.
for BONKERS. Some utility, of course, but a couple shields being bought by Boom, as well as some classics. On the defender side is Boom to start. BONKERS here. Not going to be contesting this orb, so Famous already getting closer to that Blade Storm. The guy's been really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been absolutely incredible for Boom in their wins. Sends a couple shots, not getting the connections quite yet, but then does go ahead and put one in the Lou's shoulder. RDW as well, kind of getting caught up in that. Fault line across, they go jumping back. The paranoia as well, going to be layered in from Severin. 𝘼𝐽𝑗 just looks to hold close, and so far, seems like they don't have an idea that he's going to be there, but they're not even going to look to check. Let's go ahead and rotate off now, making their way over towards the C site. Boom, very swiftly, trying to turn their sights as well over here, try to intercept. Turn up over the top. Blaze King getting tucked away here in the backside. Minimize, swinging out. It's going to be taken down. Dragon able to find one, but Blaze King gets himself two, and Berserks gets into the mix. Lou gone, so it's just Dragon and what left standing in a 2v4. Now,
2-0 Scars,
Raju. Dragon will be able to find one the flash. Not quite getting him fully, but Berserks absolutely will. The triple kill comes across, and Boom start things off with a pistol round win.
Yeah, I mean, having 𝘼𝐽 right behind that wall, even though his presence was never revealed, you know, with all that utility thrown at BONKERS, they make probably a somewhat proper call here, but really it was out of the frying pan into the fire for them. Just a really good setup here from Boom to keep them in check, you know, to give them the information. With 𝘼𝐽 behind that wall, he can hear all those loud footsteps. Now, he is dealt with pretty quickly. I mean, I'm really impressed with the presence of mind and Dragon in this round to watch from double doors into window at mid to make sure that 𝘼𝐽 was dealt with. But really just a very smart round from Boom. I mean, they had that round under control from start to finish, it felt like.
Well, they will go ahead, grab that orb, try to get Dragon that lockdown as quickly as they can. He's already going to have half the charges necessary. So they'll start drifting their way over here into mid. Famous back left, Bulldog in hand. Severin on the opposite side with the Spectre. Spots Lou, clears the dart. Not going to be allowing for that ping to come in. Lou gets dealt with. Paranoid, now the smoke just further dissuade them and block this site off. Not allow access. Bring their sights once more now over towards the garage. Turret right out in front, fault line across. Blaze King trying to set up for the headshots. Comes diving around the corner, does Minimize. Has managed to find one. Bulldog out, Berserk steadies the spray. Minimize finds himself a second. Very low on HP, only 22 between the two of them, so any additional kills would be quite miraculous.
Close game होएगा जो भी जीतेगा. I think 2-1 जाएगा.
Minimize, just going to see if he can get any additional damage in, but doors being held. He's been spotted. Severin will go ahead and find himself a 3K as Boom move up 2-0.
Very good.
क्या लगता है जयंत?
Good start here for Boom for the most part. I think Blaze King maybe just getting a little bit
BONKERS में कौन जीतेगा?
Too aggressive on the back of his turret there with just a ghost, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. You're not too sad about losing that particular gun, as he's going to put it on over to a Sheriff for this one. Still going to have that Marshal for 𝘼𝐽, Spectre and a Bulldog as well. So let's see how much damage Boom can do here. Let's see if Bonk can find a good solid round. Dragon getting close to that lockdown already.
एक टीम 4A जा रही है, एक टीम 5.
Himself, a few half armors, a couple full armors on the side of Bonk, and it's just a go, go, go. And Blaze King's just nothing to do but sit in garage and watch.
I mean, it's widely just been the rotations over towards C. Not that much occupancy here from the side of Boom thus far. BONKERS kind of identifying that.
Spike planted.
Just go for the rush play. They get themselves settled now onto the site. Spike planted. Just a little bit of damage down to Minimize. Not cleared out yet, but Paranoia good. Lou sends up that cloud burst to try to stay safe, and so far he's not going to be flushed out, but as Severin comes around the corner, he will be able to spray him down. Famous up close, finds Minimize. Dragon gone. The spray not steady. Cannot line him up. And suddenly it's all on RDW. Spotted. The shock dart in, just try to clear him out. The fault line connects, he's completely stunned up. Does get a straight headshot here on the Blaze King, but the defuse has already come to fruition. As Boom will be able to start things off with a 3-0. RDW hugging against the wall. Does manage to hold on to that Phantom. But that is not the round that they were looking for, especially getting onto the site, getting that plant down for free.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of a head scratcher there for sure. Lou gets caught in a really bad position. I mean, as soon as that smoke comes down, as Boom, you know there's only one reason it's there. That's because somebody's in it. There's no other reason in heck that you would ever throw a cloudburst in that particular spot. And a good job by...
in heck.
You burn in heck.
Yeah.
Lou, they're going to take the space again. I mean, it's deja vu here. But, ooh, БlazKing playing a little bit further forward takes quite a chunk of damage.
I mean, it's good spray, but now, yeah, the push in. Lou thinking that it's maybe clear. Does end up getting caught. He's going to be traded out. Weapon can be grabbed. Oh, jumping up, trying to get into the window. Dragon ends up falling. Minimize, however, able to trade it back. Rolling Thunder at the ready. 1 HP in a dream. Lets her rip. Goes crashing across. Minimize finds another one. 𝘼𝐽 taken down as well in garage. This is just Minimize's territory, apparently. If they win here would be absolutely monstrous for the side of BONKERS to get themselves on the board. Swing out, the flash is in, Minimize, gets himself a third, now it's all on Berserk. The time is dwindling, he tries to turn to get RDW, and he cannot make it happen. And BONKERS will go ahead and get themselves online in the 4th round.
What a round for the IGL for Bonk. Minimize, so impactful with the utility and the aim. That is everything you could ask for there, with nothing but a sliver of health left here. Able to keep himself alive against Severine just barely. That's a nasty shot right there.
Very snappy. Woo! Great stuff. I mean, yes, Rolling Thunder does have to be invested, but considering the economic situation for Bonk going into the round, that is still a monstrous trade up, and even get some extra charges off the back end. Shock dart forward. 𝘼𝐽 looking to dissuade any kind of rush here at A. Doesn't make a connection, though. They managed to break away from it.
Well, you'd like to keep this lockdown potentially out of the hands of Dragon for a little bit longer if you could. See if you can get 𝘼𝐽 close to his Hunter's Fury. БlazKing does have his lockdown, though, so there really is kind of that tit for tat there with the lockdowns potentially if this is going to be fed over. But Dragon right now is all the way over into mid by B, so it doesn't look like that's necessarily Bonk's game plan. I think they're still concerned that maybe there will be contention for this orb if they tap it. They're trying to set up to see if anything is going to happen off the back of that Omen smoke, but it's just a full-on execute.
Fault line out, dart on the back end. Get themselves forward here into the site. That's going to be the lockdown coming through. RDW. Is he still 3 charges away? 𝘼𝐽 gets the ping and just catches him in the corner. No clear on the dart. Spike does get grabbed up. Meantime, 𝘼𝐽 again faces out a window. This time gets what? Turret now going to be cleared. Minimize, manages to spray through, catches him, but 𝑏lazKing will find 2. Then suddenly leaves Lou on his lonesome, and he's only going to be able to find 1. 3 members left standing, the op still in hand. Boom, not allowing Bonk to string together 2.
But in terms of alt cycling here, 𝘼𝐽, this is huge for Boom. They've got the Hunter's Fury now. Dragon does get his lockdown, but had he been able to get that orb in that previous round here and put it to use, instead 𝘼𝐽 just doing a phenomenal job using his own utility to set himself up for some huge kills. Gets the 2, dies. That's 3 orbs. That's Hunter's Fury. And now, now you have the Rolling Thunder as well to back up these retakes that clearly Boom is comfortable playing with. They've been really darn good so far. So you have extra alt utility, alt firepower.
भाई BONKERS सिर्फ W क्यों दबा रहे भाई?
These retakes for Boom and here with Dragon.
Yeah.
Oh my God, 𝘼𝐽.
Lou is just dealt with. Swing out, Dragon good with a headshot. Dragon finds a second. Lockdown, you're talking about it, now comes into play. And 𝘼𝐽's dead on the floor. Rolling Thunder will come in, goes ahead, interrupts the plant on the spike, but Minimize still looks to hold the line. Finds 1 before falling, but they have to respect this ult. They back away, avoid it, the plant comes in. Dragon with the Vandal, what? Grabs 1 himself. Fault line not connecting. Famous swing around the side, they clutch out Dragon. What now? Into the corner, tries to get the transfer, but cannot make it happen. They get so damn close. But Boom will hold firm. Up can be recovered, and that's going to be them moving up now 5-1.
Man, such a good opportunity for Bonk here on the back of that double kill from Dragon. I mean, that's one way to get rid of the Hunter's Fury. Just kill the guy who has it.
Yeah.
Taps forehead, like, just unbelievable. And gives himself a really good opportunity to win this round. I mean, I love this. I mean, you might as well. Absolutely disgusting on the back of the reveal as well. But then, of course, this firepower right now. Boom is just rocket and rolling when it comes to their gunplay.
They are, but the one critical part that they're missing right now is Lou. 1-6-0. Not what you want to be seeing from your Jet player, especially one that has shown us so many highlights during the group stage of this tournament.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think Lou is a little shaky right now, and hopefully That doesn't last. Hopefully this timeout, like we saw with Fancy previously, that timeout came in, things changed pretty quickly after a rough start for them. Happy birthday, what?
Happy birthday.
क्या कर रहे तो गेम खेल रहा है देख रहा है
क्या कर रहा है? Let's go.
Well,
man.
Sure he's
sure he wants a victory for his birthday and not an all-expenses paid trip back to Australia.
I think it's Garnett's birthday today too.
Oh.
Town.
Well, if so, then we have a very star-studded day here, July 7th.
That's right.
All the more to play for. We'll see how this timeout functions for them, though.
These are crowdsourced team? No, bro, they are not crowdsourced.
Rounds have been close.
Yeah.
Feels like, you know, this should really be a 3-3
they are funded by
at the
their
moment,
organization.
or, you know, 4-2, something like that. Not this 5-1 that Bonk currently find themselves with. Lou, though, going to look to get the blood flowing. We saw, you know, that 4K clutch from him when he was having a quieter game.
Bonkers is the sorry.
It's a monstrous performance.
Bonkers is the
crowdfunded
team.
Started things off for him in that map, in that series.
My bad. They are the only team which are crowdfunded.
So far, it is just BlazEking all on his lonesome at the moment here on the site, but some reinforcements are swinging over towards him.
Oh, this turret's so annoying, though, when you have that Blade Storm. It's so difficult to like clear that out effectively. The alarm
on the side and gets BlazEking in the back of the head, and he doesn't have to worry about it.
That's true. Again, that's, I mean, we saw it previously, right? Just kill the person with utility, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Okay, dash in, up over the top, looks for it, doesn't manage to find Berserk before falling, but BlazEking also got dragged at the same time.
B pe mid pe direct hit.
Still looking to hold the line, but still looking to push here into A site. Paranoia across. Some shots going the way of Severin as what? Just trying, just hoping that somebody's going to swing out into him, but instead he swings into Shiro's line of fire. Shiro does not miss. Minimize, finds one. Still so many more angles to try to clear, and he just comes sweeping forward right into BlazEking's welcoming arms. Shock dart over the top is famous with his own Blade Storm, looking to get involved.
30 seconds left.
1v2 with 21 HP. He's just going to go ahead and ship this spike all the way over towards C.
Yeah, absolutely the right call here, but again, this time Boom playing a little bit more reactive defense than we've seen so far here in this half. Doing a really good job there. That bait TP by Severin.
Uh-oh.
Oh, saw the cape.
Yep, seems like he did get spotted. This is the kind of round where you can try to play for a Hunter's Fury, but yeah, Famous just doesn't even give him the chance. The instant headshot comes in. Timeout. Not going to be paying off for Bonkers. Boom. Now move up 6-1. Very strong start for them here with their side select on this map.
I mean, they're just so steady right now. And again, there's that fake TP to bait out what there. Shiro's just waiting with open arms. Having a whale of a mapper. A lot of these players on Boom. Berserks, the desk was talking about him, a guy who's I hear about all the time, you know, not just outside, not just in scrims, but just period in the previously APAC region, now the Pacific region. He's always been on the tips of people's tongues. This whole team is really strong. Severin, a long time esports veteran.
Famous gets the shot, dashes to the side. Hunter's Fury let loose, looking for a connection here, but so far no one getting tagged up. They do get themselves into the site. They buy enough space. Still they'll have to get the plant down. Minimize. Noted. Paranoia goes across. It's rather early. BlazEking finds Dragon now. That's a garage lurk dealt with. Another lockdown at the ready for him. With no way to clear this one out. RDW dissuaded from trying to swing in. The push forward. BlazEking just rushes up, gets in front of the wall, finds himself a third. Severin will get the finish. 7-1. Boom, not looking to be denied.
It's just beautiful utility again from Shiro. I mean, he sets up so many of these players. He gets the spot onto the plant. They instantly throw a Paranoia. And while that's happening, BlazEking is cutting off Garage, kind of anticipating that there might be some help coming. And then it's another one through there that sets up BlazEking again. There you are. And that one through that cosmic divide there. Absolutely brilliant. And the follow-up from BlazEking just as good. So right now, for me, I think a big part of this is a Sova diff. I mean, I really think Shiro, even though his kills may not be as high as BlazEking and Berserk, I think he's doing a phenomenal job.
Setting them up.
Yeah, exactly.
It also just feels like Bonkers are getting caught off guard when it comes down to the way that Boom are playing, because they're disrespecting a lot of this util. Some of these ults coming through, that Cosmic Divide goes up, and you know, 𝘼𝐽𝐺 says, screw it, I'm just going to push in. They're not going to expect this tempo rush. They did not. Comes up huge.
And it's the coordination and the reaction for Boom, right? It's like as soon as that something happens, whether it be the Cosmic Divide or their own teammate's utility, they're ready to respond. They're playing off each other so well right now. The coordination is beautiful. And this is a concern I had coming into this map pool, that these first two maps are the same ones that Bonk played against 𝘼𝐼𝐺. They're the exact same two maps. So there's a lot of tape here for Boom to really kind of understand what's going on. And right now they're certainly well ahead of the curve.
I mean, it seems like off the back of the map draft, both teams walking away saying, yeah, this went about as anticipated.
Sure.
But right now for Boom, it seems like they definitely have the upper hand in that regard. Something's got to change very shortly here for the side of Bonkers, because even if they are going to have a stronger, you know, a better time shifting over to the defense, because again, this is Boom's side select on this map.
Sure.
You need to give yourself more wiggle room than an 11-1, a 10-2. We saw, you know, Damwon, D+ rather, start things off really rough. As soon as they swap sides, that's where the rounds started getting racked up. But it was far too late, far too much damage had been dealt.
Yeah.
So Bonk need to avoid that same scenario. They need to set themselves up the decent number of round wins here on this half. 𝘼𝐺𝐺 though instantly finds the minimize. Drop down here into the spike, and 𝘼𝐺𝐺 just continues to press
𝘼𝐺𝐺
forward.
तो सिर्फ W दबाया जा रहा है.
Lou knocked to the ground, no legs to stand up. 𝘼𝐺𝐺 now with a third. The reveal out onto Dragon. As 𝘼𝐺𝐺 on the hunt. He's already, I mean, he's been holding on to this lockdown for a while now. 𝘼𝐺𝐺 will be able to get involved to find the final
आज
two.
क्या हो गया है Bonkers को? सिर्फ W क्यों दबा रहे हैं? Looks like it, Molo.
Well, there's that disrespect. You were just talking about it, man. I mean,
I'll just push your cloud burst.
Just screw it. I mean, this is just unbelievable stuff here. Good setup there from 𝘼𝐺𝐺. Gives him the ability to get that first kill, but then the second one, he's just
barrel stuffing him with a vandal.
He does not care right now. The confidence is enormous for him and all of Boom. Another lockdown already. That's two.
He's just playing it like he has a judge in his hand.
अरे चूती वापस सेम W कुछ प्रेशर रही कुछ
Just three
मैप
more rounds to be played out
शर्म
here.
बीरम आ रही है कि नहीं क्या हो गया भाई मिनिमाइज
Drone goes forward, spots 𝘼𝐺𝐺. Not sure if they got the dart across. Looks like they did not, as 𝘼𝐺𝐺 just drops down, back plat, avoids getting pinged. Looks to swing out, full flash, connects into his face, Lou up over the top, finds one, 180 pivots, finds 𝘼𝐺𝐺 as well. Berserks arrives, manages. Let's go ahead and trade this back, but now the man
सामने लेके फ्लैश से ब्लाइंड हो रहे अपने टीम के फ्लैश से ब्लाइंड हो रहा लॉक वाला
still weak. As Famous gets himself shifted around here. Over at 𝘼𝐿ong, the AWP in hand, needs to clear the cubby.
The Rolling Thunder.
What if he swung? It would have been monstrous, but it doesn't pay attention to it. Minimize, gets caught up. Now into the 2v2, 𝘼𝐺𝐺 approaching. The jiggle, the drone goes out, spots him. Shot dart to try to dissuade. What? Gets one. RDW will be able to finish him off, and Bonkers, with a thrifty, will go ahead and get themselves a second round win.
Thunderous round of applause as well from the audience. They want to see Bonkers back in this for sure. I thought that was potentially going to be devastating there when Famous got that kill in the minimize. That was the Rolling Thunder out of the round. And then, I don't know, the spot there didn't seem to quite come through, but the flash and setup there for Lou was beautiful. 𝘼𝐺𝐺 was completely pinned. The Paranoia misses Lou on the entry as well from 𝘼𝐺𝐺. So just barely RDW able to get that kill through the wall. And the fans very happy to see Bonkers going totally nuts.
Can they do it back to back? And so far the rounds have been quite far separated from one another. Getting that third and having the hope of her occurs. Oh, Dragon does get caught, but it's quickly traded. KJ's taken out of the fight. Does get rid of that potential lockdown usage. Starts now out, and once again start rushing their way in towards 𝘼𝐺𝐺. 𝘼𝐺𝐺 in the back, just hovering inside of the smoke for now. After shock to try and delay, going to be used as well on the opposite side. Tick going to be eaten there by Watt, knocked down now to 30 HP, but a one tap comes in. RDW puts the Omen down. Rolling Thunder crashing across the Cosmic Divide, perfectly timed here. Watt just trying to keep them peeled. Now they have the answering Rolling Thunder. Famous trying to get ahead of that one. Does still get caught up, but RDW falling. 𝘼𝐺𝐺 finds one. Shock Dart bounce. towards the cubby. Doesn't manage to go deep enough. So what still stands tall. Still finds one. Gets another kill. And suddenly it's all on Famous. Time ticking a 1v2. Luke Dash dashing into the wall. Oh my God. Back out. Famous. For a second he thought he might have had it, but no. Minimize holds his ground and helps get them the third round victory.
Whoa, God. Well, finally, some of these close rounds are starting to go Bonkers' way, and a great reaction here with that cosmic divide.
Bhai, sab round 15-20 second में decide हो रहा है,
guys. I guess, if you really want to point it out like I just did, between these two compositions that these teams are running is the Astra versus the Omen. And yeah, the Astra really powerful on the defender side of the coin, but here with that cosmic divide available, able to cut off the rolling thunder from the side of Boom, and still the gunplay is great. Famous able to have enough time to switch guns and line up the head and almost transferred over. Had he been maybe just a little bit faster there, could have got something done, but Boom setting up for what looks like a pretty fast hit. The pace has been pretty breakneck here, 𝘍𝐽𝐿.
Yeah, neither team really afraid of running at the other. For Boom, it's mostly been running through smokes and whatnot, but Minimize with a great start to the round. Lockdown going to be used, Blaze King.
अरे राजा उसने किधर लगाया लॉकडाउन वो तो देख ये पागल.
Lockdown has not been cleared. It is not enough. 3 players detained, and this could be absolutely nightmarish. Somehow Famous, did he not see him? Minimize is still on the site. No, does get cleaned up eventually. As they go ahead, they sweep through. Dragon on the lurk. Able to find one, but now he's got everything to do.
शॉक डार्ट लाइनअप सीखा तो उधर ही डालेगा क्या ये?
It's a 9-3 half with Boom way out in the lead.
So something fell apart in the comms there for Bonk. There needed to be one more piece of utility to clear that lockdown.
The Darks just went on. It was for a default lockdown, but he had shifted
What is up, Ganesh?
more towards the link door.
I guess they just missed.
क्या हो गया? मैं भी सीखता आज ही थोड़ा ठीक हुआ. मर जाएगा आज रात.
आपके लिए मैं भी सीखूं.
Somehow going to survive. Just sat there on site.
अरे
Dragon. This one's going to be able to find 2 more back here. If he does get berserks, you start thinking maybe this guy's going to be able to clutch it
10 दिन में मैच है ना?
against all odds.
10-12 दिन.
And now everything to play for, and for the
feverish है क्या?
कल ऐसा थ्रोट बहुत ऐसा तो वीकनेस था तो समझ में आ गया कल तो लौरे लगने वाला है. तो उधर सुबह तो हाँ.
Absolutely, you want to believe in curses.
Shivering हो रहा है.
You and I don't, but certainly the fans would like that. So, happy birthday, Darion, as well. Why is everybody born on this day? What happened?
I don't know. Stars were born.
The stars aligned, yeah. Oh, they're singing happy birthday for him too.
बात practice किया तुम लोगों ने क्या छुट्टी लो
The top announcers are getting in on it.
Practice नहीं करूँगा.
You want to give it a rendition? You want to give it a go?
Nah, I'm good. Right.
But I mean, you're a karaoke kind of guy. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but not happy birthday.
Oh, wow, you're above that. Is that what you're saying?
You know, if
Must watch party करता और ना
rank. That would be more my wheelhouse, but definitely not acapella.
Watch party तो भी second game चालू है.
Bohemian Rhapsody, absolutely.
नहीं मैं बोल रहा अगर तबीयत ठीक था तो ऐसा ranked है watch party करता.
अच्छा.
Certainly not. Let's see what Bonkers choose. They shift over to the defending side. Do they choose violence, or do they sit back?
Dude, 18 kills in that half for Blaze King.
Yeah, he was just having a whale of a time.
That's my killjoy right there. Let's go.
Bonkers ने जो W दबाया ये game.
The real thing is
only W. और मार खाए जा रहे हैं.
Kind of attacker-sided, right? Like.
Sure.
Killjoy util पे भी नहीं मारा है. Killjoy तो swing कर करके उड़ा रहा है उनका Blaze King.
All a must win for Bonk. And here's that defensive setup.
भी इनको swing कर करके उड़ाया.
Shuffling him around this side so perfectly. The drop down to the smoke. Famous able to find one.
मैं अपना पुराना games देख रहा था रे अभी.
अरे मैं भी देखता हूँ.
कितना discipline. पर वो नहीं मैं वो वाला बोल रहा कितना discipline से खेलते थे अपन भाई एक टाइम पे. ऐसा 1v4 में भी तू ऑप से ऐसे पीछे से लगा के रखा है.
Still steadily creeping up.
वो जो 3-2 का comeback किया ना अपन.
अच्छा तभी tight था ना थोड़ा.
Reads that this is going to end up towards A, but can he clear the corner fast enough to actually shut this one down? The answer is yes. Dow just needs to hit the shot. No, 𝘍𝐽𝐿 just sprints right past him. Plant comes in, has the recon set up, and now
1v2 अगर clutch कर दे तो घर चले जाओ Bonk.
Trying to clutch up. Get Boom a second pistol win. He's staring towards sewer. Shifts it back over, looking towards Link, sees nothing. Shots start flying, but RDW Doesn't get the kill, just tags him low, but Lou will be able to go ahead, get on top of him, get the kill, and Bonk will get themselves a pistol win to start the half off right.
Yeah, a huge win here for Bonk and RDW. Coming up big. Talked about Shiro, a lot of his utility usage, and now RDW getting it done.
Bonkers और OG में Heaven हुआ था क्या?
पर्ल याद है।
पर्ल मेरे को भी याद है, मैं स्ट्रीम किया था, मतलब देख रहा था तेरे साथ थोड़ा, फिर लैग हो गया तो बंद कर दिया था मैं।
I think Heaven खिला रहेगा। I think हाँ खिला रहेगा Heaven।
Still the response from RDW just solid on that back line, and appreciate the effort
Chat को पता रहेगा
from
chat
Shiro to
को।
try to get over there, to try to get the plant down, to try to do something, but at that point, like, you have no idea which side, whether it be short or long, that other player could be coming from. It's really tough to judge. The timing, until you hear that shot ring out behind you, you don't know exactly how close some of those players may or may not be. And Famous gonna go for the Marshal, a couple sheriffs. Shorty in the hands for Severine, so I am super interested
full time streamer बोलते
to see exactly what
कल रात को भी स्ट्रीम कर रहा था 11:30 तक
for
रैंक गेम्स बोलते
Position to challenge here.
उसका growth के लिए बहुत अच्छा।
Obviously still very much need to show respect to Blaze King on the opposite side. Dragon himself showing just how much damage those sheriffs.
Oh!
Inches his way up.
Oh!
Takes his head clean off. Trying to delay.
ये Blaze King ज़्यादा free हो गया उसके बाद।
Forward, get some taps across there on the Famous, forces the dash out.
भाई राउंड निकल सकता है भाई, तीन लोग एक स्काउट शॉट के ये है।
Disengage, get themselves out of the sight. Severine,
एक, दो, तीन, भाई जैसे ही बोला वही हो गया।
What the fuck?
What now all is lonesome? Finds one.
I think
so
shot that,
much more to be done.
Kill shot yeah, they're all on shot.
This is near impossible. Near impossible for what? Unbelievable.
And he's out of time.
Yeah.
You guys
didn't
be
able to swing around at this point. It's about taking some of these guns out of their hands. He will be able to put an end to Famous's reign of terror, but he cannot stop this spike from going off. He will just hightail it out as best as possible, but no, he's out into the open, and he won't be safe.
क्या कर रहा है भाई? वॉट भाई पागल हो गया है क्या थोड़ा?
ये वॉट कौन है भाई? मैं पहली बार इसका नाम देख रहा हूँ। सब है क्या?
नहीं, उन लोग का प्लेयर ही है।
हाँ क्या?
Oh, and the Phantom goes over to Severine as well, who's just roaming around with a shorty looking to do damage, but he never needed to. It's just, I mean, a Blaze King again. And then Famous line him up, knock him down. Absolutely disgusting. And that, after a huge pistol win for Bonkers, after what felt like there might be a breath of life in them.
चलो 13-4 के तरफ बढ़ते हुए.
This should have been the 9-5. This should have been them getting within 4. But boom, off the back of Famous with just some gorgeous marshalling, absolutely turns the tides. And the second timeout now, final one of the map, has to be used by Bonkers because the script has been flipped.
And this has just been such a scary map for Bonkers. You gotta be kidding. Okay, 1st of July. I was gonna say, there's no way that the 7th of July, like the odds of that.
You got another one in your crowd? You want to sing happy birthday for a
Give me that.
Well,
chat देखो पोपा देख रहा हूँ. Who was in call? मैं गणेश और जयंत भी था. जयंत किधर?
What they are looking for here. And now the performance, looking about as turbulent as the waves and the screens behind them. Bonkers need to find some form of stability here in this map to try to run it back. We've seen some monstrous comebacks, but just given the perseverance and the shutdowns here from Boom, it feels nigh impossible.
They just look faster, more coordinated, it's so accurate. Especially Blaze King on these opening kills. I mean, I'm super curious to see what Blaze King's first kills are coming out of this map. Feels like it's pretty darn high.
Yeah. Well, here comes the rush. 3 classics, 2 sheriffs on the side of Bonk. The site opened up. About to be 3 players here inside of the garage. Spam coming across. Famous not going to be clipped here. Still goes for the reload and still will do it fast enough to be able to find RDW and doubles down for Lou. Leaving just minimize all in his lonesome. Noted in the garage, and yep, a flawless as Famous will collect 3. And Boom get themselves one step closer to map point.
And again, it's the good covering fire here that just keeps, you know, Boom from taking any extra damage. You know, Famous got caught in a bad spot. Normally, you'd be pretty concerned he's just dead to rights, but it's 𝘼𝐽 there backing him up.
मेरे को तो लग रहा था ये गेम बहुत close होने वाला है, उल्टा हो रहा है.
Make sure that all the angles are covered. So, you know, Boom just doing all the right things at the right time there. It's nothing too crazy, but it's just the story of this entire day for them. It's just been great coordination, great just mechanics, frankly. I mean, they've looked just so crisp, so clean.
Full flash going across Nebula. Knocked up. That was to try to keep him safe. Waits out for the aftershock, and it's just pure and utter chaos here as the Famous doesn't know what the hell he's looking at. Will get chipped down to 49 by the Nano Swarms, and then finished off as Minimize comes up with 2.
Spike down.
It's a very good response here from the side of Bonkers, very swiftly gathering everybody up here for the C site. Blaze King, however, still going to be good for one.
Comeback
comes up over the top of the plat, takes him out, gets himself a
दोनों टीम रश सिमुलेटर खेल रही है.
Bonkers fighting back, not giving up hope.
This crowd is very much behind Bonkers
You
right
eat,
now.
bro.
They are
क्या ही बचा
very
है
loud. I think they just want to see a good game, of
Check
course.
क्या ही बचा है.
But this round started very similar to the pistol, right? It's kind of that utility dump towards Plat. They clearly got a good read on
One enemy.
what likes. Oh my God, that's such a weird sentence to say because his name is what.
Yeah.
What likes to do on that C site. They have a good utility, but the response from Bonk is good as well, especially with that Nano Swarm up front that really chunks down Famous. So a good adaptation from Bonk. Now Lou.
Oh, the shot. Bit too high, not able to find it. Fault line to try to slow them up. Now answered back, Minimize continues to do wonders for Bonkers, but again, the off not getting the connection. They're trying to flush him into the open, and it works a treat. Aftershock into headshot. Severin tries to bring them back into this one. Spray into the corner. The good for it. Berserks gets the finish. It's Minimize, and now it's only what left. Coming down, and this is again another round. Getting away from them.
भाई ल्यू भाई आफ्टर शॉक से अंदर भी जा सकते हैं, सिर्फ पीक ही नहीं करना होता है.
Two Achilles, two.
बैठना पड़ता है तो आप चल लो
I mean, there's no confusion about what Boom's doing in this round. It's just Lou misses a couple big shots. And it's just a great setup with his own utility there from Minimize.
Our family has been through a lot together.
What the fuck?
Add नहीं चाहिए भाई.
YouTube जावा. The fuck?
They're pushing forward rather, pursuing, looking for more. Lou will be good for the second. Manages to dodge out, does not get caught there by Severin. They make their exit. Aftershock, just to go ahead and cover them a bit more, as that is exactly the kind of start that they need.
Yes, difficult, man.
5v3. Boom, slowing things
down.
Drifting back away from the A site. Maybe going to turn their sights towards C.
सर्वज्ञानी को कैसे नहीं जान पाया तू?
Now it's a very slow creep up.
ध्यान दे रहा था का ऐसा खेलना है.
Still plenty of money in the bag.
वो only up खेल रहा है बैठ के अपना.
Even if this round
Thomas skills
going their way now, we've seen the 3v5s already. For Boom, he's setting up outside of B. Dragon right around the corner.
Dart in, doesn't get the initial shot. Famous updrafting, stays safe. He's up over the top. Dragon just has to drift back here into backside. 𝘼𝐽's got it covered. One, however, now arriving, finds one. Famous gets 2. But then will swiftly finish
अलग ही नशा चल रहा है भाई.
A big round from Lou, something that we've been looking for. Finally has it. That's 6, but they're still only halfway there if they want to take this to overtime, and there are 5 ultimates sat here for Boom Esports, ready and raring to go.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I mean, the money was also a little bit potentially wonky there, so all the damage you could do, very impactful for Boom, but the blade
फामूस भाई ने 2 कैसे मार दिए?
Back end of this. So I think Boom, Bonk should be able to put together enough of a buy that everybody except Blue has rifles indeed.
Looking for the window crunch. Doesn't see anything though. Hunter's Fury now across.
What's your plan for the lockdown then?
Improvise.
All right, I'm
it's
about
like jazz. Blades out, Lou finds Famous. That could be a weapon grab now for him. Obviously still very low on HP, but gives him that man advantage. The rest of the team from Boom now completely corralled over here at 𝘼𝐿𝐿. Lou looks to be the one to scout for the rotations.
Well, the map control is just so good for Bonk here. I mean, they know every inch of this map.
They send this up as he gets spotted. Oh, drops down, can't quite get him. Blaze King. Fancy foot, just go ahead, dodging around those knives. Now the advantage in the hands of Boom. Divide here to use to try to dissuade them from pushing forward into C.
उल्टा एक्चुअल डिवाइड के पीछे कल डाल दो किल जो है.
They're not staying stacked together, waiting for this plant to come in. They're completely fanned out. Now the lockdown comes through.
30 seconds left.
A dart forward, looking for something. Nothing going to be noted. They'll wait this out a little bit longer. It's the Hunter's Fury now sent out.
Oh.
Looking for the catch, and actually does manage to get a tag. What tag down to 70. The spike now planted, and the site completely entrenched by Boom members.
Breach ult भी है ना अभी.
Blaze King, the first line, cleared out. RDW finding one. Jumps away from the fault line. Rolling Thunder now. Pushed forward, just looking to shove them back and finish this map.
Okay.
Minimizing what? Need to clear out 3 and get this defuse. Minimize good for the first, but then it's going to be Berserk's holding it down. Cleans up 3 kills, and 13-6 is the scoreline as Boom will knock Bonkers off their feet.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it, 𝘼𝐿𝐿. It is Boom taking Haven, commanding performance, the confidence just visible in the way they're playing. And again, both of these teams playing at a high tempo, and that suits Boom just fine.
भाई आधे घंटे में तो लग रहा है मैप खत्म हो गया. फट.
Seemingly impossible situations. Time and time again.
Guys, मैं 5 मिनट में आया मॉम को मिलके और फ्रेश होकर आया. Be right back. Washroom.
We need to see them rally back as we get ready to go into Pearl. They have had some absolute fantastic performances on that map. We have seen the likes of Lou, Dragon, everybody realistically have highlight plays on Pearl. But it needs to happen because now they are here. They're getting ready to go to match point. It is in the hands of Boom to eliminate them and send them home here in the first day of the playoffs. So for Bonkers, with everything riding on their shoulders, they need to be able to rally back.
And Pearl's been a great map for Boom. It's the map they took off Bleed, I believe, and it's going to be tough. I mean, now is a real test of, the mental resilience here for Bonkers. Can they come back? Can they recover from a pretty handily defeated loss here on this map? Their map pick of Haven, and there were a lot of kind of minor mistakes in there that cost them, especially with their ult utilization and the missed shock darts and things like that on that lockdown, and just a few little things that cost them some really important rounds.
Yeah, I mean, again, so many of them were very close at the beginning. Second half, that's when things really started to get away from them. We saw those monstrous comebacks coming through for the side of Boom when, situations where it seemed like they shouldn't be able to win.
Yeah.
But we'll have to just wait and see what does happen on Pearl. I mean, one of the trends that we've been seeing in this tournament the whole way throughout is teams losing on their own map picks because you do so much work to study. We'll have to see if that is going to be the case. But first, imagine he could be in better spirits, but we do have Komodo standing by yet again with another highlight that he's going to break down in the telestration. So we'll go ahead and hand it off to him.
Thank you once again, fellas. And of course, yes, Boom getting the victory in this one, even when they are man advantages down and it's going in the way of Bonkers. And that is something here that I would like to highlight, and of a bit of a thrifty variety as well for Bonkers. But unfortunately for them, the round doesn't actually go their way. So we are going to be starting off, of course, here on round number 6, where we do have this lesser equipped buy to come through from the attackers. And now keep an eye on the lockdown on the side of Bonkers, and then the Rolling Thunder over on the side of Boom, because these are the two first pivotal ults that I want to be touching when it does come to this round. Now, once we do start off, we can see immediately on the radar that it is a heavy Bonkers presence. In fact, it's going to be all 5 members over on the side for them. We do note that there's going to be a ping on the map as well over down near the bricks, and that's going to be crucial because that's where Bonkers are going to want to set up a flashpoint to push 𝘼𝐺 off the line, and it's going to be worth its weight in gold because they actually managed to get him back toward the site with Blaze King. We do see a cheeky shot on towards 𝘼 as well, but what happened previously in this mix of utility is that Bonkers put the fault line to cut down the middle of the site. And what we're going to see is a cheeky recon bolt actually ricocheted off the wall that is going to scan a couple of the members of Boom, and with a team paranoia coming through from Severine, it's going to make things a little bit awkward for the side of Boom and put them in the player disadvantage, and this is where we're going to start to see the ultimates be a little bit more impactful. When Dragon gets those kills, the ultimate can get ripped down in towards the sewers, and that's going to try and buy enough time with this vicinity here for the retake to be situated and for Bonkers to get the plant. Now, before that as well, we have a little rolling thunder to come through from Berserks, and with the combination of utility coming through, Minimize is ahead of the curve on that one. A couple of trades to come on out, but this is the time in the round that it has to be respected. The ultimate goes out, and it's the 2 versus 2. And this, I think, is one of the most important things to highlight in a round such as this. Because it's on the 2 versus 2, we can see that for Boom, Famous still has this operator. And coming into a retake, you know that operators are not generally going to be the weapon that you want in your possession. So what instead we see from him, and we'll go into the radar for this one, is there's going to be a fault line set up to go across default towards long, and as soon as Famous wants to get onto the site, there's going to be some nice placements of the cloud bursts to be able to completely catch the Bonkers guys and isolate them into a 2 versus 1 duel, favoring the Boom side of things. So we'll go and watch this here. There's the fault line. Watt is stuck looking at Heavens. Famous and Berserk swing onto Dragon. Watt's completely blinded, gets the 1 kill there, but loses out on the second one, meaning that the defuse can come through, and that is a nice retaked round to come through from the side of Boom, completely locking Bonkers out even when Boom were at a player disadvantage. Thanks once again for joining me here. We're going to go through a break, and when we come back, more Valorant action.
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
The world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे मैं डरूं. तरूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाज़ाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've won about us traveling.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. We just finished Map 1, Bonkers versus Boom, with Boom quite easily taking away that map win from Haven, which was Bonkers' map pick, actually. I know, Quack, you were predicting a Bonkers win here. What do you think of this performance? Look at Will's face. Yes,
I don't.
Yes, Quack,
I just saw, I was going to say something, and then I saw Will's like...
Please, I would love to hear your deep analysis on your own prediction.
You can tell Will was part of the debate club.
I mean, he's
wrong,
like
actually.
giving me so much pressure. No, that's a real thing. I think that's something that Bonkers felt. First of all, I mean, we were talking about experience a little bit, right? And then this might be one of the first times that Bonkers are playing in front of such a crowd. I mean, RDW actually did tweet out, just a couple hours ago that he said, the crowd sounds insane. I'm so excited. But now that you're actually playing on that stage, and I know that Lou is one of those guys who kind of might get a little bit affected by some of these nerves too, and you could see that it kind of hurt their performance a little bit. Of course, that's not to say that's the whole reason.
Sure.
I think Boom actually just did a really, really good job controlling the map on Haven.
Yeah, and all thanks to this guy, right, who got the MVP in the server, bLazeKing. I mean, bLazeKing was absolutely on one in this map, just getting multi-kill after multi-kill, 6 first kills as the Killjoy. I mean, absolutely insane stats, but also, let's say it like it is. You called out that Lou might be one of those players that gets affected by this, and as one of the star players on Bonkers, I mean, it took him a while to get the first kill, and even then, only 9 total, right? Across 19 rounds. I mean, that's not what you want to see from your star Jet player. Win or lose, you want to see him have the confidence to continue to, go out, get kills, and be able to continue to lead the round. Now, I will say, he was still showing the confidence, right? He wasn't shying away from fights. He was still going into it. It's just the result didn't quite change.
That's the thing. We talk about confidence a lot. And yes, you need confidence to be able to peek out and go for duels. I think Lou was doing that a little bit too much. I felt like Bonkers were a little bit too aggressive. They were too, I don't know, they just went for executes. And sometimes you would see Lou, he places himself into some awkward positions, like C-site on logs, for example. I think round 3 was one of those where he kind of dashed into that spot and he couldn't get out. Yeah, he placed a cloud burst just to keep himself alive for a couple of seconds, but that was it. This is not the same Lou that I saw, in group stage.
And then I also want to know, I'm glad you brought up C-site, right? It was very clear that Boom had this idea of, we're just going to give the site for free, like almost every time, right? We have, I mean, we're playing with Omen. We don't have a great way without investing too many people to hold that site down. So give that for free. If they come in, we go for a quick retake. And the retakes were always on point. So we saw it in that kind of quick interview that Mac did when they were walking in. bLazeKing said, well, we just made sure we had some counters ready. It was very clear that Boom was prepared for this match.
Yeah, Boom was definitely prepared. And I think they know the stakes are high, and they just came in and made sure that Bonkers could not gain any momentum whatsoever. And I think you're absolutely right about Lou and the rest of the team. It's like they had that confidence, or almost like they were trying to overcompensate with maybe, that stage nerves or whatever it is. It seemed like the timing just wasn't right. You mentioned that point, like the team timing amongst each other just wasn't quite in sync. But maybe now that they finished their first map, going into the second map, do we expect improvements on this front?
I mean, if your name is Quack and you predicted Bonkers to win, I think you do. I know,
actually, I'm really scared. This is the first time, like, guys, wow. I'm like, oh, God. Yeah, no, really, because
okay.
Next map pick is going to be Pearl, right? Yeah. And if you're talking about all these, like, punish plays and just giving Bonkers the site and then retaking off of that, this is precisely how Bleed played against Bonkers in the most recent match. And it was actually a really interesting thing because Bonkers played that map specifically against Orangutan. They wanted to try or test out their strategies. It kind of worked for a couple of rounds, couple of seconds, and it was great. That was when Luke got like a quick, I don't know, like 10-second ace when he pushed up B-Long. it didn't work out again afterwards because Bleed really found ways to counter that, and I feel that Boom Esports really studied that VOD, and they must have strategies planned, just prepared for this specific matchup. So I don't know, if Bonkers doesn't really fix whatever they've got, whatever gaps, whatever leaks they have, this is going to be a really tough match.
Well, whatever it is, Bleed is here. I think most of the team is here, and they're watching who could be their potential opponent for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, they're just going to be taking this all in to see how things will pan out. Now, of course, on the side of Bonkers, we've got that Omen. And I will say this, I mean, you know, ever since the map changes, jury's still out on exactly how does that really affect the different compositions of the metas. I think the Omen itself is fine, right? And then you still have the KO on top as a second initiator. But like you said, Quack, you have to now be one step ahead in reverse, right? You now have had another team like Bleed who has countered what you're trying to do. They've really tried to just bait you into these traps. And boom, it's very clear that they did that on Haven. And this is their pick. So I think this draft, now looking back at the results of the first map, probably both teams were pretty happy about this draft. But then Bonkers lost their pick. Now you're going into the Pearl with Boom, who still has that, you know, they're going with the Harbor Viper. I mean, you don't want anything else to make better trap plays, right? You can just really cut up the site even after they enter or even when they're on the attack.
And that's that whole plan surrounding this composition that Boom Esports has. Bonkers, it is an interesting idea. I kind of like it. Having this sole controller, you're able to support your teammates with paranoias all the way throughout, and sometimes just pivoting around B-Link, playing around the side, and maybe rotating back towards mid. It can be a good setup. We've seen it work before, especially when Dragon anchors down Art. The main thing is, I need to see Bonkers play a lot more control. They cannot afford to go too aggressive, and they need to fix their past mistakes.
Yeah, I would agree. And then, you know, they are starting over on that defensive side, so hopefully, again, they take advantage of the fact that they have that Omen to set up the paranoia trap plays to try to get a lead in the first half.
Well, this is it, or this could be it for Bonkers. They don't get their act together, you know, shake off any nerves from the stage and figure out what exactly Boom has up their sleeve. Now we're gonna go up to our casters, 𝘍𝐽𝐿 and Paper Thin, as we go into map 2, Pearl.
Yeah, very well could be it right now. Bonkers backs against the wall. Need to be able to fight back here on Pearl, where they have shown us strong performances in the past. Take down Boom and try to extend this series all the way. We'll see if they're going to be able to get it done, but right now Boom have to be feeling so good, so confident and comfortable after that very clean closeout on Haven.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They should be feeling really comfortable. It's a good map for both teams. I said earlier they beat Bleed. I meant Naus. The other team that is in the playoffs, Boom had beat Naus on this. It was very close, 13-10. It looked like it was going to be very one-sided for Boom until Naus was able to run like 6 or 7 rounds in a row on the defense. But their defender side, very, very good here for Boom. But they're going to start on the attacker side, where they're able to take the first 4 rounds in a row off of Naus Esports the last time they played them. So the real question here is to me, is the compositional differences, though. That's the big key that everyone has to be looking at, right? So to me, a lot of pressure here onto Minimize and RDW in particular, with that Sova and that KO. Why do I say that? Well, because you're running that double controller, the kind of meta comp that you see most of the time on Pearl with the Harbor Viper. So you need those initiators to sort of get you that information, get you that ability to get past that extra layer of smokes that's going to be there. So particularly RDW with that Sova. I need to see some impact, more impact with those recon darts, with those owl drones, to set up Lou and others to get past that line of defense that Boom is going to have.
Let's see if they can get it done. Everything to play for here for Bonkers. Do not want to be going home this early on here. It's just the first day of the playoffs. It's been a hell of a run for this OCE squad to get themselves to this point. But can they continue onward? Can they deliver us a 3-map series? Or will Boom be walking away with their heads held high and give us a 4-0 day of Valorant here? It's not what we want. We want some real matches, some closeness. We want to see some map 3s.
Well, we almost sort of had a map 3.
Sure. Well, we want that pressure to hit a fever pitch. Shock dart timing. Great from the side of RDW. Good early damage across. Minimize now up here alongside. Gets full flash, so tries to turn away from it. Ends up eating the whole damn thing. As he gets taken down. Lou now. Bit of a delayed reaction. Blaze King comes out on top. Now a 5v3. Here in the opening pistol round, the plant coming down on the B side. 𝘼𝘽𝐻𝐿 shifting his way around. Get himself up top. But so much work now to be done, and Boom completely entrenched.
Very difficult now for Bonkers. A recon dart and a paranoia. That's basically what you got.
Revealing area.
Okay, they send the recon to try to get the ping. Only reveals onto one though, and they are swiftly dealt with. A flawless start to the map as Boom will net themselves a second pistol round win here in this series.
And that's just beautiful here from Boom. I mean, one gets revealed, that's okay. That's just bait. Let the other two deal with it. Love the way that 𝐼𝘽𝐻𝐿 sets himself up here. You'll see this all the time, right, on this map with Jets. They love to push long B. They love to take space there. Famous does it too. He was doing it against 𝑘𝐈𝐍𝐿. And just able to just read that very nicely is Boom kind of across the board. A great shock dart to start from 𝘼𝘽𝐿, and I thought, oh, this could be disaster, but Minimize gets a full blind and isn't able to get out of that blind status before he's already taken out, basically. So
yeah, I took just now.
Bonkers here.
Oh yeah.
In a bit of a pickle already.
No, I just
and again, Boom is very good on their defender side on this map. So
no, I'll go apartment and sleep.
Feels more and more dire.
Oh yeah, I just said.
For the Bonkers squad. And there's nobody on A. This is a gamble.
Yeah.
Oh no, bro.
Again,
Gary, I'm dying, bro. Gary.
Watching doors.
Dying, bro. See, bro.
Hopefully some util burn from the side of Boom. Just to try to make sure this site is back clear. As what is wandering back over towards Flowers. Confirmation comes in, the rotations can begin. Top mid being watched.
Come dead, it's okay. You said family, G's family and all. Take cuff
tags him in the shoulder, knocked down to 91
Only
HP.
bogus.
They still have to worry about that late lurk. He's got 2 bites available. And likely has the lineup as well.
Come roll cough. Take some jumps.
Unleash hell through this smoke. They'll push up the cut down. They will just go ahead, and I'm pretty sure damn near kill everybody other than what? Blindly. But it's another flawless round now back to back as they close out the anti-eco.
I mean, I appreciate the effort here from Boom in going for this and going for the gamble and just kind of trying to make something out of this round, trying to make something out of this series. But at the same time, you just handed over 5 more ult orbs.
What the fuck?
Brilliant.
Fans
are brilliant.
15,000 rupees haircut diya Popa. Sabko bolunga.
I mean,
Sabko
absolutely.
Huh? No.
Quack was very amused when I was singing.
Not a Popa streaming. Guys, Gary 15,000 rupees haircut liya, guys.
No karaoke today.
Guys, dekh rahe ho? Aisa ho, guys. 15,000 rupees ka haircut.
I'm with you on that.
80,000 rupees ka juta. 4 lakh ka chain. 30,000 rupees का चश्मा गाइस पैसा है तो ऐसा समझ रहे हो ऐसा गैरी का पैसे से बहुत लोग गाड़ी
go ahead apply some pressure turn their sights
हाँ खा ही रहा है गाइस गैरी का पैसे से muscle grow हो रहा है
this is great I mean this is Boom just completely bamboozling Bonkers
boring match हो रहा है इससे अच्छा तो 5 man
they're just stealing the show right now it's just incredible
बात तो सही
I mean they got the full retake coming for Bonkers and yeah decent amount of utility Dragon
अच्छा
is going to get the opener on the Blaze King through that cascade
good spam finds one a little bit to work with is shock
dart वो analysis करो भाई ऐसा शांत होके देख रहे हो तो लोग सो जाएंगे
मैं तो खुद सोच रहा था सेकंड मैप नहीं देखने को पर फिर बोला चल देख ही लेता हूं पूछा भी पब्लिक को पब्लिक रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं करे
हां भाई जब आप खेलते हो ज्यादा व्यूज आते हैं मेरे को तो लगता
है कल तो 5 में हम लोग खेल रहे थे मस्त 700 लोग देख रहे थे बकचोदी भी चल रही थी पब्लिक को मजा आ रहा है
और क्या चाहिए भाई
अरे मैच देखते वक्त ऐसे 3-4 लोग साथ में रहेंगे तो बकचोदी होते बातें होते तो
बात तो है ये बात तो है अभी जैसा हो रहा है थोड़ा फायरिंग भी कर सकते हैं मसाला
समझ रहा है कि अभी मैं खुद ही फायर करूं खुद ही करूं क्या मजा उसमें ऐसा लोग रहेंगे थोड़ा इधर उधर
सही है थोड़ा मसाला वसाला होता रहेगा सही है सही है इसका क्रॉसर से कौन हारता है भाई पकड़ो पकड़ो भी
Everything's all squared up. Do you already have a reckoning here?
चलो बाबा जाता हूँ घर
जा
बाय बाय
कर सो जा टेक केयर बाय
गुड नाइट बोलते
try kind of a fast hit
गेट वेल बोलते
the dart is but excuse me the knife just caught 𝘼𝐿𝐻
बाकी बंदे किधर गए यहाँ आ रहे अपन ही काफी देखो
that quickly that early
टपाटप
it got blocked by Minimize so good good piece of utility there that maybe bought Bonk a little bit of time and space.
Pressure on him. Paranoia goes out. What zones them back?
Ward bhai to flash dale.
Coming through. Looks like Trailblazer at the ready. Berserk's just going to go ahead and send it. Now the Reckoning as well going to be invested. RDW spotted out the side of Art. Famous chasing forward. Tries to get the catch, but he's just barely getting around the corners fast enough to avoid getting caught by the enemy jet. RDW living to fight another day. Minimize now going to be taken down. However, the push coming in, and RDW not reading that he's here, and Famous just manages to continue to swing in. Gets himself a third. Lou dropped over.
Famous buy.
Now it's just on Dragon. As Boom, I mean, look for their third round win, and it would be a third flawless for them, and it's going to be the case. They go ahead and they answer back in a big way.
I mean, that's a big oof for Bonk. I mean, just a beautiful round here from Boom, and kind of I think their early round ideas kind of got shut down a little bit, but that spam through the high tide was identified by Berserks. And then RDW and What just really not ready for that space to have been taken yet by Boom. And again, you got to be really aware that Boom is just taking space. They have all the confidence in the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, think about how quickly they were rushing you, pushing through your own util, your own smokes, back on Haven. That is not changing here on this attacking side.
Exactly.
Turret's out, has to get back in range, though does Dragon. And right as he does, it gets cleared. Not much info gained. Lou with the Marshall swings out, tries to go for the shot, but is unable to find it. Takes his exit back to the alley. This wall right now causing him trouble. Wall will go down. Instant spot. Dragon still good with the Sheriff. Always seems like he's good for at least a single kill. Takes out one, opens up halls a bit, but still do have that deep position from Blaze King.
Just very difficult retake. If Lou can maybe find one, Blaze King.
Gets him in the head, Paranoia cutting across, swing out here, back hall, good damage down on RDW. He gets finished off, but Shiro will find 3 in the round. And suddenly it's just minimized, rushing forward, has the Vandal, but has no time, and has no chance.
Shiro bhai ko to ek aur ult bhi hai wapas.
From his second Reckoning now, as Boom move up 4-1.
Just beautiful stuff here from Boom, but a cause for concern for me is RDW's utility kind of not that impactful here at the beginning of the round. Yet he had a recon dart that spotted Berserk's way on the other side of the wall. No one's able to play off of that. I mean, it is an eco, so I'm not taking too much out of it, to be honest, but a couple shock darts that don't hit anything as well, so sure, it's an eco, and it's not that bad for an eco. You still drop 3 players. Famous with the blades. Probably don't need to use those just yet. Berserks has those Seekers. Minimize.
He's just going to unleash them.
Yep.
Sends them instantly as they just go ahead and push alongside. No command now going to be used. We'll slow them up a bit and actually ship them back over towards the doors. Now moving forward, could cut over towards Art side, maybe even challenge at Water, but we can see that that is being watched right now like a hawk by RDW. As Lou, waiting patiently, eventually gets his target. Blaze King taken down. Obviously a high value target. And this is sending Boom kind of scrambling for the first time. You can see some uncertainty. This is going to be a 4-man push out from Art side onto the A site.
They've done a great job keeping track of all of this. Let's see if Dragon is going to try to push across his high tide. He does!
He just swings right out and he guns down 3. Berserks does find him, but the damage is dealt. And this should be Bonk getting themselves a second round. Drop down off the wall. Will have been noted. He's unsure where he went. As he continues to push up, RDW spots the gun, gets the shot. Bonk get themselves a second round win. Fantastic reply coming in from Dragon.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. Not just from Dragon, but also Minimize with pretty good timing here on this no command. It forces Boom away from it because then, you know, they want to make this push. And Bonk's just so well prepared. They're watching Water. They're keeping track really well here of the likely movements of Boom. And then, yeah, Dragon, like you said, it seems to be good for one. Well, he's good for a lot more in that round.
I mean, credit also has to go over to What, who layered that Paranoia through. Fantastic little combo play to gun him down and not give him a chance here in the round. A reckoning now sent, and okay, interesting one. Goes through Lynx, drifting over towards Halls. At the Cove now, coming down to try to escort them forward onto the side. Berserk's going to be noted by that recon. Dart and Dragon again, finding an opening kill. Cove now broken. There's nowhere to go but forward here for the side of Boom. Severin pushing forward, managing to find one. Berserk gets the other. Lockdown is destroyed. And Boom for now have the site. 3v3 for the attempt of the retake. Blades now pulled out, and RDW spamming across. Does find Berserks. 𝐼𝐽𝐿𝐒 watching the back, however. Comes away with Minimize. Brings it back into a 2v2. Up over the top goes Lou, but he was going to run out of knives and now just has the operator. And they're encroaching on his position. Up over the top goes 𝐼𝐽𝐿𝐒. Finishes him with a classic. And with 47 seconds remaining, they could take this over to A. Looks like that is not going to be the case. They're just inching forward, get themselves tucked in behind the pillar. And now RDW, he's not sure which way to go.
They're out of the range of that recon, so he's still pretty aware, though.
𝐼𝐽𝐿𝐒 so very low. Absolutely has a chance. The wall coming up. He's in front of it. They might not realize this. And now, okay, they certainly will. Swings in. RDW can get the one, but no chance at a transfer. 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐒 will put him down, and he will help Boom continue to stretch this lead further. Now 5-2.
And again, even though there have been some good moments for Bonkers, spamming through these smokes, these extra layers of cover, of concealment that Boom has. And again, Dragon, you know, a good cove here by this. I really like that cove by Boom to allow them entry, to give them the ability to set up, to push into there. 𝐼𝐽𝐿𝐒 wisely realizing that the blades were empty and there was an operator sitting behind it. Push space, pull out the class.
RDW को आगे आना चाहिए था guys जब वो लोग कर रहे थे ना बैकअप देने को.
Zerk not going to catch anything into Art with that initial flash. A high tide sent through the middle here, so some mid control being faked by the side of Boom. And that forces out this recon dart here. She doesn't gain any info, so this could be a big fight.
And see the ping coming down over by water, but Lou pushing forward, managing to find one, but cannot get the second. Severin gonna get tagged up, gonna get finished off. RDW lining him up for the 2-tap. Advantage still held now by Bonkers, up by a player. Minimize, not that he knows it right now, but he's got space to push forward and upgrade that weapon. Because for now, it's just a sheriff in hand. He's going to start inching forward. So we'll have some additional firepower to help pick up a third-round win. Trailblazer checking forward. Dragon not getting noted by it. He's very wary about this forward lurk that can come through. It's what Vipers like to do. But he's just got to hightail it out of here as the pressure continues to come through from Link. Famous up and over, lands on the box, and so too does the spike. He gets shut down. Dragon, a nice shot. Brings this yet again into a very winnable position. 𝐼𝐿𝐒 take it out, minimize with a nice shot. It's just Berserks as the teammates will come through. Everybody getting involved as Bonk fight back, bringing it to within 2 rounds.
It's a beautiful round here from Bonk. Not really being confused too much by this early fake mid pressure by the side of Boom. Then they set up this little trap play here, a flash and go. No dash, but just kind of pushing forward. A great smoke here, a preemptive smoke from the side of What that allows Dragon to cross over to get into that position, to get the kill onto Famous and really give themselves a lot easier time throughout the rest of that round. Everybody doing all the right things at the right time basically there. And then the follow-up with that Hunter's Fury as well earlier on in that little trap area side of A. What just has to backpedal here. But that 0 point I don't think catches anybody from the side of Boom. Of course, the tap of the orb will let them know that there is some presence here. And now 𝑼𝐿𝐿𝐿 has to go check mid.
You should run.
I mean, they know exactly who grabbed that orb there. Berserk's now having the Seekers online. 4 ults to deal with. The first one already let loose as Severin goes in for the lockdown. And oh, the timing from RDW could not have been better. Catches 𝐼𝐿𝐒 right before Lou would have been taken out. Would have just been an execution. Cloudburst now down. Famous wanting to push forward. Goes off the back of the Seekers, but kind of gets stuck there alongside his own teammate's wall. The wave blocking his vision. And they manage to strike. 𝘼𝐽𝐿𝐒 turning away right as they swing out from Secret. Kills found. Berserk still looking to hold. And Lou, he just wallbangs him. Up over the top at Art. Finds the kill. Severin now on his lonesome. Wants to throw that nano, but it's not going to get the opportunity. Bonker fighting back. 4-5. They are running this back into their favor. Just one more from tying us up.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a timeout here from Boom. There seems to be a few mental mistakes potentially coming through, or just maybe not, a little bit of a lack of awareness. 𝘼𝐻𝐿 trying to get aggressive off the back of that lockdown, see if he can catch somebody rotating on the side of it. And 𝘼𝐻𝐿, I thought had seen his opponent there, but and I mean that's just that happens. The op through the wall. Not the end of the world here for Boom. You still have the Viper's Pit. Now Famous, going to go for the Blade Storm. Okay, yes.
The timeout will be called.
Timeout बोलते.
Boom.
क्या लगता है guys कौन
Pumping
जीतने
the
वाला है
brakes here. Not happy with how close things are. Let's see if they're going to be able to further separate themselves from Bonkers, but right now it seems like the Aussies are starting to get that momentum on their side, and they're playing with a bit more confidence.
Yes.
As well as getting a good sense of the timings from Boom. That catch coming through, stopping 𝘼𝐻𝐿 right before he was about to finish off 𝘼𝐿.
Yep.
Those are the kind of reads that they were lacking over on Haven, but things are very much starting to come alive for them.
And it felt like the protocols were starting to break down a little bit for Boom. They've been so good here today, especially on Haven, kind of playing off of each other, reacting to things. And now that Bonkers is starting to get kind of a sense of the map, a sense of the pace and everything, they're starting to react really, really well to stuff. They're really getting a good read on the map. They're doing a good job adjusting to Boom's rotations throughout the map. They're not really falling for any of the false information that Boom has been sending out at times. But now this is a pretty interesting round. Boom able to invest outside of their two big ultimates with some rifles to kind of support, get that Viper's Pit down, get that Judge to do some work inside of it. But you got to be careful that op out here with 𝘼𝐿, and so now you've got a Poison Cloud to kind of obscure that angle and kind of keep things obscured if 𝘼𝐻𝐿 is going to be continuing to lurk in this B main area, if they're going to try to push it or whatever. So let's see.
Looks like they're going to push it. Question is, who wants to be the one to check?
Can't lose 𝘼𝐻𝐿 here.
Wall comes out first. Trailblazer rushing forward. 𝘼𝐿 just not even going to want to deal with it. Just backs away, plays it safe. Can go ahead and get set up at back halls. See if you can find a pick. Updraft's being used. Famous on the hunt, trying to spot somebody, but he's not going to see a damn thing. So just goes ahead, burns the dash, gets his way out.
I think if Boom finds a pick there, they might opt to try to push through there, using a lot of their smoke utility to try to take that space, but instead there hasn't been much contact until that moment when the alarm bot that awaits. Now instantly a huge response here.
Yep, and off the back of the wall going up, the rotations. Happy gun, minimize, looking to get himself over. We're not spotting anything, but this is going to be quite the position to try to breach as one finds two. Gets himself a third, looks for the fourth, can't find it. Dragon.
Shut down bolte.
Snatch it up and the crowd goes wild as we get
Tell me, nice mouse in budget. What is your budget?
Stuff here from Bonkers. They are now really engaged. They are doing such a good job of controlling this map, not biting on anything. And every time Boom tries to rotate, they are right there. Nobody's ready for what's angle. He says, "What's up?" And sends him packing. Give him gun buddy, please.
Oh, that's the guy who's been in my DMs for the last year and a half.
Yeah, it's like he's one of your friends.
We cannot help you with that.
We cannot. I don't even have one, bro.
Well, that's a you problem. Minimize though, pushing forward. Spawns him over at Shops, and he guns down two. Looks for the third. But wisely backs away. Doesn't want to overpress, doesn't want to give them anything. What will fall? Good push out from Severin, staring over into A main, gets that punish. Still, advantage held, and now very much expounded upon here from the side of Bonk as 𝘼𝐿 just delivers a mid-grip shot over to Severin. Famous now on his lonesome as Bonk looked to take the lead for the first time in this series.
The money's gone for Boom, 𝘼𝐿. They invested in this round, expecting to, try to get that Viper's Pit down or something, but they can't. Bonk's just too stalwart and minimize. Now we haven't seen too much aggression from the side of Bonkers towards that mid area, and finally had a great timing here. Decides to just step up and in there, get a couple big kills, and around the corner, Famous versus 𝘼𝐿, and
𝘼𝐿's got it.
Yep, he's good for it. Unbelievable. I love this from Bonkers.
Last round in the half. Bonk set up to have 7-5. Boom, we'll see what they're going to be able to scrape together. Saw some Guardians, half armors, Bulldogs in the mix. We'll take a closer look after this. Just a gorgeous start from the IGL. It's playing up in the mid, coming away with 2 quick kills. It just becomes unrecoverable there from there. Now the stage is set for them to have a very clear advantage before the side swap.
Reckoning in a Viper's pit, but you still have the lockdown. Counter for Dragon. We've seen Boom do a good job eliminating that ult the previous time. They're going to try a very similar setup, and it's a very similar look from Lou as well. Same angle, and it's the same kind of utility setup. No dog, no Trailblazer. This time around, as it's not in Berserk's hands. Couldn't quite afford it, so just going to try to use these smokes to leapfrog their way forward and use this Reckoning to try to get into position to do the Viper spin.
He's in, but minimized. Shuts down Famous on the entry. He's expecting where he was going to arrive. Gets that kill. Blaze King now holding forward. Blue spotting one. Still has not registered that the Viper is down, but as the shot comes across, he very much knows it. The drop down can't drag through. The judge is good for one, but Lou will finish him off. And Bonk have the lead, 7-5 at the half.
Just beautiful adjustments here as this one wore on. It looked like
सोच रहा guys तुम लोग second half से ना official stream पे देख लो. पता नहीं क्यों मेरे को थोड़ा बोर हो रहा है अभी देखने.
Absolutely beautiful.
चलेगा क्या? कोई है नहीं.
Reading the map so well, doing a great job of communicating the information. They're able to do so much against this. You know, what a lot of people would assume is a difficult comp to play against on this map with all these smokes.
Official stream पे देख लो.
But they're just very patient.
And
it helps that Lou has now kind of found his footing, found his confidence with that
operator. कल मिलते हैं, कल भी करेंगे अपन watch party. अगर आज 5-man खेला तो आऊँगा.
See, the whole team looking a hell of a lot more confident and comfortable here.
अरे गेम नहीं खेल सकता ये स्ट्रीम पे. watch party वाले स्ट्रीम पे जब गेम चालू है तभी गेम नहीं खेल सकता मैं.
We saw him kind of being the hope